Chapter 25. Fate Soul Stage. Su Yen might not have been confident in his previous attack. But now that he had jumped into the 6th layer of Spirit Realm, even though it was only one layer, Su Yen still felt that the spiritual energy in his body was much more than that of the 5th layer. His confidence also skyrocketed. Fate Soul Stage? Can you take one of my attacks? Su Yan's eyes lit up, his long hair dancing in the wind. Without waiting for Hao Feng to make a move, he jumped up and took out the shocking celestial sword. His speed was as fast as lightning, his whole body arching forward like a fierce tiger leaving the mountain, or a wild dragon coming out of the sea. A grave and stern expression hung on that delicate and pretty face as his eyes stared fixedly at Hao Feng. One sword to settle heaven and earth. Su Yen shouted, and spiritual energy quickly rushed into the shocking celestial sword. The sword radiated light, and the sword hummed loudly. What an arrogant kid! Hao Feng saw that Su Yen dared to attack him first and was furious. He jumped up, and the spiritual energy in his body began to circulate. His fate soul flashed clearly, and the powerful spiritual energy in his body also burst out. The spirit realm was divided into 9 layers. It absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine one's body, and when the spiritual energy in one's body reached a certain level, the peak of the 9th layer of spirit realm, a fate soul, would be formed. Even though the fate soul wasn't clear, the spiritual energy in one's body was many times that of the peak of the 9th layer of spirit realm. At this moment, Hao Feng made his move, and the power of the fate soul stage was displayed. With one strike, all the light around them exploded. Countless gusts of wind howled and flashed. When Xianxia and the others saw this, they all had expressions of schadenfreude. This time Su Yen is dead for sure. He's only in the spirit realm, and he dares to fight with someone in the fate soul stage. One strike from his fate soul can kill Su Yen. Just as everyone was joking. Bang! Su Yen and Hao Feng's swords collided, and a loud sound rang out, and a burst of light enveloped the area. Even though Su Yan's body trembled, he still stared at Hao Feng's strike. Everyone was shocked. What's going on? How is this possible? Su Yen blocked Hao Feng's attack? Su Yen is only at the spirit realm. How could he possibly withstand Hao Feng's attack, which is at the fate soul realm? No, impossible. As Qiao Linglong listened to the words coming from the side, her tightly knitted brows also relaxed at this moment. What a fast speed! Hao Feng leaped back and stared at Su Yen. His heart was also filled with shock. How could a person in the 6th layer of spirit realm explode with such speed? The life spirit is indeed powerful. Su Yen looked at Hao Feng and began to re-evaluate this inner sect disciple. At the same time, a thought came to his mind. Speed? It was his lifelong pursuit. As the saying goes, of all the martial arts in the world, only speed is invincible. Right now, he was only at the 6th layer of spirit realm. If he were to reach the life soul stage, what kind of speed would he have? This child is only in the 6th layer of spirit realm. If he reaches life soul, how fast will he be? Hao Feng looked at Su Yen and couldn't help but be shocked. His eyes narrowed, and a murderous intent surged out. If this child is already like this at the 6th layer of spirit realm, then when he grows up in the future, how strong will he be? Su Yen, you really have made me look at you in a different light. But because of this, you must die today. Hao Feng said, and raised the long sword in his hand. Boom! Waves of spirit chi poured into the long sword, exploding with a roar. This is... Seeing this scene, Su Yen also frowned. He didn't dare to be careless, and gripped the shocking celestial sword in his hand. Su Yen, you are only in the 6th layer of spirit realm. It is your honor to die under this move of mine. Hao Feng pointed his sword at Su Yen, his face cold. Divine dragon, Hao Feng said word by word. Suddenly, he raised the long sword in his hand and chopped down at Su Yan's body. Bang! The sword slashed down like a torrential storm, and the powerful spiritual energy fluctuation brushed past, causing the surrounding vegetation to tremble. Qianxia and the others standing around couldn't help but twitch. Under the pressure of the strong spirit chi, they all took a few steps back. Su Yan looked at this scene and was shocked. Sword-breaking divine dragon. This was a sword art that could only be learned when one reached life-soul clarity. The power of the sword art was indeed extraordinary. It's up to you. Su Yan gritted his teeth. Bing. He stabbed the shocking celestial sword in his hand, and the great sun-colored glaze sword manual in his body quickly revolved. Invincible golden body. Su Yan coldly shouted, and a golden light burst out from his body. Bang! At the same time, the sword art released by Hao Feng and the strong spirit qi chopped down on Su Yan's body. Rumble! With a loud sound, the fog was blurry, and like a monstrous wave, it exploded on Su Yan's body. The light emitted by Su Yan's body was also obliterated at this moment. Crack! The towering trees in the surroundings all snapped under this one move. Is he dead? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the fog. The fog dispersed, a huge deep pit slowly appeared, and Su Yan's figure appeared in front of everyone. At this time, Su Yan's body had lost its light, and the clothes on his body were also tattered. There were many bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. Dead, Su Yan is dead. Seeing this scene, Qin Yang exclaimed excitedly, "Ha, Su Yan is finally dead." Hearing Qin Yang's words, Hao Feng's heart was also relieved. His whole body was already kneeling on the ground after the sword art broke the divine dragon. Qin Yang, go and take the soul-gathering pill from Su Yan's body. Hao Feng rested for a while and turned back to Qin Yang, who was still immersed in the excitement of Su Yan's death. Yes, senior brother Hao. Qin Yang nodded excitedly and walked in the direction of Su Yan. Well, why is there no soul-gathering pill? Qin Yang searched Su Yan's body, but did not find the soul-gathering pill. What's the matter? Hao Feng saw that Qin Yang did not come over for a long time, so he got up and shouted, "Senior brother Hao, I don't know where this kid hid the soul-gathering pill. I can't find it at all." Qin Yang ran over and said to Hao Feng, "Can't find it? How is it possible? Go and look again." Hao Feng snorted, and a burst of anger surged on his face. The main purpose of his visit today was for the soul-gathering pill. If he couldn't find the soul-gathering pill, then wouldn't everything he did today be in vain? Oh! Qin Yang looked at Hao Feng and responded with an ugly expression. Just as he was about to walk towards Su Yan, he was completely stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. Su Yan, you actually didn't die. Qin Yang looked at Su Yan, who stood up in a sorry state from the deep pit, with a face full of horror. What? Hao Feng was also stunned when he heard Qin Yang's words. When he turned back and saw Su Yan walking out of the deep pit, he was completely stunned. How is this possible? Su Yan, how are you not dead? Impossible, this is impossible? Hao Feng narrowed his eyes and shouted. Hao Feng was confident that when he used this move, even if it was a second firmament life soul, it would not be easy for them to take it head-on. However, Su Yan was only at the 6th level of the spirit channeling realm. How could he not die? How was this possible? Not only them, but Zhou Dequan and the others also looked at Su Yan with a wave of surprise. Su Yan is only at the 6th level of the spirit channeling realm. How could he block the sword technique of someone at the life-soul realm? Monster, this person is definitely a monster. Under everyone's surprise, only Xiao Linglong's face had a trace of joy. She walked to Su Yan's side and looked at Su Yan's ragged clothes. She asked with a face full of concern, "Su Yan, are you okay?" Su Yan nodded with difficulty and raised his head to look at Hao Feng and Xiao Linglong. He pointed at Hao Feng and sneered, "Life soul, sword-breaking dragon." What? The expression on Hao Feng's face was so ugly that it twitched. His eyes suddenly burst out with a cold light, and a majestic anger bloomed from his body. He was at the life-soul realm, and the sword-breaking dragon was a skill he was proud of. Now he was looked down upon by someone at the 6th level of the spirit channeling realm. How could he not be angry? Su Yan, don't be so arrogant. Although you didn't die this time, you are already an arrow at the end of its flight. I advise you to obediently hand over the soul-gathering pill, or else I will really kill you. Hao Feng suppressed the anger in his heart and shouted at Su Yan while pointing at him. Soul-gathering pill. Su Yen raised his eyebrows. His throat moved and he swallowed the soul-gathering pill that was in his mouth. He licked his lips and said with an unsatisfied tone, "It seems to taste pretty good." What? Hearing this, Hao Feng's entire body froze. He immediately thought of Qin Yang saying that he couldn't find the soul-gathering pill and had a bad feeling in his heart. His entire face immediately darkened and a thick murderous intent exploded from his eyes. "Su Yen, you actually dared to swallow the soul-gathering pill?" Hao Feng stared at Su Yen and shouted. With a wave of his hand, the long sword in the storage bag reappeared in his hand at this moment. "Why not? The soul-gathering pill was given to me by the sect master. Can I eat it?" Su Yen looked at Hao Feng with disdain and a murderous intent surged in his heart. Su Yen was angry. It was fine if Qin Yang came to find trouble with him. After all, they were both outer sect disciples. However, Hao Feng was an inner sect disciple and a strong warrior at the life-soul realm. How dare he come to the outer sect's beast-hunting area and even force him to eat the soul-gathering pill? Regarding the soul-gathering pill, Su Yen still had some understanding. The soul-gathering pill was a rare divine pill. It could forge the essence of the body and strengthen the body. The best time to take this pill was in the life-soul realm. Su Yen originally wanted to take it when he ascended to the life-soul realm. But now, Hao Feng forced him to swallow the soul-gathering pill now. Su Yan's boundless anger burned in his eyes as he looked at Hao Feng. "I never like people forcing me. However, forcing me to eat this pill. So, you have to die." The awakening celestial sword suddenly exploded with a sword gleam and Su Yan's body charged forward wildly. Like a wild dragon emerging from the sea, with infinite sword momentum, countless ripples of sword aura swept through the void like rain hitting the sea surface. Chapter 26. Good, good, good. Hao Feng glared angrily at Su Yen as he leaped over. He said, "Good," 3 times in a row, and a light flashed in his eyes. He took a step forward, raised his sword, and swung it out. In an instant, a whirlwind formed and attacked Su Yen. The wind whistled and swept away, constantly eroding the surrounding vegetation. The strength of the life-soul realm was at its peak at this moment. "Break!" Su Yen looked at the whirlwind and shouted coldly. He rushed out and passed through the whirlwind, arriving in front of Hao Feng with his sword. You came at the right time." Hao Feng frowned and with a flash of spiritual qi, he jumped up and pointed his sword at Su Yan's forehead. When one reached the life-soul realm, not only could they fly on the sword, but they could also use sword techniques and sword qi. When the sword came out, the sword qi was threatening and pierced through the void. Suddenly, the wind whistled like a long snake and the power to overturn mountains and seas was in the sword. "Good!" Su Yen shouted. Facing Hao Feng's sword, he did not show the slightest bit of fear. The soul-condensing pill in his body also began to surge at this moment. The surrounding spiritual qi trembled and rushed into Su Yan's body. The Virokana-colored glazed sword manual was also at its peak at this moment. Rumble. The 2 swords collided and suddenly there was a loud explosion. The light was 40 feet long and enveloped the 2 of them. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were completely stunned. Hao Feng was in the life-soul realm. It was normal for him to explode with such a powerful attack, but Su Yen was only in the 6th layer of spirit realm. How could he explode with such a powerful attack? Bang! Just when the crowd was still shocked by how Su Yen could explode with such a powerful attack, a loud bang sounded. While the 2 of them were fighting, a loud sound was heard. Hao Feng's body was forced back by Su Yan's attack. The surrounding people's eyes condensed again and their faces were full of shock. How is this possible? Is this still the power of the 6th layer of spirit realm? Hao Feng was pushed back and staggered a few steps before he could steady himself. His face was ferocious and his clothes were messy. He looked extremely embarrassed. Cough, cough, cough. Hao Feng coughed a few times, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. What a Su Yen, what a 6th layer of spirit realm, to be able to injure me. Hao Feng stared at Su Yen, his eyes bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. Compared to Hao Feng, Su Yen was expressionless. The great sun-colored glazed swordplay in his body continued to circulate, absorbing the spirit chi brought by the soul-amassing pill. Su Yan, you forced me, you forced me. Hao Feng stared at Su Yan's calm expression and grew even more enraged. With a roar, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a medicinal pill and popped it into his mouth. If it weren't for the fact that I used my sword to cut the divine dragon and the lack of spirit energy in my body, did you really think that you could hurt me with your 6th level of spirit channeling? Hao Feng swallowed a spiritual energy pill. His slightly exhausted body suddenly exploded with a burst of dense spiritual energy. Su Yan, let's see how you're going to stop me now. Hao Feng coldly snorted as he unsheathed his long sword. Sword light shot out in all directions as his body rushed toward Su Yan. It was as if a bolt of lightning had shot out from the horizon. His sword intent was oppressive as a cold aura spread out in all directions. It was as if a flood dragon had crossed the sea. In an instant, a wave of stormy waves swept over. Be careful! Xiao Linglong, who was standing at the side, saw this scene and cried out in panic. Bang! Unfortunately, it was too late. Hao Feng's sword had already landed on Su Yan's body. Su Yan, since you can force me to this point, you can also laugh proudly in the underworld. Hao Feng stared at Su Yan, his gloomy face bursting with hostility. Just as the sword landed on Su Yan's body, a whirlwind suddenly erupted from Su Yan's body. What is this? Hao Feng was shocked when he saw this scene. Then he thought of something and was even more shocked. His face was filled with horror. Soul-gathering pill, it's the effect of the soul-gathering pill. Hao Feng turned pale with fright and hurriedly raised his sword to dodge. Unfortunately, it was too late. The light on Su Yan's body became more and more dazzling. The spiritual energy in the surroundings also became violent and rushed into Su Yan's body. Hao Feng let out a blood-curdling scream. The long sword in his hand was also tightly attached to Su Yan's body. The spirit energy in his body was constantly being transferred to the long sword and into Su Yan's body. Su Yan, quickly let go of me, let go of me. Hao Feng shouted in a panic. He was constantly circulating his spiritual energy, trying hard to pull out the sword. Unfortunately, he was not lucky. Once he circulated his spiritual energy, the speed of the spiritual energy output became faster. The soul-gathering pill was to absorb the spiritual energy in the surroundings in a short period of time to break through. However, at this moment, when Hao Feng's spiritual energy rushed over, it was no different from drinking a delicious meal delivered to his mouth. Su Yan, stop absorbing, stop absorbing. Hao Feng's voice became weaker and weaker. Now, his face no longer had the arrogance, the devastation, and the arrogance just now. His eyes were full of fear. He felt the spiritual energy in his body rapidly depleting. I'm finished. Hao Feng's whole body trembled as he thought. He looked at Su Yan, who squinted his eyes and had a peaceful face. His whole body felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, chilling to the bone. The arrogance just now had disappeared, leaving only endless emptiness. I didn't expect the soul-gathering pill to have such an effect. No wonder Hao Feng spent so much effort to snatch it. Su Yan licked his lips, thinking that Hao Feng and the others almost snatched his soul-gathering pill away. How could he bear to let go of such a good opportunity to absorb spiritual energy? Hearing Hao Feng's pleading, Su Yan not only did not stop absorbing spiritual energy, but the sun-colored glazed sword sutra in his body also spun faster. Under the effect of the soul-gathering pill, the spiritual energy in the surroundings and Hao Feng's spiritual energy continuously flowed into his body. Bang! After a few breaths, there was a sudden loud sound. Su Yan's whole body suddenly burst out with a burst of light. The light overflowed, and a strong spiritual energy was forced out. Hao Feng let out a blood-curdling scream, and his entire body was shot out under the illumination of the light. But Su Yan did not move at all. The light on his body became more and more brilliant. Following this light, the strong spiritual energy kept getting stronger. The people around had not recovered from Hao Feng's strange expression just now. Looking at Su Yan's appearance, they fell into shock again. Is he going to level up again? No, impossible. How long has it been? How could he level up twice in a row? Spirit Realm level 7? At this time, Su Yan looked up to the sky and let out a carefree sound. The corner of his mouth raised in joy. The soul-gathering pill really lives up to its name. But even so, Su Yan still understood that the reason why he was able to level up was all thanks to the spiritual energy that Hao Feng injected into him at that moment. Su Yan's figure leaped slightly and came in front of Hao Feng. "Don't kill me, Su Yan, don't kill me." Hao Feng looked at Su Yan in horror. Looking at the dangerous sword that was emitting a cold light, he said in a panic. The spiritual energy on his body had disappeared. Hao Feng had completely lost his desire to fight. Su Yan looked at Hao Feng and shook his head. People like Hao Feng would never have great achievements because he did not have a strong heart. Where was the prestige of an inner sect disciple? Kill you? Su Yan looked at Hao Feng's appearance and shook his head. Hao Feng, this time I was able to leap into Spirit Realm level 7 because of your contribution. How can I kill you? Now, your cultivation has been completely dispersed, and you've reaped what you sowed. Let's go. Su Yan raised his eyebrows and did not look at Hao Feng again. An enemy who had no desire to fight was not worthy of him making a move. But it was Qin Yang. Su Yan's eyes swept over Qin Yang and the others. Qin Yang and the others looked at Su Yan and were completely frightened. They screamed and fled in all directions without waiting for Su Yan to speak. Su Yan looked at this scene blankly. He didn't do anything, why did they all run? Hao Feng, Qin Yang and the others left. Only Su Yan and Xiao Linglong were left here. Xiao Linglong looked at Su Yan with mixed feelings. Su Yan's strength made Xiao Linglong doubt herself. After a while, she said, "Su Yan, this time you saved me. I will remember it." After saying this, Xiao Linglong did not wait for Su Yan's reply. Her figure flashed and she left. Only Su Yan was left in the same place, looking at Xiao Linglong's departing figure. After a while, he came back to his senses and looked up at the sky. Thinking about it, half a day had passed. The beast hunting mission should have ended. His goal this time was to get the 3rd-grade soul-gathering pill. Now that the beast hunting mission had ended, that 3rd-grade soul-gathering pill was not fated with him. Thinking about this, Su Yan's face showed a self-deprecating smile. Not only did he not get the 3rd-grade soul-gathering pill, but he also swallowed the soul-gathering pill. But thinking about it, it was worth it for him to jump from the 5th layer of Spirit Realm to the 7th layer of Spirit Realm. 5th layer of Spirit Realm to the 7th layer of Spirit Realm. Su Yan recalled the process of leveling up. He had been working hard for many days, but he still could not advance one step. But in the battle with Hao Feng just now, he advanced 2 levels in a row. Of course, the soul-gathering pill's effect was an exception. That was at least 1 level higher. Could it be that I can only level up faster in battle? Su Yan narrowed his eyes, as if he had found a way to cultivate. Since the beast hunting mission had ended, Su Yan no longer had any interest in hunting demonic beasts. Looking around, he found the right direction and left the sacred beast mountain. Just as Su Yan expected, when Su Yan left the sacred beast mountain, the beast hunting mission had ended. Even the person who gave out the rewards had left. Although the 3rd-grade soul-gathering pill was not bad, Su Yan had already reached the 7th layer of Spirit Realm. Plus, he had absorbed the soul-gathering pill, so the 3rd-grade soul-gathering pill's effect was not that great. So Su Yan did not think too much about it and planned to return to the Golden Throne. Junior brother Su. At this moment, Lu Fei's croaky voice was heard. After entering the sacred beast mountain today, Su Yan had a new view of Lu Fei. He was a coward who was greedy for life and afraid of death. Hearing his voice now, he could not help but frown. Junior brother Su, are you all right? Lu Fei looked at Su Yan's ragged clothes and asked with concern. I'm fine. Su Yan shook his head. Looking at the concerned expression on Lu Fei's round face, he ignored the fact that he was afraid of death. It's good that you're fine. Looks like you're not stupid enough to run to the inner sects beast mountain. Lu Fei heard that Su Yan was fine and said with a face of relief. Su Yan looked at Lu Fei, not understanding his meaning. Junior brother Su, it's all my fault. The Sacred Beast Mountain's beast hunting mission is divided into the inner sect and the outer sect. Lu Fei patted his fat thigh and said with a face full of self-blame, "If we, the outer sect, went to the inner sect, not to mention that we can't fight against the demonic beasts there, the inner sect disciples would definitely kill you. Good thing you didn't run there." After hearing Lu Fei's words, Su Yan understood. Thinking of the inner sect disciples, his eyes narrowed and a faint smile appeared on his face. He naturally could not tell Lu Fei that he had defeated an inner sect disciple in the Sacred Beast Mountain. Time flew by. Unknowingly, dozens of days had passed since the beast hunting mission. During these dozens of days, besides constantly cultivating, Su Yan hung out with Lu Fei and listened to Lu Fei talk about some things in the hidden sword tomb. One morning, Su Yan woke up from a night of cultivation as usual and opened the door to welcome Lu Fei's arrival. Of course, it was not that Su Yan wanted Lu Fei to come, but Lu Fei could get some delicious food from Lu Hong from time to time. With this, Su Yan naturally saved himself the trouble of going out to find food. Su Yan went out to look at the time. He thought that Lu Fei should be arriving soon, but he did not see anyone. Where did this damn fatty go? Forget it, forget it. I'll go find something to eat myself. Su Yan shook his head helplessly, closed the door and walked out. However, before he took a few steps. Chapter 27. Junior brothers Su, our gold constellation people, were beaten up. The hoarse voice sounded anxiously, and Lu Fei's round body was already in front of Su Yan. Junior brother Su, quick, quick. Lu Fei gasped for breath. Obviously, he ran too fast, causing him to be out of breath. Fatty, did you get beaten up again? Su Yan looked at the panicking Lu Fei, and his eyes revealed a sense of helplessness. After knowing Lu Fei for so long, he naturally understood Lu Fei's personality. Not only was he afraid of death, he was also extremely arrogant. In the past 10 days, Su Yan had stood up for him many times. No. Lu Fei took a deep breath and steadied himself. He waved his fat hand. Junior brother Su, what do you mean by that? Would I, Lu Fei, be beaten up? Su Yan rolled his eyes and had the urge to turn around and leave. Hee, Junior brother Su, what's with your expression? It really wasn't me this time. Lu Fei saw Su Yan's expression and awkwardly scratched his head. Oh. Su Yan replied calmly. Obviously, he had some doubts about Lu Fei's words. Junior brother Su, why don't you think of your senior brother? Lu Fei saw that Su Yan still didn't believe him and became anxious. He pulled Su Yan's hand and said, Junior brother Su, let's go. Follow me to the Earth Constellation Peak. Our gold constellation people were beaten up by the Earth Constellation people. It wasn't you who caused trouble? Su Yan looked at Lu Fei's indignant manner and still didn't believe him. He didn't believe that Lu Fei had such a sense of justice. In the past, when the gold constellation people fought with the other constellations, Lu Fei was the fastest to run. Today, he was so active that it was inevitable that Su Yan wouldn't believe him. Junior brother Su, it really wasn't me this time. Lu Fei complained. Okay, I'll believe you this time. Su Yan shrugged and followed Lu Fei. Su Yan had been in the hidden sword tomb for dozens of days. During this period of time, Su Yan more or less understood the hidden sword tomb and the outer sect. Normally, every outer sect disciple was busy with their own matters, but there would occasionally be some conflicts between them. However, such a battle between two factions had never happened before. Although Su Yan wasn't interested in such matters, he was still a member of the gold seat. Since he was in the gold seat, he naturally had a sense of belonging. If it was really as Lu Fei had said, and it was his own gold seat that was being humiliated by other gold seats, then he, Su Yan, would naturally not sit by and do nothing. Because of the teleportation array, the two of them quickly arrived at the Earth base's territory. As soon as they stepped in, they heard a commotion in front of them. Isn't there only one Su Yan from your gold constellation? What's so great about him? Tell him to get over here and die. That's right, it's just Su Yan. Tell him to get his ass over here. When Su Yan heard this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Lu Fei looked at Su Yan rather proudly and said, Su Yan rolled his eyes at him and didn't want to talk nonsense with him. Instead, he walked straight into the noisy crowd. Senior Brother Su. Senior Brother Su. As soon as Su Yan walked over, the eyes of the gathered gold seat people all lit up. One by one, they respectfully called out to Su Yan. In the hidden sword tomb, a person's identity was not determined by the time they entered the sect, but by strength. Su Yan was the first person on the five-colored boulder in 5 breaths. He defeated Xianxia and broke into the hidden sword pavilion's sword formation. He was recognized as the new star of the outer sect. His talent was amazing. Especially when he defeated Hao Feng in one battle, he established his position as the first person on the gold seat. Those people naturally had to respectfully call Su Yan senior brother. Of course, Lu Fei was an exception. Su Yan nodded to the crowd. His gaze fell on the opposite Earth seat people and slightly narrowed his eyes. He didn't know how to deal with this matter. When the Earth seat people saw that Su Yan really came, their eyes immediately revealed a trace of fear. Chao Song, didn't you shout loudly just now? Why don't you dare to speak when my junior brother Su comes? Without waiting for Su Yan to speak, Lu Fei took a step forward and came in front of the Earth seat people. He stretched out his hand and pointed at them. The bold and unrestrained aura and arrogance on his body were not concealed in the slightest. Lu Fei, who are you saying doesn't dare to speak? The person called Chao Song obviously had a high reputation in the Earth seat people. He looked at Lu Fei and shouted unrestrainedly in front of the Earth seat people. I'm talking about you. Lu Fei didn't dare to speak just now, but now that Su Yan was beside him, he naturally wasn't afraid. He pointed at Chao Song and spoke nonsense. Chao Song was instantly enraged. However, when his eyes flashed past Lu Fei's fat body, the anger in his eyes also dimmed. In exchange, a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. Chao Song didn't bother with Lu Fei anymore. He turned to Su Yan and said, Su Yan, I know that you are the #1 person in the gold constellation, but do you think that we, the Earth constellation, can be trampled on by others? Su Yan frowned slightly and his eyes revealed a trace of helplessness. He didn't say anything and didn't do anything. Why did it seem like he was going to cause trouble? Chao Song looked at Su Yan's expression and coldly snorted. He turned his head and shouted to someone, You, go and invite our senior brother Ouyang over. Tell him that Su Yan came to our Earth seat to cause trouble. The person behind you, Chao Song responded and left. Su Yan, don't think that you can bully our Earth seat just because you're the #1 person in the gold seat. If you have the ability, don't leave. When our senior brother Ouyang arrives, let's see if you still dare to be arrogant. Chao Song pointed at Su Yan and shouted, Do you think I'm afraid of you? Su Yan didn't answer. Instead, Lu Fei pointed at Chao Song. The muscles on his face were horizontal and horizontal, typical of the type that deserved a beating. I'll let you break through the #1 outer disciple. Today, our Su Yan will let you know that the #1 outer disciple is in our gold seat. Bullshit. Chao Song coldly shouted and pointed at Lu Fei. His hands were trembling because of his emotions. Fatty Lu, you dare to insult senior brother Ouyang. Do you really not know how to die? Die! Lu Fei laughed and patted Su Yan's shoulder. Big Dog Chow, don't you see who's here today? Our 5 breaths rainbow boulders #1 person, Su Yan. Senior brother Ouyang is here. Who do you want to die? When Su Yan heard Lu Fei's words, he immediately saw Chao Song and the rest of the Earth seat looking at him with hostile gazes. Sigh, why is this damn fatty making enemies for me? Su Yan helplessly shook his head. He didn't want to get too involved in the matters between the 2 seats. After all, it wasn't the outer disciples who were fighting. However, Su Yan didn't plan to leave. Not only because he was from the gold seat, but also because Su Yan wanted to see the #1 outer disciple. Su Yan had been in the hidden sword tomb for a month now. He naturally had some understanding of the famous outer disciples. Qin Yang, who was 3rd in the outer disciples, was just a piece of trash. Zhou Dequan, who was the #1 in the fire seat, was even more out of the question. Then there was only the #1 outer disciple. There were tens of thousands of outer disciples. To be able to become the #1 outer disciple was naturally respected by tens of thousands of people. I just don't know if he really has the ability or an undeserved reputation. Su Yan narrowed his eyes. His eyes emitted a bright light. While Chao Song and Lu Fei were still arguing, a figure slowly walked over from the distance. Every step he took emitted a majestic aura. Senior brother Ouyang. When he appeared, not only the people from the Earth seat, but even the people from the gold seat cupped their hands and greeted him. There were even more people from the gold seat who pulled Lu Fei and said, "Senior brother Lu, senior brother Ouyang is here. Let's go." "What? Go?" Lu Fei heard this and suddenly became angry. "Isn't it just that dog thief Ouyang? Forget it, forget it." Before Lu Fei could finish his words, Ouyang Tianqing, who had not yet approached, suddenly flashed and was already in front of Lu Fei. The powerful spirit qi on his body came straight at Lu Fei. Lu Fei was so shocked that he could not speak. What a powerful spirit qi! Su Yan looked at this scene and his heart could not help but tremble. He hurriedly blocked in front of Lu Fei. Only then did Lu Fei breathe a sigh of relief. He coughed a few times, pointed at Ouyang Tianqing and shouted, "Ouyang Tianqing, your uncle. Sneak attack." Ouyang Tianqing coldly snorted and ignored Lu Fei's words. His expression was grave and stern, and his bright eyes landed on Su Yan. Although he was an outer sect disciple, he was still an outer sect disciple. Although he was an outer disciple, he did not wear the same clothes as the outer disciples. He wore a white robe that slightly trembled under the breeze. His eyes were clearly filled with disdain as he swept his gaze across the crowd. The arrogance on his face was without a doubt. What an arrogant person! Su Yan's eyes stared at his body. Looking at that arrogant expression, his body could not help but ignite with anger. The two of them looked at each other and coldly stared at each other. The spirit qi on their bodies slightly fluctuated, emitting an insurmountable majesty. The other disciples below all held their breaths and did not dare to speak casually. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, time quietly passed. The two of them still did not move. They just quietly looked at each other. After a few breaths, Ouyang Tianqing waved his hand. The corner of his mouth slightly raised as he disdainfully said, "Su Yan, you've been so arrogant in the outer sect recently. You actually dare to bully my Earth seat." "Bully you again?" Before Su Yan could answer, Lu Fei jumped out and shouted. However, he was frightened by Su Yan's glare and retreated. When Su Yan saw that Lu Fei had retreated, he smiled and said, "Senior brother Ouyang, look at what you're saying. This time, my gold seat people were humiliated by your Earth seat people. How did it become me humiliating your Earth seat people?" Gold seat, just a bunch of trash." Ouyang Tianqing disdainfully glanced at the gold seat. Everyone in the gold seat could not help but lower their heads. Only Lu Fei and Fatty Lu stepped forward and shouted with righteousness, "Hey, Ouyang bastard, what are you saying? You're courting death." Ouyang Tianqing heard Lu Fei scolding him and immediately became furious. He stepped forward and attacked Lu Fei with his sword. Lu Fei was so scared that his face turned pale. He hurriedly retreated. Because his fat body retreated too quickly, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Ouyang Tianqing's sword immediately arrived in front of Lu Fei. "Su Junior brother, save me." Lu Fei was so scared that his face turned pale. He hurriedly shouted. At this moment, Su Yan took a step forward and blocked in front of Lu Fei. Looking at Lu Fei, who was in a sorry state on the ground, he looked at Ouyang Tianqing with a faint anger in his eyes. "Senior brother Ouyang, you are going too far." Chapter 28. In the outer sect, it is not up to you, Su Yan, to make the decision. Ouyang Tianqing's voice was not loud, but it was mixed with a trace of spirit qi, spreading into everyone's ears. That indescribable grandeur suddenly burst out in everyone's ears, and the arrogance on his body was without a doubt. "Xiao," as Ouyang Tianqing spoke, the long sword in his hand burst out with endless sword cries. Just as the sword came out, a golden sword light suddenly bloomed, shooting in all directions, cutting through the horizon. Seeing this scene, the surrounding disciples all closed their eyes. Ouyang Tianqing looked at the golden sword in his hand, his expression was cold, and suddenly the sword showed a bit of fanaticism. It was obvious that this sword was Ouyang Tiancheng's prized treasure. The disciples got used to the golden sword light and slowly opened their eyes. Looking at the golden sword emitting golden light, their bodies began to fluctuate. Senior Ouyang is indeed worthy of being the number one in the outer sect. This Dragon Cry sword is not something we can compare to. Senior Ouyang has already reached the peak of the 9th spirit realm, and this Su Yan is only at the 7th spirit realm. This time Su Yan is dead for sure, daring to humiliate us Earth Seat people. When Ouyang Tiancheng took out his sword, the Earth Seat disciples looked at Su Yan with a gloating expression. Not only that, even the people in the golden seats looked at this scene. Their eyes were also filled with sadness. Of course, there was more regret in their eyes. Regret they did not compete with the other seats. Why did they come to the Earth Seat? One must know that the Earth Seat had Ouyang Tiancheng, the number one in the outer sect. Everyone's face changed, only Lu Fei did not have a trace of fear. Instead, his face had a bit of disdain. Looking at Ouyang Tiancheng's golden sword, he snorted in disdain, "Bullshit, dragon cry. More like insect cry." When Su Yan heard this, he immediately knew that something was wrong. "Fatty Lu, you think that because your father is the manager of the Hidden Sword Pavilion, I won't dare to kill you?" Ouyang Tiancheng roared, took a step forward, and attacked Lu Fei with his sword. When he swung his sword, the cold expression on his face twisted slightly. The anger in his chest was obvious, and there was a faint killing intent in his eyes. The sword was the foundation of a sword cultivator, the source of life for a sword cultivator. Now that Lu Fei had insulted Ouyang Tiancheng's sword, it was no wonder that Ouyang Tiancheng would be so angry. This damn fatty really forgot the pain after the wound healed. Su Yan sighed helplessly. He quickly leaped and blocked in front of Lu Fei again. "Su Yan, do you think you can stop me?" When Ouyang Tiancheng saw Su Yan blocking in front of Lu Fei, a trace of disdain flashed across his cold face. At the same time, he raised the long sword in his hand and immediately swung it down. A loud and clear sword hum rang out. This sword hum was clear and deep, just like the sound of a flute. The sword leaped up, its speed was fast, but it was endless. It was like a shocking wave that surged over violently. The surrounding killing intent surged in an instant. When Su Yan saw this scene, his eyes lit up. The shocking immortal sword on his back suddenly came out of its sheath, and the great sun-colored glass sword scripture in his body rotated at the same time. He raised his sword to meet Ouyang Tiancheng. Although the shocking immortal sword did not have the gorgeous and dazzling light of Ouyang Tiancheng's Dragon Cry sword, at this moment, under the circulation of Su Yan's spirit qi, the sword was also moving. It was not a stormy sea, but it was not far from it. A long sword was driven out, like a bolt of lightning striking from the sky. Boom! The two swords collided in the air, producing a loud bang. The light was 40 feet long, and the spirit qi leaked out. When the surrounding disciples saw this scene, they all took a few steps back. Su Yan, the number one person on the 5-colored boulder in 5 breaths, is indeed extraordinary. Under the clash of the swords, the disdain in Ouyang Tiancheng's eyes had also been withdrawn. The number one person in the outer sect is also not an undeserved reputation. Su Yan looked at Ouyang Tiancheng with a hint of praise in his eyes. "Humph!" Ouyang Tiancheng snorted, his eyes glanced at Lu Fei in the crowd, and shouted, "Su Yan, I know that today's matter has nothing to do with you. As long as you give up Fatty Lu, I won't make things difficult for you. Let me go." Su Yan smiled and said, "Senior Ouyang, Lu Fei has been in this sword tomb for many days. You are familiar with his character, why make things difficult for him? Those who humiliate my sword must be killed." Ouyang Tiancheng raised the Dragon Cry sword in his hand, his eyes immediately emitting a cold light. Su Yan heard this, and also narrowed his eyes. "Senior Ouyang, Su Yan, can't let my friend be humiliated." "Good, since it's like this, Su Yan, let me see how capable you are." Ouyang Tiancheng coldly shouted, leaping up, the strength of the peak 9th layer of spirit realm suddenly burst out, and a powerful sword intent pressed forward. Su Yan was not to be outdone. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly revolved, and the long sword in his hand was ready to attack. Su Yan, I love you. At this moment, Lu Fei's cry came from the crowd, and Su Yan suddenly had the urge to not help him. Today's matter could have been peacefully resolved, but because of Lu Fei's big mouth, it became a tragedy. To have such a friend, it can be considered my bad luck. Su Yan helplessly sighed, no longer caring about Lu Fei's shouts, and raised his sword to meet Ouyang Tianqing. Come! Ouyang Tianqing saw Su Yan draw his sword, and lightly shouted, at the same time raising his sword to meet him. The two people clashed, the sword light flashed, and the sword chi was oppressive. The sword chi blew the surrounding light, and the endless light filled the air, exploding between Su Yan and Ouyang Tianqing. After a few breaths of time, they had already fought dozens of rounds, and were evenly matched. The people below watched such a wonderful battle, and all of them were focused together. While the two people were clashing, the sword light flashed in all directions, and the sword hummed loudly, attracting the attention of the people in the surrounding mountains. Soon, more and more people gathered on the ground. Everyone looked at the battle between the two people on the field, but they didn't notice that there were two people standing on the side of a pavilion, a man and a woman. The woman wore a red dress that wrapped around her enchanting body. She had a cold and elegant face and a pair of clear eyes as she looked down. When she saw Su Yan, she couldn't help but be moved. The man was dressed in white, his hands hanging behind his back. Under his cold face, he looked down with disdain. Junior Sister Lin, this is only a duel between outer sect disciples. What are you watching? The man looked at the battle below and said with narrowed eyes. Brother Xiang, if you don't want to watch, you can leave now. When the young girl heard the man's words, a trace of displeasure flashed across her cold and elegant face. When Xiang Tianba, who was called Brother Xiang, heard this, a trace of viciousness appeared between his brows, but he didn't show it. Only when his gaze fell on Su Yan and Ouyang Tianqing, his eyes were filled with killing intent. It's only been a few days, and this child's cultivation has already risen to the 7th layer of spirit realm. When the girl looked at Su Yan, her face was filled with astonishment. This girl was Lin Hualu, who had appeared in Tianshuang City. Junior Sister Lin, do you know this child? When Xiang Tianba saw Lin Hualu's expression, he asked with some surprise. This child is the first person in 5 breaths of time at the 5 colored boulders. Could it be that Brother Xiang doesn't know him? Lin Hualu said with a gloomy face. Her words showed that she didn't like Xiang Tianba's arrogance. The first person in 5 breaths of time at the 5 colored boulders? When Long Tianba heard Lin Hualu's name, the arrogance on his face couldn't help but be startled. Then his eyes fell on Su Yan, and his eyes narrowed even more. This time, Su Yan and Ouyang Tianqing were fighting, so naturally they didn't notice Xiang Tianba standing in the pavilion. Su Yan, you really didn't disappoint me. You're only at the 7th layer of spirit realm, yet you can fight me. Ouyang Tianqing had already fought more than 100 rounds with Su Yan. At this time, his face clearly showed signs of impatience. Su Yan, this time I want to see how you'll be able to receive my sword. Ouyang Tianqing coldly shouted, and the dragon cry sword, in his hand instantly began to rumble. His figure closed in on Su Yan as he madly leapt forward. His sword passed through the air, emitting light in all directions. Suddenly, a fierce wind blew in all directions. The sword intent was oppressive, like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms. Come at me! Su Yan lightly raised his lips. He didn't care much about this sword. Licking his lips, he held the shocking celestial sword even tighter. One sword to decide the universe. Su Yan held the shocking celestial sword tightly. His body was like a mad dragon coming out of the sea. Endless sword auras were released from the shocking celestial sword, and only the sword rainbows flashed between heaven and earth. The sound swept over like a wave, directly covering Ouyang Tianqing's sword cry. Uproar. With a loud sound, the two swords collided. Su Yan's sword suddenly burst out with a gorgeous light. Bang! With another loud sound, Ouyang Tianqing, who was extremely arrogant just now, was actually forced to retreat. This? How is this possible? Su Yan, how could he force senior brother Ouyang to retreat? In the midst of the uproar, only Lu Fei narrowed his eyes, as if everything was within his expectations. He excitedly shouted, "Su Yan, I love you." When Su Yan heard Lu Fei's words, he didn't have the heart to pay attention to him. In this confrontation, it seemed that he had the advantage, but only Su Yan knew. In fact, he didn't find any advantage at all. When Ouyang Tianqing attacked, the sword intent came straight at him. At this moment, Su Yan felt as if his body was being overturned. Puchi, Puchi, both of them spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. The entire audience was shocked again. Su Yan's injury was within their expectations, but Ouyang Tianqing's injury was absolutely out of their expectations. Ouyang Tianqing was the #1 disciple in the outer sect. His strength was not inferior to some of the inner sect disciples. How could he be injured by Su Yan, who was only at the 7th layer of spirit realm? Su Yan, you have once again made me look at you in a new light. You were able to force me to this point. Ouyang Tianqing licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were bloodshot. When he looked at Su Yan, killing intent surged out. He, Ouyang Tianqing, was the #1 disciple in the outer sect. How could he allow someone who was only at the 7th layer of spirit realm to defeat him? Ouyang Tianqing coldly snorted. His entire body suddenly jumped up. "Su Yan, I want to see how you will defeat me now." While speaking, Ouyang Tianqing's entire body emitted a bright light. The spirit energy in his body quickly surged. Countless spirit energy shadows burst out from behind him. His long hair fluttered. He actually jumped into the Fate Soul realm. Fate Soul, senior brother Ouyang actually stepped into the Fate Soul realm. Chapter 29. Life Spirit. Ouyang Tianqing's sudden leap into the life spirit realm not only shocked all the disciples present, but also attracted the gazes of Lin Hualu and Xiang Tianba. This child can actually suppress his strength and not advance. This is interesting. Xiang Tianba looked at Ouyang Tianqing and smiled coldly. When he looked at Su Yan, his eyes suddenly filled with a sense of ridicule. This child is only at the 7th layer of spirit realm, yet he was defeated by the #1 disciple of the outer sect. This is indeed impressive, but even so, he is only trash. This time, he will not be able to take it. As Xiang Tianba spoke, he glanced at Lin Hualu. Clearly, he was hinting at something. How could Lin Hualu not notice Xiang Tianba's gaze? Her expression did not change as she looked at Su Yan and said lightly, "I don't think so." "Not necessarily." Xiang Tianba laughed. "Junior Lin, who is this child to you? Why do you value him so much? We are both from the same sect. Why can't I pay attention to my junior?" Lin Hualu said unhappily. Her face that was like Bing Shan became even colder. "We are both from the same sect?" Xiang Tianba raised his eyebrows, obviously doubting Lin Hualu's words. His eyes focused on Su Yan and he suddenly thought of something. He turned to Lin Hualu and said, "Junior Lin, since you are so confident in this child, do you dare to make a bet with me?" "What are we betting?" Lin Hualu's eyes met Xiang Tianba's. Her long and narrow eyes flashed with light, without any fear. "How about the ice soul crystal that you just got?" Xiang Tianba sneered. His face was full of confidence as if Su Yan had already been defeated by Ouyang Tianqing. "Good." Lin Hualu didn't back down and said arrogantly, "I've long known that Brother Xiang has been eyeing my ice soul crystal for a long time, so I'll bet with you this time. However, Brother Xiang, what treasure are you going to bet?" "Junior apprentice Sister Lin, when have I, Xiang Tianba, ever mistreated you?" Xiang Tianba said. With a wave of his sleeve, a fist-sized crystal appeared in Rick's hand. This crystal was emitting a 5-colored light. The light shot out in all directions as if it wanted to devour the surrounding void. It was extremely extraordinary as soon as it appeared. "Junior Sister Lin, this 5-colored crystal should be enough for your ice soul crystal, right?" Xiang Tianba asked with a smile. "That's enough," Lin Hualu said coldly. She turned around and no longer looked at Xiang Badian. Her eyes were focused on Su Yan. This time, Su Yan and Ouyang Tianqing naturally didn't know that the battle between the two of them had actually been set up as a gambling house. Could it be that Ouyang Tianqing is the same as me, able to advance in battle? Su Yan looked at Ouyang Tianqing suddenly jumping into the life-soul realm, and couldn't help but frown. Since Su Yan was able to cripple Hao Feng of the inner sect, a person in the life-soul realm would naturally not be afraid of Ouyang Tianqing entering the life-soul realm. However, when he looked at Ouyang Tianqing and saw the dense spiritual energy on his body, he couldn't help but be shocked. Although they were both in the life-soul realm, the spiritual energy emitted by Ouyang Tianqing was at least several times stronger than that of Hao Feng. Ouyang Tianqing, the number 1 outer sect disciple, was indeed extraordinary. Su Yan was secretly amazed. At the same time, his eyes condensed together. He could feel a dangerous aura approaching. Su Yan, for you, I have released the strength that I have hidden for many years. It can be considered your honor. Ouyang Tianqing looked at Su Yan coldly and arrogantly. With a cold shout, he slowly raised the dragon roaring sword in his hand. Bang! As he spoke, Ouyang Tianqing leaped out. This time, his speed was completely incomparable to before. His body was like a ferocious beast. The long sword slashed down, shattering the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. It was as if time and space had been torn apart. What a strong sword intent! When Su Yan felt this strong sword intent, his entire body couldn't help but tremble. He hurriedly channeled the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body to block. Su Yan, it's useless. I know you have an invincible golden body, but so what? Under my dragon roaring sword, all resistance is futile. This time, Ouyang Tianqing was in the life-soul realm. His voice was mixed with spiritual energy, and waves after waves of muffled thunder rumbled in his ears. Be careful! When Lu Fei felt this strong strength, he was no longer as excited as before. He no longer shouted words like, Su Yan, I love you, but reminded Su Yan, be careful? It's too late. Ouyang Tianqing's expression was gloomy, like a volcano that was about to erupt. The light on his body surged and merged with the dragon roaring sword. He rushed straight at Su Yan, like a light screen. His speed was as fast as lightning. Can't dodge it? Su Yan licked his lips and immediately took action. He activated the spiritual energy in his body and spread it around his body. He shouted, Invincible Golden Body. At the same time, the spiritual energy in Su Yan's body exploded. The golden light screen was like a fairy scattering flowers, falling on Su Yan's body. I'm telling you, it's useless. Ouyang Tianqing looked at the light screen on Su Yan's body and coldly snorted. His sword pressed forward. Shio! Bang! And a loud sound directly passed through Su Yan's body. This is... Lu Fei's eyes suddenly congealed together, looking at this scene in astonishment. Su Yan, his idol. First in the 5-colored boulder test. How could he lose to this Ouyang Tianqing? In the pavilion, Xiang Tianba was still standing in the wind, his long robe fluttering, his hands behind his back. His face was filled with a cold and arrogant expression. But when he saw this scene, the corner of his mouth could not help but flashed a smile. Junior Sister Lin, the result has been determined. You have lost, your ice soul crystal is mine. But Junior Sister Lin, how could I? Brother Xiang, the result has not been determined. What do you mean by saying this? Lin Hualu heard Xiang Tianba's words and laughed disdainfully, his eyes fixed on Su Yan. It was as if he saw the scene in the barren mountain that day. That day, Su Yan used this move to defeat his cousin. This scene was too familiar to Lin Hualu. Su Yan, you have lost. Ouyang Tianqing looked at Su Yan with a tyrannical expression on his face. The dragon cry sword pierced through Su Yan's body. The long sword pierced through Su Yan's body, blood splashed out, but Su Yan's eyes burst out with a bright light. Ouyang Tianqing took a step forward, and the long sword instantly pierced through Su Yan's body, causing blood to flow. However, the sword aura on Su Yan's body gradually condensed. Senior brother Ouyang, do you really think I have such strength? Su Yan's eyes slowly congealed together, and he raised the shocking celestial sword in his hand. Suddenly, the sword flew down, aiming straight for Ouyang Tianqing's throat. When the sword attacked, although there was no gorgeous light, its speed was as fast as lightning, cutting through the sky, bringing a loud roar. How can there be such a fast sword intent? When Ouyang Tiancheng saw this scene, he was shocked. He hurriedly pulled out the Yin Xiang sword and retreated. Because he was too anxious, his footsteps were messy, and he was in a sorry state. Not only that, after Ouyang Tiancheng retreated, Su Yan did not stop. The great sun-colored glass sword scripture in his body quickly rotated, and the spirit energy became restless. Su Yan's eyes twisted, and his body rushed out. The shocking celestial sword in his hand flew out, and the sword hummed. The sword was like a wild dragon exploding out of the sea. It was extremely fast and fierce. Without the slightest bit of fancy, the sword cut the throat. What a fast speed! What a fast speed! The eyes of the surrounding people congealed together at this moment. So fast. Ouyang Tiancheng was shocked when he saw this scene, but his reaction was fast. The strength of the life-soul realm instantly soared. Whoosh! Su Yan, you're already injured. You're no longer my opponent. Quickly surrender. Ouyang Tiancheng looked at Su Yan's bleeding wound and waved his hand. To him, the current Su Yan was just an arrow at the end of its flight. Is that so? Su Yan looked at Ouyang Tiancheng and smiled indifferently. He clenched the shocking celestial sword in his hand again, and at the same time, his body rushed straight towards Ouyang Tiancheng. His body was like a fierce dragon emerging from the sea. Endless sword aura burst out from the shocking celestial sword, and only the sword rainbow flashed between heaven and earth. The sound swept over like a wave. What a fast speed! The disciples watching from the sidelines once again held their breaths, as if time had stopped the moment Su Yan attacked. So fast. When Ouyang Tiancheng saw this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. However, this was only a fleeting moment. So what if it was fast? In the face of absolute strength, all struggles were futile. Ouyang Tiancheng's eyes twisted. The sword art in his body revolved, and a powerful spirit energy instantly burst out. The light rays expanded in all directions, and it spun up like a storm. Su Yan, you have an invincible golden body, and I also have a defensive technique. I'd like to see how you'll defeat me. Ouyang Tiancheng chuckled, and suddenly leaped up. With a rumble, Ouyang Tiancheng's song of song sword slashed down, and a gorgeous light screen exploded in front of him. Bang! At the same time, Su Yan's long sword came explosively, and directly hit the light screen. A burst of brilliant light burst out, and the rapidly sprinting body also stopped. Su Yan, I can't help but admire your speed. However, can you break my heavenly light screen? Ouyang Tiancheng looked at Su Yan and chuckled. This time, he no longer had any contempt for Su Yan, but he also wanted to tell Su Yan that strength was strength, and this was an insurmountable gap. He was in the Fate Soul realm, so how could he be defeated by a mere 7th Spirit Realm cultivator? Su Yan throw. Ouyang Tiancheng looked at Su Yan, who was still attacking, and said with a dignified expression. Bang! However, before he could finish speaking, he heard a loud sound. Su Yan's long sword pierced straight through Ouyang Tiancheng's light screen. This is impossible. Ouyang Tiancheng kept shaking his head. He was obviously shocked by the scene in front of him, and could not accept this fact. Su Yan, he was only in the 7th Spirit Realm, how could he break his heavenly light screen? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. While Ouyang Tiancheng kept shaking his head, Su Yan had already arrived in front of him. Looking at Ouyang Tiancheng, he smiled and said, Senior brother Ouyang, you lost. Ouyang Tiancheng was startled. Seeing Su Yan closing in, he suddenly came to his senses and fiercely moved his qi to dodge. Useless. Su Yan smiled and shook his head. His eyes condensed, and in an instant, Ouyang Tiancheng's speed slowed down. It was as if the entire world had quieted down, and the light in his eyes gradually shrouded him. Su Yan fiercely shot out, his long sword piercing forward. His speed was as fast as lightning. Chua. A sword sealed the throat, locking onto Ouyang Tiancheng's throat. Senior brother Ouyang, you lost. I lost. Ouyang Tiancheng looked at the shocking celestial sword that was only a centimeter away from his throat. His entire body's momentum dropped at this moment. Lost? I actually lost this? How is this possible? The crowd below also burst into an uproar, not daring to believe the scene in front of them. Senior brother Ouyang, you lost? How is this possible? Su Yen defeated the number 1 person in the outer sect? Su Yen became the new number 1 person in the outer sect? Chapter 30. Su Yen had defeated Ouyang Tiancheng. In the pavilion, Lin Hualu looked at Su Yen and nodded approvingly. He turned to Xiang Tianba and said, Brother Xiang, your 5-colored dragon crystal is now mine, right? Xiang Tianba nodded with a gloomy face. He slapped his storage pouch and threw the 5-colored dragon crystal to Lin Hualu. He looked at Su Yen and narrowed his eyes, his face cold. This child is only at the 7th layer of spirit realm, how can he have such speed? When Xiang Tianba looked at Ouyang Tiancheng, he thought about the 5-colored dragon crystal he lost. His cold and arrogant face couldn't help but reveal a trace of anger. A Fate Soul Realm cultivator actually lost to a 7th layer of Spirit Realm cultivator. Trash. What use is there for this kind of trash to stay in the sect? Xiang Tianba lightly shouted and suddenly flew out, directly arriving in front of Ouyang Tiancheng. That powerful spirit energy burst out, like a sharp sword. In an instant, it went straight for Ouyang Tiancheng. Right? He didn't make a move, he only used spirit chi to pressure him. Ouyang Tiancheng's face changed and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Senior brother Ouyang. When Su Yen felt such a powerful spirit chi, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. He hurriedly stepped in front of Ouyang Tiancheng and at the same time noticed Xiang Tianba. That powerful spirit chi directly pressured Su Yen to the point that he couldn't breathe. However, Su Yen didn't have a trace of fear. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Xiang Tianba and said with difficulty, Who are you? Xiang Tianba didn't answer Su Yen's words. He coldly snorted and waved his hand, once again sending out a powerful spirit chi. Su Yen instantly felt as if his body had been placed in a deep pool of ice at this moment when this powerful spiritual chi pressed against him. A sense of crisis that he had never felt before surged in his body. Xiang Tianba, that's enough. At this moment, a beautiful voice rang out. Even though this voice was filled with anger, it did not affect her gentleness. When Xiang Batian heard this, he gave a cold harumph and stopped what he was doing. He turned and glared at the outer sect disciples, causing them to feel as if they had just fallen into an icy cavern. Su Yen, first place on the 5 breaths 5-colored boulder? My name is Xiang Tianba. If you are dissatisfied, you can come and find me. Xiang Tianba leaped out of everyone's sight, leaving only his deep voice reverberating in the air. Xiang Tianba. Su Yen bit his lip and fell to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiang Tianba's boundless pressure caused Su Yan's entire body to tremble. Under the spirit chi's violent bombardment, it was even more unbearable than receiving a fierce blow. Su Yen did not even have the thought to fight. Xiang Tianba, the number 1 direct disciple. He was indeed incomparably arrogant. Lin Hualu glanced at Su Yen and did not say anything. He nodded encouragingly and said, Su Yen, in this world, the strong are respected. However, a mere Xiang Tianba should not disturb your sword heart. As he spoke, Lin Hualu's long hair fluttered in the wind and his red clothes danced. He nodded at Su Yen and turned to leave. One day later, Su Yen had just woken up. Su Yen, you're finally awake. Su Yen had just woken up when he heard Lu Fei's shrill voice. What happened to me? Su Yen patted his aching head. You were almost killed by Xiang Tianba. Lu Fei said with a smile of exultation. That exaggerated look on his face was as if he was narrating the thrilling scene of that day. As he woke up, Su Yan's mind began to slowly clear up. He recalled the scene of that day and frowned deeply. Xiang Tianba just waved his hand and spirit chi surged. His body felt as if it was being torn apart like a huge wave. That kind of pain penetrated his bone marrow. What kind of strength was this, to actually have such a powerful force? Xiang Tianba, our sect's number 1 direct disciple. At this moment, another voice came from the room. Su Yen was startled. He turned around and noticed that Ouyang Tiancheng was also in the room. Senior apprentice brother Ouyang. Su Yan shouted. Towards Ouyang Tianqing, Su Yan did not know him, let alone have feelings for him. However, after all, Ouyang Tianqing was the #1 disciple of the outer sect, and was also the eldest senior brother of the outer sect. This time, although Ouyang Tianqing lost to him, Su Yan still felt that Ouyang Tianqing was powerful. At the very least, if he didn't have the speed from his previous life, then he definitely wouldn't be a match for Ouyang Tianqing. Ouyang Tianqing nodded his head without being courteous. That handsome face had a cold expression, as if he was suppressing everything, making it impossible for people to see through what he was thinking. Xiang Tianba is our sect's #1 direct disciple. He is also the most promising person to enter the sky realm before the age of 30. This person usually doesn't move much in the sect, but he has always been arrogant. He doesn't even put some elders in his eyes, but this time, I don't know why he would make a move against us outer sect disciples. Ouyang Tianqing was the #1 disciple in the outer sect, so he obviously knew more than Su Yan. He slowly explained Xiang Tianba to Su Yan and Lu Fei. Su Yan thought about how powerful Xiang Tianba was yesterday, and nodded his head sadly. However, this sadness quickly disappeared, and was quickly replaced by a look of determination. Direct disciple? I have only been in the sect for a few weeks. Give me some time, and I will definitely get back this humiliation. Not only that, when he thought about the gentle voice that came to his ears at the end, and that enchanting red body, Su Yan was even more determined in his heart. When Ouyang Tianqing saw Su Yan's expression, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "If you want to become a successor disciple, you must first become an inner disciple." 3 months later, the inner disciple test will be held, and the minimum requirement for the inner disciple test is the Fate Soul Realm. When Su Yan heard Ouyang Tianqing's words, he knew that his request was not enough. "Junior brother Su, it's getting late. You should rest early." After Ouyang Tianqing finished speaking, he waved his sleeves and walked out of the door. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped, as if he hesitated for a long time, then turned around and said, "Su Yan, thank you." With that, Ouyang Tianqing did not wait for Su Yan to respond and left in a hurry. That anxious look was much different from the calmness he had when he walked out of the room just now. "Thank me?" Su Yan was also stunned by Ouyang Tianqing's words. Thinking back to how he had blocked Ouyang Tianqing's attack yesterday, he laughed at himself. Yesterday, Su Yan only reacted instinctively. After all, they were all from the same sect, and Ouyang Tianqing did not have much enmity with him. When the strong spirit energy came, he instinctively went forward to block it. He did not expect to receive Ouyang Tianqing's gratitude. "Su Yan, you've made a big profit this time." Su Yan was still immersed in yesterday's matter, when Lu Fei, who had not spoken until now, suddenly shouted. Su Yan was startled by him and said snappily, "What big profit?" Lu Fei smiled mysteriously and approached Su Yan step by step. Su Yan looked at him like this, and thought of the words, "I love you," he shouted at the earth seat yesterday, and a bad premonition surged on his face. The great sun-colored glass sword scripture in his body also faintly rotated. Clang clang clang. At this moment, Lu Fei suddenly leaped forward and took out a storage pouch, placing it in front of Su Yan. Su Yan, how is this storage pouch? Awesome, right? Storage bags were created by the early stage of the Gone realm for storage purposes. They were divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Gray was the lowest grade, red was the middle grade, and the top grade was purple-brown. Storage bags were used for storage purposes. Naturally, the higher the grade, the more things it could store, and naturally, the higher the price. Such a high price also made the storage bag precious. Among the outer sect disciples, only a few dozen out of 10,000 people used storage bags, and most of them still used low-grade storage bags. This time, the one in Lu Fei's hand was purple-brown, and it faintly exuded spirit energy. Su Yan looked at it, and his eyes could not help but condense light. Not to mention a high-grade storage bag, even a low-grade storage bag, Su Yan had long wanted one. Unfortunately, because of the price, Su Yan really sold it for money. Now that he saw a high-grade storage bag, how could he not be moved? Lu Fei saw that Su Yan was moved, and laughed sneakily, waved his hand, and put on a bold and unrestrained aura. "Junior brother Su, you're moved, right? I'll give it to you." When Lu Fei tossed out the storage bag, the fat on his face twitched. It was clear that he felt heartache. However, he did not show it and maintained his calm and unrestrained manner. He smiled. "Junior brother Su, do you think I'm treating you well? Are you good to me?" Hearing Lu Fei's words, Su Yan's eyes stared at him. Did this fatty have some ulterior motives? Seeing Su Yan's gaze, Lu Fei's whole body shivered and hurriedly said, "Su Yan, this storage bag is a gift from that dog Ouyang." "Ouyang Tiancheng?" Su Yan could not help but be surprised. He already knew that this storage bag was definitely not given by Lu Fei. After all, Lu Fei himself did not have a storage bag. He did not even have a low-grade storage bag, and he carried his broadsword all day long. How could someone who did not even have a low-grade storage bag give you a high-grade storage bag? However, Su Yan did not expect it to be a gift from Ouyang Tiancheng. Was it because of yesterday's matter? Chapter 31. Ouyang Tiancheng, that's a bastard, a bastard. As soon as Lu Fei heard Su Yan ask about Ouyang Tiancheng, he immediately jumped up, the fat on his face trembling as he shouted excitedly. "Bastard?" Su Yan's eyes slightly narrowed, looking at Lu Fei's excited appearance. His face was helpless. "I say, fatty, can you be a bit more serious?" "How am I not serious?" Every time Su Yan stared at Lu Fei, he would immediately become honest, but this time Lu Fei would not do it. The fat on his whole body was trembling because of his excitement, and at the same time, he also opened his mouth. It turned out that all of this started from when Ouyang Tiancheng first entered the Hidden Sword Tomb. Ouyang Tiancheng joined the Hidden Sword Tomb 3 years ago. As soon as he entered the Hidden Sword Tomb, he shone on the multicolored boulder test, but every time the Hidden Sword Tomb held an outer sect test, he would always get first place. Moreover, when Ouyang Tiancheng entered the Hidden Sword Tomb, he was only at the 4th level of Spirit Realm, but in a year's time, he jumped to the 9th level of Spirit Realm. Therefore, this Ouyang Tiancheng is recognized as a genius in the outer sect, and at the same time, Ouyang Tiancheng's cold arrogance also cast his position as number 1 in the outer sect. It's this number 1, after Ouyang Tiancheng became number 1, damn, he left me behind. Lu Fei became even more agitated after saying this. The fat on his face kept twitching as he spat out saliva. "Junior brother Su, don't you think this kind of person is ungrateful? Isn't he a bastard? When he first joined the sect, I treated him better than I did you." Looking at Lu Fei's excited appearance, Su Yan slightly frowned and asked, "Fatty, after Ouyang Tiancheng became number 1, did you do something extreme to him?" "Extreme?" Lu Fei coldly snorted and disdainfully said, "Didn't I just use his identity to pick up a few girls? Those girls came to him, and he ignored me. Don't you think that's extreme?" Su Yan felt a chill. He finally knew why Ouyang Tiancheng ignored Lu Fei. Picking up girls was fine, but he even let those girls go to Ouyang Tiancheng. How could Ouyang Tiancheng not be angry? Thinking back to Ouyang Tiancheng's situation at that time, Su Yan's forehead once again wrinkled with a black line. He looked at Lu Fei and asked, "Fatty, are you also using my identity to pick up girls now?" What? Lu Fei was immediately stunned. Then he started to laugh mischievously. Hee hee, junior brother Su, look at what you're saying. Am I that kind of person?" Lu Fei said as he retreated to the door. Looking at Su Yan's increasingly unpleasant gaze, he screamed and ran out of the door in a panic. At the same time, he didn't forget to shout, "Junior martial brother Su, don't think too much. I'm really good to you. Is it really okay?" When Lu Fei shouted out those words, Su Yan could not help but tremble. Now, he could finally understand how Lu Fei felt. However, when he thought about it, Lu Hong seemed to have the same taste. With such a father, how could he not have such a son? His heart brightened, and he no longer thought about Lu Fei's matter. In any case, he was such a person. On the other hand, Ouyang Tiancheng. Su Yan looked at the purple-brown storage bag in his hand and felt melancholy in his heart. He did not want to owe people a favor, but this time, Ouyang Tiancheng gave him such a big gift, obviously wanting him to owe him a favor. What did he want to do? Su Yan frowned slightly. After thinking for a long time, he still could not understand. To ask him to return this high-grade storage bag, Su Yan was really reluctant. It was not that the storage bag was worth much, but this storage bag was what he needed right now. Forget it, this favor will be repaid in the future. Su Yan shook his head and did not think anymore. Touching the storage bag in his hand, he could still faintly feel a wave of spirit energy coming from above. He could not help but feel excited. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body moved slightly. Immediately, a wave of spirit energy entered the storage bag. The storage bag opened, and the vast space inside immediately appeared in front of his eyes. It's really big. Su Yan looked at the storage bag and liked it more and more. He forgot about the matter of Ouyang Tianqing. He took off the shocking celestial sword and pagoda sword on his body and put them into the storage bag. He reached out and touched his chest, took out a few pitiful spirit stones and a few silver taels, and put them in. After a while, Su Yan placed all the things that he thought would be useful in the sky room one into the room. Not only did he put them in, but he also patted the storage bag several times and took them out again. After a few times, the joy on his face became stronger and stronger. He kept nodding and praising, "It's really good stuff, good stuff." At the last moment, Su Yan patted the storage bag and a domino appeared in his hand. Domino was also a unique spiritual object created by the early stage of the Gone Realm to record information. Every disciple who joined the Hidden Sword Tomb would be given a domino. Not only did it have some information about the Hidden Sword Tomb, but it also recorded the personal records in the Hidden Sword Tomb. So Su Yan was no stranger to dominoes. This time, Su Yan held the domino and quickly recognized that it was not his domino. Under the influx of spirit energy, Ouyang Tianqing's cold voice immediately came from the domino. "Su Yan, I, Ouyang Tianqing, rarely admire people. You are one of them. The five-colored boulder test is not an undeserved reputation. However, Su Yan, with your strength, you must not be arrogant. You must cultivate down to earth. Don't make mistakes. This domino contains my cultivation experience in the Hidden Sword Tomb. I hope it will be useful to you." As his voice fell, a divine sense poured into Su Yan's mind with a xiu sound. Su Yan's cultivation experience in the Hidden Sword Tomb was all reflected in his eyes. Su Yan previewed the cultivation experience and was stunned. In this world where the strong were respected, Su Yan naturally knew the importance of cultivation experience to a person. This time, Ouyang Tianqing was actually able to share his cultivation experience with him. This friendship was not something a storage bag could compare to. "Su Yan, I hope to see you in the inner court test in 3 months." The last sentence left by Ouyang Tianqing made Su Yan's whole body tremble. Clenching his fist, his eyes shot out a burst of determination. "Inner court test, I will definitely come back." The inner court test of the Hidden Sword Tomb not only required you to obtain the necessary points, but also to reach the Fate Soul Realm. Su Yan was only at the 7th layer of Spirit Realm. He was still far from reaching the Fate Soul Realm. Could he really reach it in 3 months? Time flew, and a month passed by quickly. During this month, Su Yan was not like before, hiding in his room to cultivate every day. Instead, he often wandered around the sacred beast mountain, constantly killing demon beasts to obtain beast cores and exchange them for pills from the sect to assist in his cultivation. With Ouyang Tianqing's cultivation experience and the miraculous effects of the soul-amassing pill, Su Yan understood that he could not cultivate numbly. At the same time, he also needed to use all the surrounding resources that could be obtained. It was another sunny morning. Su Yan woke up early, ate the breakfast delivered by Lu Fei, and went to the sacred beast mountain. After the battle with Ouyang Tianqing, Su Yan was now the #1 disciple in the outer court. Even if Su Yan was wearing a high-grade storage bag and attracted a lot of attention, no one dared to have any ideas. This saved Su Yan a lot of trouble. In this 1 month's time, the outer area of the sacred beast mountain was almost completely flattened by Su Yan. The demonic beasts that existed in the outer area were all low-level demonic beasts, and the beast cores obtained were only of the lowest level. Another low-level beast core, Su Yan beheaded an ordinary demon beast and took the beast core, his face revealing a dissatisfied expression. The pills exchanged for the low-level beast core were only some ordinary qi-condensing pills. This kind of low-level pill had no effect on Su Yan at the 7th layer of spirit realm. It's been a month? Su Yan's eyes slightly narrowed. The spirit energy in his body surged, but he still remained at the 7th layer of spirit realm. No, if this continues, not to mention that I won't be able to reach the Fate Soul realm in 2 months, I'm afraid that I won't even be able to break through to the 8th layer of spirit realm. Is my cultivation method wrong? Su Yan narrowed his eyes, constantly recalling the cultivation method of this month, constantly summarizing the experience, and suddenly came to a realization. Fight he had to fight. Su Yan had been in the Hidden Sword Tomb for a few months, and had a certain understanding of the rules of the Hidden Sword Tomb. The outer court of the Hidden Sword Tomb was a large training field. There were no teachers, and only one could rely on oneself. Rely on oneself. Su Yan licked his lips, his eyes narrowed, and his gaze locked onto the lower realm of the inner court of the sacred beast mountain. In the outer court, the demon beasts obtained were still not enough to satisfy Su Yan, and the killing of the low-level demon beasts in the outer court was not enough to arouse Su Yan's desire to fight. Only the demon beasts in the inner court could arouse his desire to fight. Only by fighting could he stimulate the potential in his body, and only by doing so could he quickly enter the Fate Soul realm. Su Yan thought, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. Although the sect had rules that the outer court, inner court, and direct disciples of the sacred beast mountain could not cross the boundary, Su Yan still did not stop. However, Su Yan did not stop at all. He resolutely stepped onto the sacred beast mountain that belonged to the inner sect. Rumble, although there was only one division, the inner court's sacred beast mountain was not something the outer court could compare to. As soon as Su Yan stepped into the inner court's sacred beast mountain, he heard a loud demon beast's roar. The majestic voice was like a sharp sword piercing through. Su Yan's body could not help but tremble, and he hurriedly covered his ears. What a powerful aura this demon beast is! Su Yan looked in the direction of the majestic voice with a look of surprise. However, the surprise on his face only lasted for a moment. When his gaze focused, a bright light shone from his eyes. The loud and clear demonic beast roars continuously battered the blood in Su Yan's body, causing it to boil. His footsteps were firm as he took a step forward. Roar! Another beast's roar was heard. This time, Su Yan was already close. The loud and majestic voice emitted a powerful aura that swept over. It was like a muffled thunder exploding in his ears, causing Su Yan's body to tremble. At the same time, the demon beast's true appearance appeared in his eyes. Chapter 32. Su Yan had been running around the sacred beast mountain every day for the past month, so he had learned a lot about the beasts. When he saw the behemoth in front of him, he immediately recognized it as a cloud beast. The cloud beast had the head of a deer and the body of a horse. It was over a few meters tall, and its 4 legs were like 4 heavenly pillars. With every step it took, the ground shook violently. Although the cloud beast was not a mythical beast, it was definitely a rare sacred beast. An adult cloud beast's attack power was comparable to that of a peak saint bloodline expert. The most powerful thing about the cloud beast was that it would emit a mist on its forehead. This mist had the ability to suppress the spirit chi of cultivators. It could be said that it was the nemesis of cultivators. That was how the cloud beast got its name. I didn't expect to encounter a cloud beast. Su Yan looked at the cloud beast. Every step it took caused the ground to shake violently. His body also shrank. Although Su Yan was eager to obtain a demonic beast core, a saint beast like the cloud mist beast, he was not arrogant enough to think that he had the ability to kill the cloud mist beast. It's better to leave first. Su Yan listened to the cloud beast's roars from time to time. His body trembled slightly, and he carefully retreated. When he retreated a few steps, bang, there was a loud sound. Su Yan's attention was attracted again. He turned around and saw the cloud mist beast continuously roaring. His interest was piqued. Why is this cloud mist beast here? Su Yan looked carefully and found that there were several flying swords on the cloud beast's huge body. Blood was constantly flowing out from under the flying swords. Who has the ability to hurt the cloud beast? Is it an inner disciple? Su Yan hid under the bush and carefully observed the cloud beast situation. Although Su Yan knew that he was not a match for the cloud beast, the cloud beast core was of a very high grade. If he could get the cloud beast core, then all the low-level beasts he had killed in the past month would be worth it. Su Yan thought about the benefits of the cloud beast core. His eyes narrowed and a bright light shot out of them. With the cloud mist beast core, he could exchange it for any pill he wanted in the outer sect. However, Su Yan was not in a rush. Even though Su Yan knew that the cloud mist beast was injured, with his strength, the cloud mist beast could knock him over with one stomp. Right now, all he could do was wait and observe why the cloud mist beast had appeared here. What was it doing here? Su Yan was certain that this cloud mist beast was not a demonic beast from the inner sect's sacred beast mountain. If a cloud mist beast appeared in the inner sect's sacred beast mountain, countless inner sect disciples would die. Roar! The cloud beast let out another roar and suddenly exploded. Its huge head flew out like a huge stone hammer. The surrounding ancient trees fell down at this moment, shaking the ground and creating a huge wave. What a powerful attack! Su Yan was startled and his body shrunk even tighter. He was afraid of being discovered by the cloud mist beast. If that stomp landed, his life would be over. What the hell is it doing? Su Yan couldn't help but wonder. This demonic beast had already gained intelligence, so every move it made had a meaning. However, Su Yan saw that the cloud mist beast was roaring and going berserk, but he couldn't see what it was doing. Su Yan thought about it and his eyes suddenly narrowed. Could it be? At this moment, suddenly, there was a loud bang as the cloud mist beast stomped on the ground. The violent sound waves spread across the entire sacred beast mountain. At the same time, a golden light erupted from the cloud mist beast's body. The brilliant light seemed gentle, but it was mixed with powerful spirit force. It quickly attacked like countless sharp swords. Shio! Shio! The surrounding trees continued to fall down. Su Yan, who was hiding in the bushes, wasn't spared either. Under the powerful light, Su Yan felt the blood in his body churn. Pucci! He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan quickly took out a qi-condensing pill and swallowed it. At the same time, he quickly activated the great sun-colored glass sword scripture. Spirit force constantly poured out to protect his body. Under the protection of the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture, Su Yan was finally able to catch his breath. He coughed dryly and looked at the cloud mist beast again. He exclaimed, "I actually encountered a cloud mist beast that only appears once every 100 years. The transformation of demonic beasts was a rare ability in the demonic beast world. The cloud mist beast was one of the powerful demonic beasts that could transform. After this transformation, the cloud mist beast would no longer be a cloud mist beast, but a sky cloud beast. It was only a difference of one word, but the strength it contained was a world of difference. The cloud mist beast only had the strength of the Saint Bloodline realm, but the sky cloud beast's strength would exceed the sky phase realm. Sky phase, Su Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. Just now, he was thinking of waiting for the right time to take down the cloud mist beast. Now, this idea was completely suppressed. The only thing he could think of was to leave this place as soon as possible. Su Yan twitched his feet and walked out of the bushes. However, at this moment, the cloud mist beast that was standing still suddenly moved. Ping! As soon as the gigantic head appeared, it immediately flew towards Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as a bolt of lightning. In an instant, all the surrounding vegetation was swept up and turned into debris. Su Yan screamed in fright. He didn't care about hiding and rushed forward. He didn't dare to slow down and rushed forward at full speed. He was like an arrow that constantly shot out. However, even so, Su Yan's speed was still as slow as a turtle under the cloud mist beast's attack. He couldn't move more than 1 meter in half a day. Pung! At this moment, the cloud mist beast's huge head directly hit Su Yan's body. Immediately, a mouthful of blood rushed out of Su Yan's mouth. His body instantly fell into a sea of fire. There was no resistance or defense. At this moment, All his bones were broken and he was sent flying dozens of meters away. So strong. Su Yen endured the pain in his body and struggled to get up. He turned around and carefully looked at the cloud mist beast's bell-like eyes. His entire body tensed up. If Su Yen hadn't used the invincible golden body in a moment of desperation, he would have died. Cloud mist beast, no, this should be the sky cloud beast. Su Yen looked at the faint golden light on the cloud mist beast and swallowed with difficulty. His mind was spinning rapidly at this moment. How exactly could he escape from this place? The cloud mist beast stared at Su Yen. When it saw the shocking celestial sword in Su Yan's hand, it immediately spat out a white mist from its nose. Xiu, the white fog directly attacked Su Yen. This white fog seemed gentle, but everywhere it passed, there was no longer any vegetation. Damn it. Su Yen cursed and quickly retreated. He didn't dare to face it head-on. After turning around, Su Yen didn't have time to look at the cloud mist beast and started to run. Ping ping ping. When the cloud mist beast saw that Su Yen was about to run, it rushed towards Su Yen. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble. Su Yen didn't dare to fight it at all. He could only run with all his strength. Fortunately, there were many ancient trees in the sacred beast mountain. Although the cloud mist beast was strong and fast, it didn't know how to avoid them. It rushed forward and crashed into the trees, relieving a lot of pressure on Su Yen. But even so, Su Yen could still feel the pressure behind him. He didn't dare to stop at all. He ran with his chi while stuffing chi deposition pills into his mouth. During this month, although Su Yen didn't gain much from the sacred beast mountain, he did exchange for a lot of chi deposition pills. With the constant supply of chi deposition pills, he had plenty of spirit chi. Su Yen constantly used the various terrains of the sacred beast mountain to run, so the cloud mist beast didn't catch up to him. However, the cloud mist beast kept chasing him, which gave Su Yen a headache. When will this chase stop? Su Yen complained in his heart, but he didn't dare to stop. The cloud mist beast's speed would always be faster than his. If it wasn't for the terrain of the sacred beast mountain, Su Yen would have become a piece of meat in the cloud mist beast's mouth. No, I have to think of a way. Su Yen ran as fast as he could while thinking. Bang! At this moment, a loud noise came from behind him. Several figures landed and blocked the cloud mist beast's attack. You actually came to the inner sect area? The leader was floating in the air. His white robe fluttered in the wind. He pointed his long sword at the cloud mist beast. His arrogant aura made the cloud mist beast stop in its tracks. What a powerful spirit chi! Su Yen also stopped when he saw this scene. When he saw the spirit chi emitted by this person, he was dumbfounded. However, when he saw the person clearly, Su Yan's eyes narrowed. It was Xianxia. The person who was also floating in the air looked at the cloud mist beast, then turned to Xianxia and said, "Brother Xiang, this cloud mist beast has evolved. We can kill it now. Let's go." Xianxia's cold and arrogant face emitted an indescribable majesty. He didn't say much, but after giving a simple order, he immediately raised his sword and rushed towards the cloud mist beast. He was so fast that he looked like a rainbow, leaving only a shadow behind. At the same time, the disciples who followed Xianxia also attacked the cloud mist beast. Roar! The cloud mist beast let out a low roar as it was attacked by several people. Its huge head was like a pendulum as it kept swinging around. The cloud mist beast's true strength exploded at this moment. Xianxia kept dodging the cloud mist beast's attacks, but he didn't forget to remind the people next to him, "Be careful, don't get hit by this beast." It was obvious that these people were prepared. They cooperated in an orderly manner, one advancing and one retreating, avoiding the cloud mist beast's attacks. From time to time, they would stab the cloud mist beast with their swords. The battle between the people and the cloud mist beast constantly caused loud noises to ring out in the Saint Beast Mountain. Just from the spirit chi fluctuations, Su Yen felt that the spirit chi in his body was being suppressed, and he couldn't move at all. "Forget it, I'll leave first." Su Yen shook his head and turned around to leave. However, at this moment, the cloud mist beast suddenly let out a crazy roar. Then he suddenly rushed over here. "Be careful." The cloud mist beast's speed was so fast that even Xiang Tianba and the others didn't dare to face it head-on. They all retreated, and the cloud mist beast directly crashed into Su Yan. Su Yan didn't expect the cloud mist beast to suddenly attack him. He was so scared that his eyes widened. He didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying by the cloud mist beast. Chapter 33. Su Yan and the cloud mist beast both fell off the cliff of the Saint Beast Mountain. Xiang Tianba and the others hurriedly rushed over and looked at the bottomless cliff. Other than Xiang Tianba, everyone else frowned. One of the people standing next to Xiang Tianba frowned and asked Xiang Tianba, "Brother Xiang, what should we do now?" "What should we do?" Xiang Tianba looked at the cliff and a cold smile appeared on his cold face. "This is the heaven-breaking cliff. It is thousands of feet high. Not to mention the cloud mist beast, even a dragon would die if it fell from here. If the cloud mist beast falls from here, it won't survive. Doesn't this save us a lot of trouble?" Xiang Tianba raised his eyebrows and smiled. Senior brother is right. When the others heard Xiang Tianba's words, they understood. However, when they looked at the cliff, they saw that the fog didn't seem to go down. They frowned again. Although the cloud mist beast would definitely die if it fell, they couldn't go down the cliff. If they couldn't go down the cliff, they wouldn't be able to get the cloud mist beast and the beast core. But before they could come up with a solution, suddenly, Xiang Tianba jumped down the cliff. "Brother Xiang." When the others saw this, their hearts tightened. However, when they looked again, their faces were filled with shock. When Xiang Tianba jumped off the cliff, a cloud immediately appeared under his feet. The cloud was neither big nor small and was just enough to hold Xiang Tianba. "You guys go back to the sect first and prepare to refine pills. Wait for me to come back with the cloud mist beast's beast core." After Xiang Tianba finished speaking, he didn't wait for the others to respond and floated down the cliff. Looking at Xiang Tianba's disappearing figure, the others came to their senses. Brother Xiang is indeed the #1 person in our sect. The swordmaster even gave him the flying auspicious cloud. Among the few people, one of the slightly ugly-looking young men looked at Xiang Tianba's disappearing figure and said with a face of envy, "Although the flying auspicious cloud can carry people, you still need to have the ability to control it." As soon as that person finished speaking, another person mocked. His words also caused everyone to wake up from their earlier envy of Ao Shangyun. Just as that person said, although the flying auspicious cloud was a treasure of heaven and earth, if you weren't strong enough, how could you control the flying auspicious cloud? While everyone was admiring the flying auspicious cloud, they also admired Xiang Tianba's strength. Xiang Tianba naturally wouldn't care about the envy of these people. He rode the flying auspicious cloud all the way to the bottom of the cliff. After flying for a few hours, he stopped at the bottom of the cliff. This Duantian cliff really lives up to its name. It's actually so deep, Xiang Tianba exclaimed. At the same time, a cold and arrogant smile appeared on his face. The deeper the Duantian cliff, the lower the chances of the cloud mist beast surviving. At this moment, the cloud mist beast had already been upgraded to a sky mist beast. Even a sky realm expert might not be able to deal with it. Xiang Tianba naturally didn't want to fight against it. Now that he was able to pick up a bargain, he was naturally happy. As for Su Yan, who fell with the cloud mist beast, he had long since ignored him. To him, Su Yan was just an ant-like existence. For such a person to exist in the sect, it was only a great shame for the sect. Xiang Tianba stopped and rested for a bit. He replenished all the spirit energy he used to control the flying auspicious cloud. Only then did he begin to search for the cloud mist beast at the bottom of the cliff. Although the Duantian cliff was located at the bottom of the sacred beast mountain, because the cliff was thousands of feet high, not to mention the disciples of the hidden sword tomb, even the people of the Jing state city rarely came down. No one stepped into the cliff, causing it to be overgrown with trees. Every 3 steps, there would be a bush, and every 5 steps, there would be a tree. While Xiang Tianba was searching for the cloud mist beast, he didn't notice that on a big tree dozens of meters behind him, a youth in ragged clothes stood up. Although his clothes were shabby, the word gold embroidered on his chest could still be clearly seen on his yellowish-brown clothes. Gold, a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. If this wasn't Su Yan, then who could it be? I actually didn't die. Su Yan struggled to stand up and looked up at the boundless sky. He couldn't see the sacred beast mountain at all. Thinking about what happened just now, he couldn't help but feel scared. Su Yan didn't expect the cloud mist beast to suddenly crash into him. He didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying to the edge of the cliff. Although he had just fainted, Su Yan still clearly remembered the thrilling scene of him falling down. It took him half an hour to reach the bottom. Half an hour? Just how deep was this cliff? Su Yan simply didn't dare to imagine. Looking at the branches of the big tree under his feet, he understood that he must have landed on a branch and luckily survived. While Su Yan was secretly rejoicing, he noticed the huge monster under his feet, and his eyes suddenly burst out with a ray of light. I didn't expect the cloud mist beast to crash into me. I didn't die, but it died here. Su Yan excitedly rubbed his hands. He slapped his bag of holding and a handful of pills appeared in his hand. In the past month, Su Yan had spent all of his time on the sacred beast mountain in exchange for many pills. Su Yan naturally wasn't stingy with these ordinary healing pills. He didn't hesitate to swallow them all. After a bit of rest, his body recovered a lot from the fall. He looked at the cloud mist beast and immediately jumped toward it. Cloud mist beast? To be more precise, it was the sky fog beast. A beast core of this level was extremely rare even in the entire hidden sword tomb. With Su Yan's current strength, it would be impossible for him to kill the sky fog beast. However, at this moment, Su Yan looked at the cloud mist beast and licked his lips. The excitement on his face was self-evident. He immediately took out a short sword and cut open the sky fog beast's head. Although the cloud mist beast was dead, there was still a surge of spiritual energy in its body. Su Yan spent a lot of effort to remove the beast core. The moment the beast core came out, it immediately emitted a golden light. The dense spiritual energy also didn't dissipate. It really is something good. Su Yan had been killing demonic beasts for a month, but he hadn't seen such a high-level beast core. As he held the cloud mist beast's beast core and felt the dense spiritual energy, he couldn't help but worship it in his heart. Su Yan. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Su Yan was startled and turned around to look. He saw a person walking over from not far away. This person was over 9 feet tall, and his stalwart body even blocked the ray of sunlight that seeped through the gaps between the dense bushes. Every step he took brought with him a slight fluctuation of spiritual energy. Xianxia. Su Yan recognized him immediately. This person was the direct disciple of the hidden sword tomb, Xianxia, who had almost killed him the other day. Seeing Xianxia walking toward him, Su Yan's Virokana-colored glazed sword manual automatically surged without any thought. He also held the cloud mist beast's beast core tightly in his hand. Su Yan, you didn't die. Xianxia looked at Su Yan and said indifferently. His cold face still had a trace of disdain. Su Yan didn't answer him. The Virokana-colored glazed sword gold in his body spun faster. His eyes shone with determination. Although it was unexpected that Xianxia would appear here, Su Yan knew that he must have come for the cloud mist beast's beast core. Just as expected, Xianxia saw that Su Yan didn't answer him, but he didn't care. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. His eyes fell on Su Yan's tightly clenched beast core. He said indifferently, "Give it to me." I don't understand what you're saying. Su Yan tightened his grip on the beast core in his hand. You don't understand? Xianxia smiled indifferently. The spiritual energy in his body suddenly erupted, directly threatening Su Yan. One breath. It was only one breath of spiritual energy colliding. Su Yan felt the spiritual energy in his body stop circulating. A warm current flowed from his chest. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The spiritual energy from Xianxia's body was like a raging fire. Su Yan immediately felt as if he had fallen into a pit of fire. His entire body was burning. It was so uncomfortable that his entire body bent over. Xianxia's expression didn't change. He didn't even look at Su Yan. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Do you understand now?" Pucci, Under the pressure of that powerful spiritual energy, Su Yan spat out another mouthful of blood. Although his body was constantly suffering, Su Yan's expression didn't change at all. The Virokana-colored glaze sword manual in his body also continued to circulate. Under Xiang Tianba's powerful spiritual energy, the circulation of the Virokana-colored glaze sword manual was almost stopped. However, Su Yan didn't give up at all. He continued to circulate the Virokana-colored glaze sword manual. His bent body slowly began to stand up. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he looked at Xiang Tianba with eyes full of determination. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Su Yan, you're courting death." When Xiang Tianba heard Su Yan's words, his cold and arrogant face darkened. He waved his hand and a powerful spiritual energy surged out. The powerful spirit qi corroded Su Yan's body, and it was like a formless wind that directly penetrated into his bones. "Puchi!" Su Yan's chest shook and he spat out another mouthful of blood. "Su Yan, obediently hand over the cloud beast core and I'll spare your life." Xiang Tianba looked at Su Yan with increasingly fierce eyes. It was obvious that he had lost his patience. Under the pressure of this powerful spiritual energy, Su Yan almost couldn't breathe. Perhaps if it was anyone else, they would hand over the cloud beast core. The cloud beast core was precious, but compared to his life, it was insignificant. However, Su Yan didn't. It wasn't because of anything but because he was Su Yan. "Xiang Tianba, is this what you want?" Under the pressure of Xiang Tianba's powerful spiritual energy, Su Yan stood up straight with difficulty and slowly opened his hand. "Su Yan, at least you know what's good for you." When Xiang Tianba saw Su Yan take out the cloud beast core, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. In his eyes, Su Yan was just an ant. Just as he reached out to take it, he suddenly saw Su Yan open his mouth and directly put the cloud beast core into his mouth. "What?" Xiang Tianba's entire body trembled. The muscles on his cold and arrogant face twitched. Anger surged out from his chest. "Su Yan, you actually swallowed the cloud mist beast's beast core." Chapter 34. Why can't I decide what belongs to me, Su Yan? Su Yan enunciated each word clearly. Even under the pressure of Xiang Tianba's powerful spirit energy, his eyes were still filled with determination. At this moment, the domineering aura emitted from his body surpassed that of Xiang Tianba's. "Su Yan." Xiang Tianba watched as Su Yan swallowed the cloud beast core. His entire body trembled in anger. For this cloud beast, Xiang Tianba had put in a lot of effort. He had gone to the peak of the sacred beast mountain dozens of times. First, he had injured the cloud beast. When it evolved into a sky fog beast, he had asked a few of his junior brothers to help him obtain the cloud beast core. At this moment, Xiang Tianba looked at Su Yan's squirming throat. A sinister look flashed across his eyes, and the spirit energy in his body erupted. "Su Yan, give me your life." Xiang Tianba shouted coldly. Without saying anything else, he waved his hand and leaped toward Su Yan. The powerful spirit energy surged through the air like a rainbow. At the same time, the powerful spirit energy caused Su Yan to feel intense pain all over his body. "If I die, so be it." Su Yan gritted his teeth and endured the pain of being eroded by the spirit energy. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiang Tianba. The special power emitted from his eyes instantly slowed down Xiang Tianba's leaping speed. "Now is the time." Su Yan licked his lips and slapped his storage bag. The Buddha sword instantly jumped up. When he saw the Buddha sword, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. However, it only lasted for a moment. Because of the black gas that came from the Buddha sword last time, and because of Lu Fei's curse, Su Yan had not used it. Just now, he had wanted to take the startling celestial sword. Perhaps he had been too anxious, so he had taken the pagoda sword. One sword to settle the universe. Looking at the approaching Xiang Tianba, Su Yan didn't have time to think. With a cold shout, the great sun-colored glaze sword sutra started to spin rapidly, and traces of spirit energy rushed into the Buddha sword. As the long sword passed by, a thunderous sound erupted. It tore through the void like a dragon swimming out of the sea. "Oof, brat, you actually dare to take the initiative to attack. You're courting death." When Xiang Tianba saw that Su Yan actually dared to take the initiative to attack, he snorted disdainfully. He didn't dodge and slammed his palm directly at Su Yan's chest. As for Su Yan's speed, Xiang Tianba had seen it when he watched the competition between Su Yan and Ouyang Tiancheng that day. But even so, in the face of absolute strength, all struggles were futile. Die! Xiang Tianba snorted loudly and slammed his palm directly at Su Yan. Whoosh! At this moment, Su Yan suddenly jumped, and his figure quickly dodged Xiang Tianba's move. He swept behind Xiang Tianba and began to run wildly without any explanation. His figure was like a long rainbow, and the great sun-colored glazed sword sutra in his body also rotated to the extreme. As he ran, Su Yan didn't forget to put a spirit concentration pill in his mouth. As for Xiang Tianba behind him, Su Yan didn't pay any attention to him and just kept running forward. Xiang Tianba didn't expect that his palm would miss and was slightly stunned. Then he saw Su Yan running wildly and realized what had happened. It turned out that Su Yan's attack just now was a feint. Su Yan's real purpose was to avoid Xiang Tianba and escape. Although Su Yan was conceited, it didn't mean that he was a fool. Judging from Xiang Tianba's spirit qi, he had at least reached the Saint Vein realm. And he was only at the 7th layer of the spirit realm. With this kind of strength, even if he was faster and had strange moves, it was impossible for him to break through Xiang Tianba's defense. So now, the only thing Su Yan could do was to escape. Xiang Tianba looked in the direction that Su Yan was running in and didn't immediately give chase. He coldly smiled and said, Su Yan, do you think you can escape? To him, Su Yan was just an ant-like existence, and he was a divine dragon. An ant wanting to escape from his hands, wasn't that just a fool's dream? Su Yan heard Xiang Tianba's words behind him, but he still ignored them and kept running forward. There was no goal, only running. Stay, Su Yan. Xiang Tianba saw that Su Yan was still running and coldly smiled. His figure quickly swept past like an arrow leaving the bow. His figure instantly turned into a shadow and slid through the air. Because his speed was too fast, there was even a light hiss. Am I going to die here today? As Su Yan ran, he also felt the speed of Xiang Tianba behind him and felt a wave of unwillingness in his heart. No, definitely not, I won't accept this, Su Yan growled. The spirit qi in his body was pushed to the limit and he continuously took out qi deposition pills and swallowed them. Su Yan, little brat, it's useless. You swallowed my beast core today, so you're destined to die. Xiang Tianba saw that Su Yan was still running and a cold smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Su Yan was just a dead man to Xiang Tianba. Who dared to take Xiang Tianba's things could survive. Su Yan die. Xiang Tianba leaped in front of Su Yan and immediately waved his hand. A strong wave of spirit qi surged out. That strong spirit qi was like countless sharp swords flying towards Su Yan. Puchi! Su Yan immediately felt a sweet taste in his throat and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was also shocked by the strong spirit qi and flew backwards. I can't die, I definitely can't die here. Su Yan fell to the ground and did not stop. He gritted his teeth and stood up. He patted his storage bag and swallowed a qi deposition pill. Immediately, he began to run in the opposite direction. You still want to struggle? Xiang Tianba saw that Su Yan still wanted to run and a cold smile appeared on his face. However, he was not in a hurry to chase after him. This was because he felt that killing Su Yan like this would be letting Su Yan off too easily. Since he dared to take Xiang Tianba's things, he would make him suffer a fate worse than death and let him die in despair. As Su Yan ran, Xiang Tianba stood in place and coldly watched Su Yan run. To him, no matter how far Su Yan ran, he would never be able to escape from the palm of his hand. At that moment, no one noticed that the Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand had absorbed the blood that Su Yan had spat out and was emitting a faint black qi. The black qi revolved around the Buddha sword and formed a whirlpool at the tip of the sword. Su Yan. As he watched Su Yan run a few hundred meters away, Xiang Tianba's body suddenly flashed like a bolt of lightning and appeared in front of Su Yan once again. Are you done running? Xiang Tianba was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he coldly stared at Su Yan. Su Yan glanced at Xiang Tianba, turned around, and started running again. However, Xiang Tianba did not give Su Yan another chance. He leaped in front of Su Yan and blocked him. His arrogant face was filled with anger. Su Yan, stop struggling in vain. Commit suicide. Xiang Tianba stared at Su Yan with an indescribable domineering look in his eyes. Xiang Tianba, don't push me too far. Su Yan stopped struggling when he realized that he could not escape. He stared at Xiang Tianba emotionlessly as he tightened his grip on the Buddha sword. Asking him, Su Yan, to commit suicide was simply the ravings of a fool. If that's the case, then I'll do it myself. Xiang Tianba stared at Su Yan. At this moment his anger was no longer there. He suddenly leaped forward. Without waiting for Su Yan to react, Su Yan's entire body was grabbed. In the face of absolute power, Su Yan had no ability to resist. How dare you swallow my things? I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead. Xiang Tianba smiled sinisterly as a powerful spiritual energy entered Su Yan's body. The powerful spiritual energy was like thousands of ants entering Su Yan's body. It tore at Su Yan's insides. Even with Su Yan's mental fortitude, he could not help but scream. The Buddha sword in his hand could not withstand the immense pain and fell to the ground. Su Yan, does it feel good? Xiang Tianba asked coldly. How satisfying. Su Yan resisted the intense pain in his body and raised his head with an unyielding expression on his face. You're about to die, yet you still dare to be so stubborn. Xiang Tianba looked at Su Yan's determined eyes and felt unhappy. He wanted to make Su Yan beg for mercy. He wanted him to die in despair. He wanted him to remember that he could never touch Xiang Tianba's things. Su Yan, let's see how much pain you can endure. Xiang Tianba sneered and waved his hand again. A stream of spiritual energy burst out and entered Su Yan's meridians. Su Yan was in so much pain that his entire body twisted together as he rolled on the ground. Su Yan, so you're afraid of pain too? Xiang Tianba laughed maniacally as he watched Su Yan struggle in pain. Su Yan, if you kneel down and beg me now, I might spare your life. Xiang Tianba looked at Su Yan and sneered again. He enjoyed this feeling and the respect of being in control of life and death. The immense pain in his body continued to erode Su Yan. Even so, Su Yan's heart did not waver in the slightest. He gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, I, Su Yan, would rather die than beg you for mercy. Alright. Let's see how long you can last. Xiang Tianba did not believe that Su Yan could endure the torture of being eroded by his spiritual energy. As he spoke, another stream of spiritual energy entered Su Yan's body, causing Su Yan to writhe in pain once again. Haha. Xiang Tianba laughed heartily as he watched Su Yan struggle. At that moment, no one noticed the pagoda sword on the ground. The black vortex at the tip of the sword was getting thicker and thicker. It gradually spread across the ground and kept expanding. Beg for mercy, Su Yan. Xiang Tianba narrowed his eyes as he watched Su Yan struggle. He did not even notice the black chi at the side. Impossible. Su Yan endured the immense pain in his body and slowly stood up. He pointed at Xiang Tianba and said, Xiang Tianba, you want me to beg for mercy? Dream on. You have a death wish. Xiang Tianba was furious when he heard Su Yan's words. He clapped his hands and was about to hit Su Yan's head. Chapter 35. The black fog quickly gushed up and condensed into a whirlpool. The whirlpool condensed and swept out like a storm. That powerful and terrifying power suddenly burst out. But. With a few sounds, the surrounding ancient trees fell down. This is... Xiang Tianba was shocked and hurriedly rushed back. This time he could see clearly that a thick black fog was spinning faster and faster. It brought with it bursts of cold wind. Rumble, with a loud sound, the black fog rushed towards Xiang Tianba like a stormy wave. What the hell? Xiang Tianba was shocked, but at the same time, a burst of anger surged in his chest. With a cold snort, he activated the cultivation technique in his body. With a shout, Xiang Tianba waved one hand, and a strong qi surged out from his palm. The powerful chi swept out quickly and instantly condensed into a huge sword shadow, slashing towards the black fog. Bang! The sword shadow collided with the black fog and made a loud sound. The seemingly powerful sword shadow released by Xianxia just now was directly swallowed by the black fog, but the black fog only shook and then violently rotated again, rushing towards Xianxia. What the hell is this? Xianxia's face was filled with shock. The cold arrogance from before had long disappeared from his face, and his eyes were filled with shock. The black fog still did not stop rotating, rolling bigger and bigger, causing a huge storm, constantly eroding everything around it. This is too strange, I'd better leave first. Xianxia glanced at the black fog and didn't plan on attacking. Although he hadn't used his full strength in the attack just now, he still had a chance. Although he did not use his full strength in the attack, he still used 40 to 50% of his strength. However, the black fog did not move in the slightest, and there was nothing attractive, so Xianxia did not have the interest to compete. As for Su Yan, Xianxia watched as his body was sucked into the black fog. Just by relying on the huge invasion of the black fog, he was probably already dead. Xianxia was too lazy to pay attention to it. He leaped out of the black fog and stepped onto the roaming auspicious cloud to leave Duantian Cliff. The black fog did not stop because of Xianxia's departure. Instead, it spun faster and faster, continuously eroding the surrounding vegetation. Everywhere it passed, it immediately turned into barren land. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. However, the black fog below Duantian Cliff did not stop spinning. Instead, it grew thicker and thicker, and the whirlpool grew bigger and bigger. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the condensed black fog suddenly spread out and instantly formed a huge tower. That's right, it was a huge pagoda. When the huge pagoda appeared, the black fog was like a wave, quickly dissipating to the side and blending into the air. In less than a breath's time, the black fog that almost occupied the entire Duantian Cliff disappeared completely. Only the huge pagoda that was formed in the black fog was left. Under the scorching sun, the huge pagoda, which was more than 100 feet tall and a few feet wide, faintly emitted a faint yellow-golden light. Under the golden light, the material of the pagoda could not be seen. However, the 3 words, pagoda, that appeared on the door in the middle of the pagoda were particularly dazzling. The 3 words pagoda of Buddha emitted a faint red light screen. Under the golden light, it gave people a sense of mystery. At this moment, if one were to look closely, they would discover that there was a person lying under the pagoda. That person's entire body was covered in blood, and his clothes showed that he was tired. However, there was a frightening determination on his face. Even at that moment, his eyes were tightly shut, and one could still feel the viciousness that was spreading out from his eyes. If Xianxia was present at that moment, he would definitely be able to recognize that this person was Su Yan, who had died in the black fog. Su Yan lay under the pagoda, as if there was no trace of life in him. The pagoda was also quietly standing there. The surrounding vegetation of the Duantian Cliff had long been corroded beyond recognition by the black fog. One person and one pagoda quietly stood under the Duantian Cliff. Other than the occasional cry of 1 or 2 flying demonic beasts that flew across the horizon, there was only the sound of wind blowing from time to time below the Duantian Cliff. At the bottom of the Duantian Cliff, there was originally a desolate area. Under the invasion of the black fog that day, even the surrounding demonic beasts had disappeared without a trace. Only the silent sunlight shone, telling the story of the passage of time. The stars alternated, and another 3 days passed by quickly. On this day, the sky was no longer clear. Dark clouds covered the sky, causing the area below the Duantian Cliff to become gloomy. Not a trace of sunlight could be seen, as if even the sunlight despised this piece of desolate land. Silence, or even a dead silence, filled the entire Duantian Cliff. However, at this moment, a roar of laughter suddenly rang out. This laughter was like a muffled thunder between heaven and earth, instantly spreading throughout the entire Duantian Cliff. Su Yan, who was lying under the pagoda, also seemed to feel this muffled laughter. His body, which had not moved at all for the past few days, moved slightly at this moment. Enter my pagoda, obtain my pagoda, display the might of my pagoda, wake up. A voice rang out from within the pagoda. Following the voice, a wave of spiritual energy instantly surged out. It struck Su Yan's weak body, and Su Yan slowly opened his eyes. After being unconscious for the past few days, the moment he opened his eyes, the golden light from the pagoda flashed, and he hurriedly closed his eyes again. After a few breaths, Su Yan gradually got used to this intense light. When he opened his eyes and looked at the pagoda, shock once again exploded in his eyes. Although he was unconscious for a few days, Su Yan remembered clearly what happened that day. This was his humiliation. The pain caused by Xiang Tianba's spiritual energy erosion was still fresh in Su Yan's memory. At the same time, he also remembered the appearance of the black fog at the last moment. However, this pagoda, kid, since you have activated the pagoda, begin the pagoda transfer. With a voice, Su Yan did not have time to react. A gust of wind swept past, and when Su Yan opened his eyes again, he was already inside the pagoda. What is going on? Su Yan's brows instantly formed a few black lines. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Once again, without waiting for Su Yan to react, a few figures suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan. The few people who appeared were like a few phantoms, faintly discernible. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that when these people looked at him, they emitted a resentful aura. Not only that, but their entire bodies were emitting a thick murderous aura. This murderous aura was definitely something Su Yan had never seen before, and his heart could not help but tremble. Pagoda sect, you have caused me so much trouble. At this moment, among the few figures, the person standing at the front let out a cold snort and suddenly leaped towards Su Yan. Su Yan panicked and quickly moved back, narrowly avoiding the attack. Seeing that the few people wanted to attack again, he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone we want your life." The few people shouted at the same time and attacked Su Yan together. The few of them seemed to be moving slowly, but every move was aimed directly at Su Yan's vital points. Hey, what is going on? Su Yan was like a monk at this moment, completely unable to understand what was going on. However, no matter how Su Yan asked, no matter how he shouted, those people would only attack him and attack him. Every move was aimed at his vital points, and every move was vicious. Su Yan could not dodge in time and his arm was cut by one of the people holding a sword, and a stream of blood immediately gushed out. Su Yan frowned and looked at his injured arm, anger welling up in his chest. I have no enmity with you. Since you are so vicious, don't blame me for not being polite. Su Yan gritted his teeth and the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body quickly rotated. With a slap of his storage bag, the awakening celestial sword appeared in his hand. Looking at the person who had just injured him, Su Yan's eyes narrowed and his body quickly rushed forward like an angry cheetah. At the same time, the awakening celestial sword in his hand suddenly rushed forward, like a flash of lightning. The sword flashed and the sword roared, directly piercing through the person's throat. When the sword passed through the person, a crisp sound was heard and the person instantly dissipated, turning into nothingness. Su Yan frowned slightly, but quickly recovered. Seeing the surrounding people attacking him, he licked his lips and shouted, "Good timing." In an instant, Su Yan raised his sword and swept it out. Sword energy was released in all directions, like a whirlpool rapidly rotating. One breath. In just one breath, the few people who were still full of killing intent, under this one move, all turned into nothingness. The pagoda returned to a state of calm. Su Yan looked around and frowned again, especially those people just now. Who were they and why did they want to kill him? And where was this place? Su Yan's heart was full of doubts. He walked around in a circle and saw a pill in the center. Su Yan was no stranger to this pill. It was a second-level spirit-gathering pill. Although it was not a rare item, it was still a good pill. Su Yan looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he did not think much of it and put it into his storage pouch. Then he walked around, hoping to find a way out. Unfortunately, he could not find a way out. The surroundings were covered in golden curtains. Although the golden curtains looked flashy, they were incomparably hard upon contact. It was impossible to break them. What is this place? Su Yan frowned again. Seeing the stairs to the second floor, he hesitated for a moment, but still decided to go up. Uproar. Just as Su Yan stepped onto the second floor, another loud sound was heard. Suddenly, a few demonic beasts jumped out from the surrounding golden curtains. Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly tightened his grip on the awakening celestial sword. After a closer look, he realized that these demonic beasts were only ordinary demonic beasts. Giant wolves, third-level demonic beasts, famous for their speed. Chapter 36. 5 to 6 giant wolf beasts eyed Su Yan covetously, but they did not howl. Bang! With a loud sound, 5 to 6 giant wolf beasts pounced towards Su Yan at the same time. Giant wolf beasts were famous for their speed. At this moment, 6 giant wolf beasts attacked at the same time, causing a violent gust of wind. The giant wolf beast's huge body pounced over like a dark cloud. The light in the pagoda seemed to be covered by it at this moment. However, Su Yan did not panic at all. Just now on the lower level, Su Yan might have hesitated because he was facing a human. But this time, he was only facing demonic beasts. Demonic beasts were emotionless, and Su Yan would not care about these beasts. Whoosh! Just as the giant wolf beasts were about to pounce on Su Yan, there was a soft sound. Su Yan's eyes narrowed, and his body moved quickly, jumping out of the encirclement of the giant wolf beasts. Seeing Su Yan dodge, the giant wolf beasts did not panic. They turned around and stared at Su Yan with their bell-like eyes. Although the giant wolf beasts were only third-level demonic beasts, they did not have spiritual intelligence, but because of the characteristics of the giant wolf beasts could be considered as cunning among the demonic beasts. Especially when the giant wolf beasts were hunting, they would always display shocking intelligence. But at this moment, there was no sign of intelligence in the giant wolf beast's eyes. There seemed to be a trace of death chi fluctuating in their empty eye sockets. These giant wolf beasts seemed to be dead. Su Yan looked at them with doubts in his heart, but he did not care. Seeing the giant wolf beasts pounce, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. This time, he did not dodge and held the shocking celestial sword in his hand. He immediately attacked, violent as a dragon. His figure suddenly burst out, and his speed was like a flash of lightning. It was many times faster than the speed that the giant wolf beasts were so proud of. There was even one giant wolf beast that did not get up. Whoosh! The sound of the sword rumbled. The shocking celestial sword directly passed through that giant wolf beast, and with a soft sound, it turned into nothingness. When Su Yan saw the giant wolf disappear, his brows involuntarily furrowed. Just now, those people also disappeared in the same way. However, they were just people and had no value, so Su Yan didn't care about them. However, this giant wolf beast was different. It had a beast core in its body. Although it was only a third-rank demonic beast, it could at least be exchanged for some chi condensation pills in the sect. One had to know that under Xianxia's pursuit, Su Yan had practically consumed all the pills in his storage bag. After a few months in the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan had already understood the importance of medicinal pills to a cultivator. Therefore, not having medicinal pills was definitely a fatal problem. For example, if 2 people of the same level were to fight, and one of them had a pill while the other didn't, the one without the pill would definitely die at the hands of the one with the pill. Now that his storage bag was empty, Su Yan was still thinking of killing these giant wolf beasts and obtaining their beast cores to exchange for pills. At this moment, the giant wolf beast disappeared. Su Yan's doubts were mixed with some annoyance when he saw another few giant wolf beasts pouncing over. Strange. Su Yan couldn't help saying. Immediately, he didn't stand on ceremony. Raising the shocking immortal sword in his hand, he leaped out, instantly bursting out several rays of light. The few giant wolf beasts that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws just now were all killed by Su Yan. Similarly, the few giant wolf beasts all turned into nothingness after being killed. Su Yan was secretly angry in his heart. Following that, he searched around like he did on the first floor. Very soon, he found a brocade box in the center. The brocade box was pitch black, without the word of luxury. Just waiting for the brocade box, Su Yan didn't expect it to contain anything good either. In addition, he hunted a few giant wolf beasts and didn't obtain a single beast core. His interest was even more flat. What's this? Su Yan muttered to himself and opened the brocade box. Seeing the pill inside the brocade box, his eyes immediately burst out a burst of bright light. Soul-amassing pill, it's actually a soul-amassing pill. Su Yan never expected that this seemingly ordinary brocade box actually contained a soul-amassing pill. This soul-amassing pill was known to be precious from the last time when Hao Feng risked his life to chase after Su Yan. When the sect master of the Hidden Sword Tomb bestowed the soul-amassing pill to Su Yan was reluctant to swallow it. Later, he was forced to swallow the soul-amassing pill. The best time to take the soul-amassing pill was at the life-soul realm. At that time, Su Yan still felt the pinch for a long time. He didn't expect that he would obtain a soul-amassing pill again in this tower today. Su Yan looked at the soul-amassing pill and licked his lips slightly. His excitement was self-evident. The anger of not getting the giant wolf beasts just now had long disappeared. However, this excitement was soon suppressed by the doubts in his heart. Just now, when he killed those people on the first floor, he obtained a soul-amassing pill. Now, after killing the giant wolf beasts, he obtained another soul-amassing pill. Could it be that the higher he went, the better the reward? Now that he was given a soul-amassing pill on the second floor, what kind of treasures would there be on the third floor? In his doubts, Su Yan looked up at the stairs leading to the third floor, his eyes full of anticipation. Although there was no need to talk about the dangers on the third floor, Su Yan rushed up without hesitation for the treasures. Strength. Under the humiliation of Xiang Tianba, Su Yan had an unprecedented desire for strength in his heart. He was the #1 sword master in his previous life. How could he allow others to humiliate him? And to get rid of this humiliation, the only way was to become stronger. Su Yan walked up to the third floor. Although he didn't know what kind of dangers existed on the third floor, his eyes exuded a sense of determination for the treasures. If he wanted to become stronger, besides cultivation, he needed some shortcuts. The treasures that existed between heaven and earth were obviously a shortcut. Now that there was such an opportunity in front of him, how could he let it go? Pudong. Just as Su Yan stepped onto the third floor, he heard a loud sound, exactly the same as when Su Yan entered the first and second floors. With the experience of the second floor, Su Yan didn't panic at all. Instead, he looked into the hall with a sense of anticipation. However, he didn't see any people or monsters. What's going on? Su Yan's brows furrowed into a frown. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, several sharp sounds were heard, and countless flying swords suddenly attacked Su Yan. Those flying swords were faster and more powerful than the sword formation that Su Yan broke through in the sword pavilion of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Wherever the flying swords passed, there was a loud sound and a continuous whistling sound. Each flying sword emitted a dazzling light. Su Yan's eyes moved slightly, and he quickly retreated, dodging the first wave of flying swords. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body also began to rotate rapidly. His previous calmness disappeared with the swift attacks of the flying swords, and in exchange, he had a solemn expression. The speed of the flying swords was definitely faster than the speed of a life-soul realm cultivator. Furthermore, there were many of them. If he was hit, he would definitely die. Swish, swish, swish. The flying swords seemed to have eyes. When Su Yan dodged, they immediately turned and attacked Su Yan. When Su Yan dodged, his mind began to work rapidly. These flying swords are so fast. It must be a sword formation. Since it's a formation, there must be a way to break it. Su Yan used his qi to dodge the flying swords, and his eyes constantly observed his surroundings, trying to find a way to break it. However, there was nothing in the hall other than the walls that looked like copper walls. There was nothing mysterious about it at all. The flying swords became faster and faster. They were as fast as lightning as they constantly attacked. Su Yan was only at the 7th level of the life-soul realm. Although he could barely dodge the flying swords by relying on his speed from his previous life. However, if the flying swords attacked endlessly, he would definitely die from the exhaustion of his spiritual power. In his frantic dodging, Su Yan unknowingly retreated to the stairs leading to the second floor. When Su Yan went down the stairs, the flying swords stopped attacking. Su Yan was stunned. Thinking back to his experience on the second floor, he seemed to understand something. The first floor had a few people whose strength was equivalent to the 5th level of the spirit realm. Su Yan could naturally deal with them as he wished. The second floor had a giant wolf, a 3rd-level monster. Its strength was equivalent to the 8th level of the spirit realm, although it was higher than Su Yan's cultivation. However, Su Yan had a speed that he was even more proud of than the giant wolf, so he was not afraid. From the attacks of the flying swords on the first 3 floors, they were at least at the life-soul realm. The life-soul realm, it was not a physical attack. After striking down one flying sword, another would not follow. Even if a true life-soul realm cultivator came, they might not be able to break through. Moreover, Su Yan was only at the 7th level of the spirit realm. It was naturally difficult for him to deal with them. Su Yan had only been on the 3rd floor for a few breaths of time. However, he had constantly circulated his qi to dodge, which had consumed a lot of spiritual qi. Now Su Yan felt that it was a bit difficult. If he went in again and could not break through the formation, he would definitely lose his life here. Do I really have to give up like this? Su Yan looked at the empty 3rd floor, his eyes filled with reluctance. The 1st level of the 5th level of the spirit realm gave him the spirit gathering pill. The 2nd level of the 8th level of the spirit realm gave him the spirit gathering pill. The 3rd floor had sword formations at the life-soul realm. What kind of treasure would they give him? Wealth comes from danger. Thinking about the treasures and his own strength, the unwillingness in Su Yan's eyes instantly turned into a resplendent light that overflowed in all directions. It was filled with determination. Slapping his storage pouch, Su Yan took out the few spirit-gathering pills in his storage pouch and swallowed them. After a short rest, he resolutely stepped in. Bang! Just as he stepped into the 3rd floor, several loud sounds came. Then, countless flying swords attacked Su Yan like a storm of pear blossoms. Break! Seeing the attack of the flying swords, Su Yan did not retreat. His pupils constricted and he unsheathed his long sword to meet the flying swords. At this moment, the Velurium sword manual in Su Yan's body was operating at full speed. The light blue spiritual qi on his body also fluctuated slightly. His body moved and his long sword danced. The light overflowed and it was very fierce. However, there were too many flying swords. Under the constant attack, Su Yan could not meet them even if he was fast. Whoosh! At this moment, Su Yan slowed down. A flying sword suddenly pierced through Su Yan's shoulder. Immediately, a great pain came and blood spurted out. Su Yan's eyebrows slightly furrowed as he understood the power of this array. However, his eyes still maintained a bright and resolute gaze. Chapter 37. This time, Su Yan was not only doing it for the treasure, but also for the pride in his heart. This array must be broken. Su Yan's eyes narrowed and once again patted the storage pouch, taking out the only remaining spirit concentration pill and swallowing it. In an instant his spirit qi recovered a lot. Su Yan clenched his hands together, and the awakening celestial sword burst out like a long snake, not caring about the brocade box beside the hall. The sound of the sword rang out, and the sword light flashed, colliding with the flying swords. In an instant, several loud sounds were heard, and the dozens of flying swords were immediately shot down. Let's see how many more you have. Su Yan frowned, but he soon regretted his words. Just as the dozens of flying swords slid down, suddenly, several rays of light shone out, and dozens of flying swords leaped out. This time, not only did they attack Su Yan from the front, but they also attacked from all directions. Su Yan was shocked and did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly circulated his qi to dodge, and his speed was so fast that he jumped dozens of meters away. The flying swords seemed to have eyes. While Su Yan was dodging, they quickly changed direction and once again attacked Su Yan. In a panic, Su Yan hurriedly circulated his qi to quickly retreat, and miserably avoided this round of flying sword attacks. However, the flying swords did not stop there, and suddenly turned and attacked Su Yan again. Stubborn. Su Yan raised his eyebrows, and the great sun-colored glass sword scripture in his body quickly rotated. The rich spirit chi in his body was instantly emitted from all over his body. Let's see how you break this. Su Yan gritted his teeth, but the awakening celestial sword in his hand stabbed down, and spirit chi filled his body. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yan's body immediately rose with a gorgeous light. Invincible golden body. Su Yan lightly shouted, and the golden light became even more intense, enveloping Su Yan and the awakening celestial sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the countless flying swords in the hall quickly shot towards Su Yan, resulting in a series of explosions. At the same time, there was a burst of dense fog at the point of impact. The dense fog emitted by the continuous attacks of the flying swords quickly enveloped Su Yan's entire body. Several breaths later, only then did the flying sword stop, and the thick fog slowly dissipated. Su Yan's tired face gradually became clear. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yan coughed a few times. Looking at the disappearing flying sword, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. It seems that this is all there is to it? Poochie. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt a surge in his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. Su Yan coughed dryly a few more times, barely stabilizing his body with the help of the shocking immortal sword. Then he circulated the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture and circled around his body. After recovering a trace of spiritual energy, a trace of blood appeared on his pale face. If there are more flying swords now, I will definitely die. Su Yan laughed self-deprecatingly. Dragging his slightly tired body, he walked towards the direction of the brocade box. Whoosh! Just as Su Yan got up, a sharp sound suddenly slid past. Su Yan was stunned. Looking back, he was shocked. That's right, it was the flying swords that hit Su Yan just now. They flew up again. Su Yan was shocked. Not daring to be the slightest bit careless, he hurriedly circulated the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body. However, almost all of the spiritual energy in his body was used to activate the invincible golden body. Now, his body was lacking. Even if he circulated the cultivation method, there was still no spiritual energy to connect. He wanted to dodge, but unfortunately, the spiritual energy in his body was lacking. He could not use it at all. His feet were as heavy as lead, completely unable to dodge. Su Yan looked at the flying swords that were getting closer and closer. He closed his eyes and felt pity in his heart. Am I really going to die here today? With just a flash of thought, every bit of his past life and present life appeared. Family, friendship, love, and hatred for his enemies. All of these feelings condensed in his chest. However, if he died here now, then everything would turn into nothing. No, no, I can't die here. I have to live. I can't die. Absolutely not. Su Yan roared in his heart. His eyes suddenly opened and his pupils shrank. At the same time, the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body began to circulate. The spiritual energy in his body quickly condensed. Ah, Su Yan roared. Pung! A strong spiritual energy fluctuation was emitted. The flying swords that were about to attack him were instantly sent flying by this sudden surge of spiritual energy. Enjoying the spiritual energy fluctuation in his body, Su Yan let out a carefree roar. He clenched his fists and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Is this the 8th layer of spirit channeling? Although it was only a small difference, Su Yan could feel that the 8th layer of spirit channeling and the 7th layer of spirit channeling were like heaven and earth. The spiritual energy in his body was 10 times denser than the 7th layer of spirit channeling. Now that Su Yan had entered the 8th layer of spirit channeling, he could clearly feel the power of the 8th layer of spirit channeling. If he were to fight against someone in the Fate Soul realm, Su Yan thought that he should be able to fight. Now, Su Yan had the experience from before and did not care about the joy of breaking through. His eyes twisted as he stared at the flying swords that he had sent flying. The flying swords were so sharp that Su Yan had almost lost his life here. Although he had broken through to the 8th layer of spirit channeling, Su Yan did not dare to be careless. Moreover, if this flying swords did not stop, then even if he entered the Fate Soul realm, it would be useless. How do I break this formation? Su Yan stared at the flying swords, his brows furrowed into a black line. Unfortunately, no matter how Su Yan observed, there was nothing around him. He could not see any flaws, let alone a way to break the formation. Do I have to shatter these flying swords? Su Yan frowned again, and at the same time, a bright light burst out from his eyes. Smiling slightly, the Velurium sword manual in his body began to move again. If that's the case, then I will shatter you all today, Su Yan said with an indifferent expression. He gripped the shocking celestial sword tightly in his hand and struck out. Su Yan had just entered the 8th layer of spirit channeling, so he was full of spiritual energy. As the sword struck out, a wild wind blew in all directions. It was like a silver dragon that attacked directly. The sword broke through the air, and the sword hummed loudly. Rays of light shot out. It was like a bolt of lightning that struck from the horizon. Su Yan did not notice the sudden attack. There was a brocade box at his feet, and he stepped on it. Just as Su Yan's foot stepped on the brocade box. Whoosh, whoosh, after a few sounds, the restless flying sword lying on the ground disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Su Yan watched the flying swords disappear, and his brows furrowed again. His foot moved slightly, and only then did he notice the brocade box on the ground. When did this appear? Su Yan bent down to pick up the brocade box, his face full of surprise. Thinking back to what had just happened, Su Yan suddenly understood. His heart was filled with joy and anger, but more than that, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although the brocade box was not obvious, Su Yan had already seen it. Because this brocade box was similar to the one on the 2nd floor, Su Yan had thought that this brocade box was a reward for passing the sword formation. He did not think too much about it. Now that he thought about it, this brocade box should be the key to breaking the formation. As long as he took the brocade box and obtained the reward, the flying swords would disappear. He had thought that the brocade box was a reward for passing the formation. He had ignored it, but just now he had unintentionally stepped on the brocade box, and the sword formation had been broken. The method to break the formation was so simple, but he had been fighting with the flying swords, and had even lost his life because of it. How could Su Yan not be angry? But if it were not for that moment of life and death that had allowed Su Yan to understand the mysteries of the 8th layer of spirit realm, he would have had to wait a long time to reach the 8th layer of spirit realm. Su Yan laughed at himself. Looking at the brocade box in his hand, he thought of the life and death experience just now, and smiled slightly. I almost lost my life because of this. I'd like to see what kind of reward you will give me. As he spoke, Su Yan opened the brocade box. Whoosh! Just as he opened the brocade box, he heard a whistling sound. Su Yan was shocked, and hurriedly took a step forward. Only then did he see clearly what was flying out of the brocade box. This is... Su Yan looked at the floating object in front of him and was stunned. This object was in the shape of a sword, but it did not have a hilt. It was only a few inches long, like a sword, but also not a sword. It emitted a faint blue light. What is this thing? Su Yan had been in the Hidden Sword Tomb for quite some time. During his time in the Hidden Sword Tomb, Su Yan, other than going to the Sacred Beast Mountain, spent most of his time in the Hidden Sword Tomb's scripture pavilion, reading scriptures in order to understand more about this world. However, even so, Su Yan was unable to recognize what this sword-like yet not sword-like object was. Just as Su Yan was puzzled, a thought flashed through his mind. His eyes instantly condensed together and shot out a burst of excitement. Impossible, it can't be. Su Yan could not help but tremble with excitement as he thought about it. His hands slowly reached out to the object in front of him, and at the same time, a wave of spirit energy surged forward. When the spirit chi invaded it, it immediately let out a clear response. Su Yan swallowed his saliva with difficulty and his face flushed red. He was like a young man who had not experienced the world and was approaching the body of a peerless beauty. Up! Su Yan suppressed the impulse in his heart and poured spirit energy into the object in front of him. At the same time, he jumped up directly. At this moment, the object immediately set off Su Yan's body, allowing Su Yan to hang in the air. Su Yan looked at the object under his feet that set off his sword-like flying sword. His whole face twitched and his eyes narrowed slightly. His excitement was self-evident. It really is a flying magic treasure. It really is a flying magic treasure. Su Yan did not recognize this object before, but now he tried it. Although he could not recognize the name of this object, it was a flying magic treasure. He could tell that it was a flying magic treasure. Flying magic treasures were rare treasures in the world. Every cultivator in the Holy Vein realm could fly on a sword, but flying consumed a lot of spirit energy. Chapter 38. Of course, flying treasures were also divided into different levels. The higher the level, the faster the flying speed and the smaller the consumption of spirit energy. Su Yan didn't know much about flying treasures, so he couldn't see what kind of flying treasure he was standing on. Even so, Su Yan's face was full of smiles. Flying treasures were definitely precious treasures in the world of cultivation. The most common flying treasure would cost several million spirit stones. After obtaining the flying treasure, Su Yan had long forgotten about the danger he was in. He stepped on the flying treasure and continued to soar in the air. Only when he was gasping for breath did Su Yan finally stop. Good stuff, good stuff. Su Yan looked at the flying treasure in front of him and praised it. Now Su Yan believed that if he met Xianxia again, even though he wasn't a match for him right now, if he used this flying treasure, he wouldn't be able to catch him so easily. Of course, Su Yan didn't know that Xianxia also had a flying treasure. Should I give it a name? Su Yan looked at the sword-like object and thought for a while. The corner of his mouth slightly raised and he said with a smile, I am a sword cultivator. You look like a sword and can fly. In the future, I'll call you Sword Dragon! Sword Dragon. Su Yan called out to it as he spoke. The sword dragon seemed to have sensed it and moved slightly. It emitted a brilliant light and looked at Su Yan with even more joy. This thing can actually be sentient. Good stuff, good stuff. Su Yan carefully played with it for a while before putting the sword dragon back into his storage bag. This kind of treasure, if he didn't reveal it, he would definitely be killed. In the days since he entered the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan had already thoroughly understood the survival of the fittest rule in the hidden sword tomb. That day when Hao Feng didn't hesitate to use his status as an inner sect disciple to steal his soul-amassing pill, he could see the cruelty within. Right now, I'm only in the 8th layer of spirit realm. It's better to be careful, Su Yan said in a low voice. The desire for strength in his heart once again soared. Survival of the fittest. The winner wins, and the loser loses. Since that was the case, then only by standing at the peak could one be in an invincible position. As Su Yan thought about it, the words of his mother, who appeared when he crushed the celestial spirit pearl in the Su family, once again surfaced in his mind. Su Yan didn't know much about his physical body's father. However, from his words, Su Yan could clearly feel that there was definitely a treasure at the bottom of the well of swords. Therefore he had to go. However, only inner disciples were allowed to enter the sword well. The minimum requirement to become an inner sect disciple was to be at the life-soul realm. What he needed to do now was to reach the life-soul realm as soon as possible. Life-soul realm. As Su Yan thought about it, his deep eyes shifted slightly as he looked towards the stairs leading to the 4th level. On the 1st floor, Su Yan obtained a spirit-gathering pill. He obtained a soul-amassing pill from the 2nd floor. The 3rd floor was even more generous. It actually gave him a flying magic treasure, the sword dragon. Although Su Yan didn't know what this place was, he had already listed it as a pagoda. Pagoda? Then what was on the 4th floor of the pagoda? Su Yan looked at the stairs leading to the 4th floor. While his eyes were shining brightly, he was hesitating at the same time. With the experience of these 3 levels, Su Yan knew that with each level up, the danger he would face would increase by a level. On the 3rd floor, Su Yan had almost lost his life here. What kind of dangers existed on the 4th floor? What kind of treasures were there? Danger, treasures, strength. They constantly filled Su Yan's mind. In the end, Su Yan still couldn't resist the temptation of treasures. He resolutely took a step towards the stairs leading to the 4th floor. There was a sense of determination in his eyes. This was not only for treasures, but also for strength. It was to wash away the humiliation he had endured in his heart. Only by stepping into the pinnacle of the Jianghu could one laugh proudly. Su Yan stepped onto the 4th floor. Although he knew there would be danger waiting for him, he was still calm. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. If it was a blessing, it wasn't a disaster. If it was a disaster, it couldn't be avoided. Fear, panic, and anxiety were of no use. Xiao, as soon as he stepped onto the 4th floor, he heard a familiar, ear-piercing roar. Su Yan didn't panic in the slightest. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The great sun-colored glass sword manual began to surge in his body. At the same time, his gaze fell on the hall. Soon, he saw a young man standing in the middle of the hall. This person was dressed in white. There wasn't a trace of expression on his handsome face. His long hair draped over his shoulders. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not. In this windless space, the long hair actually fluttered faintly. There was no light in his deep eyes, emitting a mysterious aura. Su Yan looked carefully and didn't find any spiritual fluctuations on this person. Instead, he saw the inlay on the chest of his white robe and the long sword in his hand. He was shocked. The inlay on the robe was the symbol of the sect unique to the Hidden Sword Tomb. This proved that this person was from the Hidden Sword Tomb. If that was the case, Su Yan wouldn't be so shocked. After all, this was the foot of the Hidden Sword Tomb. He was also a member of the Hidden Sword Tomb. It wouldn't be strange for other members of the Hidden Sword Tomb to appear here. What really surprised Su Yan was that this person was actually holding the pagoda sword. Although the number of times Su Yan used the pagoda sword was few and far between, on the first day he obtained the sword, Lu Fei, that damned fatty, said that there was a curse on it. Adding in the inexplicable black gas from that day, Su Yan naturally engraved the pagoda sword in his heart. Su Yan had a deep impression of the pagoda sword's pitch-black appearance and unique veins. He could recognize that this was the sword he wore, pagoda. Most importantly, Su Yan could still clearly remember that he had lost the pagoda sword after being humiliated by Xianxia. How did it appear in this person's hands now? Countless questions filled Su Yan's mind. At this moment, the unmoving young man's red lips, which were like those of a young girl, moved slightly. He indifferently looked at Su Yan and said, "Make your move. Defeat me and all your questions will naturally be answered." Su Yan was stunned. He raised his head to look at the young man's slightly empty eyes and asked, "Who are you? Why is my sword in your hands?" "Your sword." When the young man heard this, the corners of his mouth moved slightly and he smiled indifferently. "What is your sword?" "My sword. The sword belongs to whoever holds it. A sword cultivator can't even protect his own sword. How can he still have the face to talk about swords?" The young man's voice was not loud, but the sarcasm in his words poured directly into Su Yan's heart. Su Yan admitted that he was right, but a surge of anger still surged in his chest. "Then I'd like to see what ability you have to take my sword." Su Yan shouted softly. He did not waste any more words and his figure suddenly rushed forward. The shocking celestial sword in his hands struck out at the same time. The sword hummed loudly as it streaked across the sky and stirred up a gust of wind. "Is that it?" The person saw Su Yan attack and smiled faintly. He dodged slightly and dodged Su Yan's sword. Su Yan was stunned, but he did not stop his actions. He slightly turned his feet and the shocking celestial sword that was heading straight towards him suddenly changed direction and swept towards that person. The sword swept horizontally with an imposing aura. It was so fast that countless sword shadows bloomed under the void. "Your reaction is fast, but if that's all, you're still not my match." The young man looked at Su Yan and nodded approvingly. At the same time, he raised the pagoda sword. That lazy posture did not seem to have the slightest bit of strength. However, the Buddha sword blocked Su Yan's thrilling sword without any deviation. Clang! The two swords collided and immediately let out a crisp sound. This sound reverberated in the enclosed space of the fourth floor and was exceptionally harsh. When the two swords collided, Su Yan was slightly stunned. Even though Su Yan couldn't sense any spirit chi fluctuations from Zhang Xian's body, based on his experience in the first, second, and third floors, Su Yan knew that the dangers on the fourth floor would definitely be greater than those on the third floor. Hence, Su Yan used all his strength right from the start. However, even though he used all his strength and unleashed such a ferocious attack, the young man still looked lazy and casually blocked his attack. How strong was the young man? While Su Yan was stunned, the young man smiled and said, "Your attack is over. Is it my turn to attack?" As soon as the young man finished speaking, the pagoda sword in his hand suddenly emitted a burst of black fog. He immediately attacked Su Yan, although the sword was coming straight at Su Yan. However, wherever the sword passed, it emitted countless sword shadows. The illusory sword shadows constantly rotated, like countless flying swords. They constantly rushed over, making it impossible for people to see what was really happening. Su Yan was shocked and his pupils suddenly shrank. When he saw the young man's sword shadows slow down, he did not dare to be careless. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly circulated. In an instant, countless spiritual energy was released from his body. He took a step forward and leaped over with the shocking celestial sword. Clang! The tip of the shocking celestial sword collided with the tip of the pagoda sword. When the two swords collided, there was a burst of light. The two of them looked at each other. "Although your speed is fast, is that all there is to it?" Su Yan saw that he had blocked the young man's attack and said with a smile. He returned the young man's words back to him. The young man was stunned and immediately showed the lazy smile on his face. "This is just an ordinary attack. How can it be counted?" With that, the young man raised his eyebrows and leaped back. His body paused in midair for a moment. Suddenly he leaped forward. The pagoda sword avoided the shocking celestial sword and directly attacked Su Yan between his eyebrows. Its speed was as fast as an arrow leaving the bow. Countless light screens exploded as it shot down. Su Yan was shocked again. He did not dare to meet the attack head-on. He hurriedly withdrew the shocking celestial sword and used it to block the young man's attack. However, just as Su Yan withdrew his sword, the young man's long sword was like a giant beast swinging its tail and slashing towards Su Yan's shoulder. Its speed was even faster than before. Wherever the sword passed, it left a few afterimages in the void. So it's like this. During this period of time, Su Yan, in addition to fighting with Chen Yang and Hao Feng, returned to the sacred beasts every day. He could be considered to have rich battle experience. Seeing the young man's sudden move, he panicked and quickly calmed down. His pupils shrank and he patted his storage bag. In an instant, a flash of light appeared. Chapter 39. The item in the storage bag was the sword dragon that Su Yan obtained on the third floor. When Su Yan was on the third floor, he had already flown for several hours. Although he wasn't very experienced in using it, he was still very familiar with it. As soon as he activated his spiritual chi, he leaped back several dozen meters. Although the youth's attack was swift and fierce, it could only miss. Jian Wushuang's attack cut through the void, leaving behind a sword shadow that was several meters long. From this, it could be seen how sharp this attack was. Speed was the skill that Su Yan was most proud of, but seeing the youth's attack speed, he couldn't help but be impressed. Of course, while he was impressed, the blood flowing in Su Yan's body also boiled. His eyes stared at the youth in white, emitting a bright light. His battle intent was ignited, and his spirit chi leaked out. It was extremely domineering. Although there were a few people on the first floor, they were too weak and couldn't arouse Su Yan's battle intent. Not to mention the few giant wolves on the second floor. As for the third floor, it was just a sword formation. Although it was dangerous, he only wanted to break the formation and didn't have the intention to fight. This was completely different. This person's sword momentum was like a rainbow, and his momentum was fierce. Coupled with his lazy posture, he constantly lured Su Yan's battle intent. Although there is nothing hateful about this person, he has such an arrogant attitude. I must defeat him today. Su Yan stepped on the sword dragon and held the shocking celestial sword tightly. The spirit qi in his body surged, and his battle intent erupted to the extreme. However, compared to Su Yan's battle intent, the youth in white still had a lazy posture. There wasn't even a trace of expression in his empty eyes. It was as if he had already expected that Su Yan would be able to dodge his attack. Of course, all of this was just a person's nature, and Su Yan didn't care too much. On the contrary, there wasn't a trace of spirit qi on the youth in white, which made Su Yan feel deeply surprised. If that was the case, it meant that the youth in white didn't use spirit qi when he was fighting with him just now. He didn't use spirit qi at all. To be able to reach such a speed without using any spiritual energy, he was probably even better than him. Let's see how fast you can be. Su Yan looked at the arrogant attitude of the white-clothed youth. His expression became serious. He stepped on the sword dragon and quickly leaped forward. This was the first time that Su Yan rode the Stegosaurus into battle. However, at this moment, Su Yan's body was moving straight forward. Wherever he passed, light would surge in all directions. He was like a ferocious dragon crossing a river. Who would be able to see the proficiency of his movements? This was Su Yan's first time controlling the sword dragon in battle. Su Yan glided over. The startling immortal sword suddenly slashed out. The sword hums instantly rang out as its speed was unleashed to the extreme. Speed was something that Su Yan was proud of. How could he be underestimated by others? The white-clothed youth did not use his spiritual energy. Coupled with the languid expression on his face, it was undoubtedly a deep insult to Su Yan. Therefore, at this moment, Su Yan had to defeat this person. At the very least, he had to make him use his spiritual energy. If his opponent's cultivation was higher than his, he would be willing to lose to him. The white-clothed youth saw Su Yan leaping over. His attitude did not change, but his body was not as calm as before. He was slightly flustered as he lifted his leg and rushed back. At the same time, he raised the pagoda sword in his hand to block. "Do you think my speed is only this fast?" Su Yan saw that the white-clothed youth had raised his sword to block him. He smiled faintly, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Stepping on the sword dragon, he quickly changed his direction. His body instantly erupted with a stream of air as he rushed forward. Suddenly, he appeared behind the white-clothed youth. "Go to hell!" Su Yan shouted softly and struck out with his sword. The speed was like a huge wave of sand, instantly rolling up a violent storm. Countless sword shadows appeared at the tip of the sword. In the blink of an eye, the sword shadows split and intersected with each other, changing into thousands of different forms. At the last moment, the sword shadows merged and cut through the void. Under the roar of the sword, the frightening celestial sword attacked the white-clothed youth's back. However, the white-clothed youth acted as if he did not see it and did not move. "Quickly dodge." Seeing this, Su Yan hurriedly shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. The frightening celestial sword directly pierced through the white-clothed youth's back. "Why didn't you dodge?" Su Yan hurriedly withdrew the frightening celestial sword and looked at the white-clothed youth with a frown. Although he did not like the white-clothed youth's languid attitude, he only wanted to force him to use his spiritual energy and compete with him. Why would he want to kill him? Moreover, Su Yan could see that if the white-clothed youth had dodged just now, even if he could not dodge, it would not have hurt his vital parts. The white-clothed youth looked at Su Yan's angry expression and his expression did not change. He only pointed at the place where Su Yan was injured and asked, "Do you think I am injured?" Su Yan was anxious and did not look carefully. Now that he heard the white-clothed youth's words, he immediately looked at the place where the sword had passed and his body suddenly trembled. Just now, Su Yan's sword had clearly pierced through the white-clothed youth's back. However, at this moment, there was not a single mark on the white-clothed youth's body and there was no blood flowing out. How could Su Yan not be surprised and shocked? "I am a dead man." The white-clothed youth looked at Su Yan's expression and his languid expression finally changed slightly. He revealed a self-deprecating smile. "A dead man?" Su Yan's heart trembled again and his eyes were filled with confusion as he looked at the white-clothed youth. The white-clothed youth's languid expression continued to change and he waved the Buddha sword in his hand. "You said this sword is yours. But did you know that this sword was originally mine? You have it. Su Yan was stunned and immediately thought of something. He looked at the white-clothed youth in surprise and said, You are the #1 genius in the hidden sword tomb, Mu Zijian. The white-clothed youth nodded his head. He was not surprised that Su Yan was able to recognize him. However, when he heard Su Yan mention the title of the #1 genius, a self-mocking expression appeared on his face. So what if you are the #1 genius? In the end, you still lost your life in the Well of Swords. Well of Swords? Su Yan was stunned and his eyes widened. What is going on? You will understand when you enter the Well of Swords in the future if you are fated to. Let's talk about the pagoda first. Mu Zijian was clearly unwilling to talk about the Well of Swords. The topic suddenly changed and he said, The pagoda has 7 levels and you have passed the 4th level. This is your reward for the 4th level. As Mu Zijian spoke, he waved his hand and a brocade box suddenly flew toward Su Yan. Su Yan reached out and caught it. Looking at the brocade box that was no different from the previous 3 levels, he frowned and asked, Is this level so easy to pass? You are only at the 8th level of the spirit realm, yet you can enter the 4th level. Why can't you pass? Mu Zijian looked at Su Yan and smiled slightly. The praise in his words was obvious. Su Yan, however, was still confused. Cultivation is the Tao, and the Tao is cultivation. Thoughts are like scriptures. Qi condenses into life, life condenses into the soul. It is called the life soul. Enter 1 door and you will obtain 1 door of cultivation. Enter 100 doors and you will obtain 100 doors of cultivation. Cultivation is about fate, and fate is about luck. Work hard. When fate arrives, the Tao will naturally arrive. Don't be anxious. Su Yan carefully savored these words and seemed to understand. When he looked at Mu Zijian, he could not find a trace of him in the entire 4th level. When fate arrives, the Tao will naturally arrive. Su Yan muttered to himself again. His mind suddenly opened, as if he understood. Facing the place where Mu Zijian disappeared, he cupped his hands and bowed. Many thanks to senior apprentice brother Mu for your guidance. The spirit realm cultivates spiritual energy. The life-soul realm cultivates one's own fate and soul. Everyone at the 8th level of the spirit realm knows that it is a barrier. Today, Su Yan had just entered this barrier and did not carefully think about it. Now, Su Yan seemed to understand something and slapped his storage bag. He took out the spirit-gathering pill he had obtained on the 1st level and swallowed it. He put away the sword dragon and sat down. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture began to revolve and he immediately began to cultivate. The spirit realm is only the beginning of a cultivator's path. Only when one enters the life-soul realm can one be considered a true cultivator. This is why the hidden sword tomb requires cultivators to reach the life-soul realm before they can enter the inner sect. To be more precise, only when one reaches the life-soul realm and enters the inner sect can one be considered a true member of the hidden sword tomb. In Su Yan's case, first, the 5-colored giant spirit stone shone brightly, attracting the attention of the headmaster. However, the headmaster only gave him the spirit-gathering pill. Although the spirit-gathering pill is rare, its biggest characteristic is that it can only be used at the life-soul realm to achieve its greatest effect. The headmaster's intention of giving him the pill could not be more obvious. If Su Yan cannot reach the life-soul realm, no matter how amazing his performance is, it will be useless. To enter the life-soul realm, one needs talent and luck. There is a gap between the 8th level of the spirit realm and the 9th level of the spirit realm. Although this gap is only 1 level of difference, it is like the difference between heaven and earth. The 9th level of the spirit realm can also be called the life-soul realm. When one reaches the peak of the 9th level of the spirit realm, one can naturally enter the life-soul realm. This is also the day when Su Yan fought with Ouyang Tianqing. Ouyang Tianqing jumped into the life-soul realm. Because Ouyang Tianqing is already a life-soul realm, he has already comprehended his own destiny, his own soul. Su Yan has only been in the 8th level of the spirit realm for half a day. Although he is anxious to break through, he did not think too much about it, only thinking about passing the tower. But the words of the white-clothed youth, Mu Zijian, suddenly woke Su Yan up. One person, one life, one path, one soul. Enter one door, cultivate one door, enter 100 doors, cultivate 100 doors. Su Yan slowly savored Mu Zijin's last words. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body also began to rotate at a steady speed, not in a hurry. Time passed. 1 day later, Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. Although the spirit energy on his body could not be seen clearly, there was a trace of joy on his face. The 9th level of the spirit realm, the life is the main, the soul is the auxiliary, the path of life, the path of soul. Is this my life soul? Su Yan carefully examined the situation around him, the joy on his face indescribable. The 9th level of the spirit realm. Although a period of time has passed, if an outsider was here, they would definitely be amazed at Su Yan's cultivation speed. The gap between the 8th level of the spirit realm and the 9th level of the spirit realm was only crossed by Su Yan in 1 day. There is a saying in the Gan territory, 8 to 9 years. And Su Yan only took 1 day. If this news were to spread, it would probably cause a wave in the entire Gan territory. Of course, Su Yan also understood that all of this was due to Mu Zijin's reminder. Su Yan once again cupped his fists in the direction that Mu Zijin disappeared in. Senior brother Mu, I, Su Yan, will remember today's great kindness. Chapter 40. Su Yan would definitely not forget Mu Zijin's great kindness. However, when he thought of Mu Zijin's death, he felt a little pity. If Mu Zijin was still alive, Su Yan might be able to repay his kindness today. However, Mu Zijin was already dead. How could he repay him? As Su Yan thought about it, he thought of the mysteries of the sword well that Mu Zijin had mentioned and suddenly thought of something. Just now, senior brother Mu mentioned the sword well. It's obvious that there are a few obsessions. As Su Yan thought about it, he once again cupped his fists in the direction that Mu Zijin had disappeared in. Senior brother Mu, although I, Su Yan, am not talented and cannot repay your great kindness, I, Su Yan, swear that I will definitely complete the obsessions that you left behind. As Su Yan spoke, his bold and unrestrained words were like a tidal wave that blossomed in the 4th level. His eyes were filled with a resolute glint. At the same time, he looked forward to the sword well even more. In order to enter the sword well, one had to step into the life-soul realm. Although Su Yan had comprehended his own life Dao and soul Dao, it was never enough. If there was a Dao, there must be a spirit. At the 9th level of the spirit realm, if he wanted to break through to the life-soul realm, the amount of spirit chi needed was several times more than the 1st to the 8th level of the spirit realm. Even if there was a Dao, without a spirit, it would be futile. Not only could he not relax, he had to work even harder. Although Su Yan did not know how long it would take, Su Yan believed that it would not be long before the inner sect test. Therefore, Su Yan had to work even harder now. He thought about how he had gone from the 7th level of the spirit realm to the 8th level of the spirit realm, and then to the 9th level of the spirit realm, all within this pagoda. From Mu Zijin's words, he understood. Su Yan also understood that this was the Buddha pagoda. What did the Buddha pagoda have to do with the Buddha sword? Su Yan wanted to ask, but Mu Zijin did not give him the chance. As for the Buddha sword in Mu Zijin's hand, Su Yan understood that it should be the same as Mu Zijin. However, it was just an illusion and not a real sword. Was the Buddha sword lost, or was it in the pagoda? If the sword exists, the man exists. If the sword dies, the man dies. Although Su Yan did not know what was so special about the pagoda sword, this was not the main point. More importantly, he was the one who owned the sword. As a sword cultivator, he would never allow himself to lose his sword. With that thought, Su Yan's eyes shone with determination as he looked at the stairs leading to the 5th level of the pagoda. This time, it wasn't just for the treasures on the 5th floor, but more importantly, it was to find his sword. Of course, although Su Yan's willpower was firm, he was not anxious. Each level of the pagoda was more dangerous than the previous. In terms of the 4th level, if it wasn't for the fact that Mu Zijin didn't use his spirit chi and went easy on him, Su Yan might not have been able to pass the 4th level. At this moment, Su Yan was completely unable to consider what kind of dangers existed in the 5th level. Since he couldn't consider them, The only thing he could do was to increase his strength and use all the resources around him. Now, Su Yan's biggest resource was the soul-amassing pill from the second level, the sword dragon, and the unopened brocade box from Mu Zijin. The third level gave him a flying Dharma treasure. What kind of treasures would there be on the fourth level? Su Yan looked at the brocade box and narrowed his eyes, full of anticipation. Even his hands were trembling slightly as he slowly opened the brocade box. Once he opened it, the brocade box immediately emitted a dazzling golden light, and a stream of spirit chi floated out. This is a spirit weapon. Su Yan looked at the ancient jade lying quietly in the brocade box, and his whole body started to tremble. Spirit weapon. Although Su Yan had never seen it before, it didn't mean that he didn't know what it was. What was a spirit weapon? A spirit weapon was a spirit weapon. The greatest effect of a spirit weapon was that it could help its owner cultivate. In this world, apart from living creatures, how many ordinary things could become spirit weapons? Furthermore, Su Yan was now able to clearly sense that this ancient jade was naturally formed and was not forged by someone else. This meant that this jade existed between heaven and earth and automatically absorbed spirit chi to achieve the effect of becoming spirit weapons. Naturally, there was a difference between a spirit weapon and a spirit weapon forged by someone else. A spirit weapon that was naturally sentient, and it could be said that this spirit weapon already had its own consciousness. However, a spirit weapon forged by someone else didn't have its own consciousness, unless the owner cultivated and increased their strength. As for how much cultivation that would require, it was unknown. Now that the ancient jade was naturally formed, it represented that it had its own consciousness. With this consciousness, it had to be acknowledged before it could be used. Although Su Yan recognized that this jade was a spirit weapon, he didn't know how to establish a relationship with it. This ancient jade is called Fiend Fairy, and it is a rare item in the world. Fiend fairies are extremely proud, and I have wanted to use it thousands of times, but I have never succeeded. Now, I will give this jade to you, and I hope that you can successfully conquer it. Just as Su Yan was at a loss, Mu Zijian's consciousness that was sealed in the brocade box came from under the brocade box. When Su Yan heard his words, his respect for Mu Zijian instantly increased by a few notches. Senior brother Mu, Su Yan has already made a vow, so I won't say much. Accept my bow. Su Yan cupped his fists and bowed in the direction that Mu Zijian disappeared in. Only then did he get up and look at the ancient jade in the brocade box. Fiend Fairy. Su Yan called softly, and the ancient jade in the brocade box immediately flew out, and with a whoosh, it attacked Su Yan. Su Yan didn't expect this result, and his body couldn't dodge in time. He was hit by the Fiend Fairy, and his body was sent flying dozens of meters away. Bang! Su Yan was directly slammed into the surrounding copper walls. Under the huge impact, Su Yan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, 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 cough. Su Yan coughed a few times, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at the Fiend Fairy floating in the air. He wasn't angry, but rather happy. It can actually take the initiative to attack. Su Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at the Fiend Fairy. His eyes moved slightly and a bright light condensed. Whoosh! Just at this moment, the evil immortal moved once again and rapidly attacked Su Yan. His speed was as fast as a flying sword as he attacked, causing a series of explosions in the void. Still want to hurt me? Su Yan smiled slightly. This time, he was prepared and naturally couldn't be attacked by the Fiend Fairy. He licked his lips, and the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body started to rotate rapidly. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his body leaped out, and he attacked like a cheetah. In an instant, a big hand reached out to grab the Fiend Fairy. That's right, Su Yan didn't want to dodge, but to grab the ancient jade. And the Fiend Fairy seemed to know what Su Yan was thinking. When Su Yan leaped out, it suddenly changed direction and dodged Su Yan's grab. Not only that, but the moment it dodged, the ancient jade changed direction again, and with a bang, it directly crashed into Su Yan. Su Yan's heart trembled. He hurriedly circulated his chi and dodged. His figure quickly leaped backward and landed on the ground. Because he dodged in a hurry, his footsteps staggered a little. He awkwardly took a few steps back before he stabilized himself. Seeing Su Yan's sorry state, the fiend fairy's ancient jade floated in the air and constantly moved up and down, making whooshing sounds as it slid through the air. It seemed to be mocking Su Yan. When Su Yan saw the fiend fairy's appearance, he suddenly became furious. He slapped his storage bag, and in an instant, the sword dragon appeared under his feet. Su Yan, don't believe that I can't catch you. As Su Yan spoke, he stepped on the sword dragon and quickly leaped toward the fiend fairy. His speed was faster than before. The sword dragon cut through the void, and immediately there was a loud boom. When the fiend fairy's ancient jade saw Su Yan's momentum, it stopped jumping, but it didn't dodge. Instead, it paused for a moment and directly flew towards Su Yan. With the two losses just now, Su Yan naturally knew the strength of the fiend fairy's attack. However, how could Su Yan let it go? The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body circulated, and countless spirit chi immediately rushed toward his palms, directly trying to grab the fiend fairy. The fiend fairy seemed to have expected Su Yan's move. Just as Su Yan's big hand was about to grab him, he quickly turned and changed direction. This move again? Su Yan smiled gently. How could he be fooled by the same move twice? Just as the fiend fairy's ancient jade turned, Su Yan stepped on the sword dragon and suddenly turned. His palm swept across, directly toward the ancient jade, although it was only a palm attack. However, when the arm that was full of spirit chi swept across, it immediately stirred up a gust of wind. The fiend fairy's ancient jade floated in the air as if it was startled. However, it quickly responded and hurriedly flew up. How could Su Yan give it the chance to do so? Looking at the fiend fairy's ancient jade, his pupils suddenly shrank. Stepping on the sword dragon, he instantly opened his big hand and directly pressed down on the fiend fairy. When the fiend fairy's ancient jade was attacked by Su Yan's big hand, it immediately panicked and wanted to dodge downwards. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not give it any hope. His hand tightened and directly held the fiend fairy in his hand. What? You still want to run? Su Yan clenched his fist tightly. Feeling the fluctuation of the fiend fairy in his fist, the corner of his mouth floated into a smile. However, when he thought of what Mu Zijian said just now, he could not help but frown. Mu Zijian was the #1 genius in the hidden sword tomb. He had tried to subdue the fiend fairy thousands of times, but he had failed. How could he subdue this ancient jade? Generally, one only needed to drip a drop of blood on a spiritual weapon to sign a contract. However, Su Yan knew that from the strange state of the jade, it was definitely not appropriate to do so. The most important thing was that if he let go of the jade, it would immediately attack him. It was fine if it attacked him, but Su Yan was worried that it would escape. Forget it. I'll put you in the storage bag first. I'll think of a way to subdue you in the future. Su Yan thought for a while but still could not think of a way to subdue it. He shook his head and did not think about it anymore. He put the ancient jade back into the box and threw it into the storage bag. This storage bag was a high-grade storage bag given by Su Yan. It had long been imprinted with Su Yan's mark. Only Su Yan's spirit chi could open it. Chapter 41. The Ancient Jade of the Fiend Celestial. Mu Zijian had said that he had tried hundreds of times but had failed. From the attack of the Ancient Jade of the Fiend Celestial, Su Yan knew that it would take a long time to conquer it. Originally, Su Yan wanted to open the brocade box and obtain a treasure that would help him reach the 5th level. But now, it seemed that all of this was impossible. But this did not affect Su Yan's mood. After all, the Ancient Jade of the Fiend Celestial was a spiritual weapon, and a natural one at that. Even if Su Yan could not conquer it, it would be helpful to Su Yan in the future. A natural spiritual weapon could definitely be considered a rare treasure in the cultivation world. Now that he could obtain a rare treasure, Su Yan was naturally happy. But Su Yan understood that now that he had entered the Well of Swords. To enter the Well of Swords, it meant that he had to enter the inner sect to be qualified to enter the Well of Swords. But to enter the inner sect, he had to reach the life-soul realm. Although Su Yan had reached the 9th level of the spirit channeling realm and was only 1 level away from the life-soul realm. But how could it be so easy in this world? 9th level of the spirit channeling realm. Even if Su Yan had comprehended his own life path, the soul path, to enter the life-soul realm, the spirit energy required was denser than the 1st level of the spirit channeling realm to reach the 9th level. The spirit energy required was something that Su Yan might not be able to achieve even if he spent a year, not to mention that there was not much time left. Xianxia had said that the test to enter the inner sect would be in 3 months. Even though Su Yan was in the pagoda, he did not know the time. Su Yan also knew that there was not much time left. If he missed the inner sect test this time, he would have to wait another year. 1 year might not be long for a cultivator, but for Su Yan, it was definitely a long time. 1 year. It wasn't that he couldn't wait, but he wasn't willing to wait. Su Yan had had enough of the humiliation he had suffered in the outer sect. He was a grandmaster swordsman of his generation, so he had to return these humiliation 100-fold. Clenching his fist, Su Yan recalled the humiliation that Xianxia had given him that day. His eyes immediately blossomed with a resplendent light as he looked at the stairs leading to the 5th floor. The light emitted from the pair of eyes instantly condensed together. His eyes were filled with unswerving conviction. He had to become stronger. This was the Tao that Su Yan had just comprehended. Only by becoming a pinnacle expert would one not be humiliated by others. Sun Yan couldn't do it, Qinyang couldn't do it, Hao Feng couldn't do it, Ouyang Tiancheng couldn't do it, Xiang Tianba couldn't do it. Su Yan looked at the stairs leading to the 5th floor and furrowed his brows. Without hesitation he stepped forward. Perhaps Su Yan knew what kind of danger the 5th floor would bring him. But Su Yan didn't care. Because Su Yan knew that if he didn't even have the determination to step into the 5th floor, then what strength would he have to deal with Xiang Tianba in the future? With that thought, Su Yan resolutely walked towards the 5th floor. Since there was hell above, and the danger of death above. But it still didn't stop Su Yan's determination. After entering the hidden sword tomb for such a long time, Su Yan had fully understood the law of survival of the fittest. If he wanted to stand tall in this cultivation world, then he had to become an expert. And right now, there was an opportunity in front of him. With an opportunity, there was hope. How could Su Yan give up? Su Yan walked towards the stairs to the 5th floor without a trace of hesitation in his eyes. He didn't even frown. 1 step at a time. His feet were steady and there was a sense of determination. But, bang, and just as Su Yan stepped onto the 5th floor, Su Yan didn't hear the familiar sound from the 4th floor. The facilities below the 5th floor were exactly the same as the other 4 floors. However, after Su Yan stepped in, there was no danger at all. The surroundings were completely silent. It was completely silent and empty. It could even be said that it was dead silent. What's going on? Su Yan looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but frown. With the experience of the previous 4 levels, Su Yan knew that every level up would be much more dangerous. Just take the 4th level as an example. If not for Mu Zijin giving way to him, Su Yan might not have been able to pass the 4th level. But now, the 5th floor was dead silent. The more it was like this, the more uneasy Su Yan felt. As the saying goes, one shouldn't be afraid of a strong enemy, but one should be afraid of not seeing one. This was exactly what Su Yan was feeling right now. And at this moment, suddenly, roars of laughter sounded from the surroundings. Su Yan immediately activated the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body. His hands tightly gripped the shocking celestial sword. At this moment, a figure flashed past. A middle-aged man appeared in front of Su Yan. He had a square face and wore a long golden robe. His long white beard clearly carried traces of joy. Even so, one could still see the remaining domineering aura between his brows. That domineering aura caused Su Yan's entire body to tremble. However, Su Yan quickly regained his composure. "Who are you?" Su Yan regained his composure and looked straight at him without any expression on his face. His entire body started to be on guard. Through the experience of the 4th floor, Su Yan already knew that all the people in the pagoda were illusions. They didn't have any emotions. And with the strangeness of the pagoda, Su Yan didn't dare to relax in the slightest. Not bad. You can reach the 5th floor with only the strength of the 9th layer of spirit realm. You are indeed worthy of being the successor of my pagoda. The middle-aged man didn't seem to hear Su Yan's question. He sized up Su Yan and spoke with a face full of praise. Who are you? Su Yan wasn't moved by this person's praise at all. Instead, his expression became even colder. His eyes indifferently looked at this person because he wasn't sure if this was a trap of this floor. The middle-aged man saw Su Yan's expression and was slightly stunned. Then he laughed and said, "Little brat, I gave you so many treasures and you still dare to treat me like this. You gave me so many treasures." Su Yan was stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. His expression didn't change as he said, "What treasures did you give me? How come I don't know?" When the middle-aged man heard Su Yan's words, he jumped up and pointed at Su Yan as he shouted, "Hey, little brat, you don't know what's good for you. You took so many of my things and you still dare to say what treasures I gave you." The way he winked was completely different from the domineering aura he had when he first appeared. He was like a jumping clown and didn't look like an expert at all. When Su Yan saw this scene, he faintly smiled. He naturally didn't look down on this person, but Su Yan didn't care. He was more concerned about what treasures existed on the 5th floor. "Okay, let's not talk nonsense. You are the guardian of this floor, right? Make your move." Su Yan pointed his sword at the middle-aged man and shouted. The spirit qi in his body also began to release at this moment. Su Yan had always been unwilling to talk nonsense with people who had to fight. Just like the person in front of him, from the experience of the 4th floor, Su Yan was clear that this person was definitely the guardian of this floor. Since he was the guardian, Su Yan naturally wouldn't be courteous. Little did he know, when Su Yan said this, the middle-aged man suddenly became angry. His face sank as he looked at Su Yan and shouted, "Damn you, little brat, have you been beaten silly by Mu Zijian? You don't even recognize me anymore." As the middle-aged man spoke, he jumped up and glided through the void like a shadow. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank, but he didn't see the middle-aged man's speed slow down. Bang! Su Yan felt a pain in his chest and his whole body was sent flying. "I knew it." Su Yan didn't dodge this punch. He didn't panic and smiled coldly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised the shocking celestial sword in his hand. "Little brat, you still don't know what's good for you." The middle-aged man looked at Su Yan's action and snorted coldly. Suddenly, a powerful aura came from his body. This wasn't the pressure of spiritual qi. It was an invisible pressure of aura. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt his whole body tremble. He couldn't resist at all. This aura was hundreds of times stronger than Xianxia's. That invisible pressure of aura directly made Su Yan feel like his body was boiling. It was as if he had fallen into a pit of fire and his whole body was being destroyed by the flames. Puchi! Immediately, Su Yan spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. The middle-aged man saw Su Yan's pale face and was stunned for a moment. Then he patted his head and laughed. "Look at my memory. You're only at the 9th level of the spirit realm and you don't seem to know about the pagoda." The middle-aged man talked to himself, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Without waiting for Su Yan to respond, he continued, "Little brat, I'm Venerable Buddha, the founder of this pagoda." The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and blinked happily. "So, the thing you just got was also a gift from me. You can't be disrespectful to me. Venerable Buddha?" When Su Yan heard this, a black line appeared on his forehead. Of course, it wasn't because of the middle-aged man's words, but because of the terrifying strength that this person had just displayed. Su Yan could feel that the strength that this person displayed just now wasn't the pressure of spiritual qi. It wasn't the pressure of spiritual qi, but Su Yan could feel a suffocating feeling in his body. How strong was this person? Su Yan looked at the middle-aged man and his heart trembled. However, his body didn't shake at all. Even a bright light condensed in his eyes as he looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man who called himself Venerable Buddha saw Su Yan's gaze and suddenly laughed. "You're really worthy of being a member of my pagoda sect. I admire your arrogance. Chapter 42. Inner Disciple Test? When Su Yan heard Venerable Buter's words, he could not help but be stunned. Since the day Su Yan stepped into the sacred beast mountain, he had already spent a lot of time. At that time, Su Yan still knew the time. After entering the pagoda, he did not have a clear concept of time because he could not see the sun and the moon. When he was on the 4th floor, Su Yan wanted to get out of the pagoda as soon as possible to participate in the Inner Disciple Test. Who would have thought that the Inner Disciple Test had already begun? Su Yan's pupils shrank, and there was a ripple in his heart. If he missed the Inner Disciple Test, he would have to wait another year. In other words, he would have to wait another year before he could enter the Well of Swords. A year was not a long time for a cultivator. However, the desire in his heart had been driving Su Yan. He could not calm down. I want to go out and participate in the Inner Disciple Test. Su Yan instantly made up his mind, even though he had not reached the life-soul realm. As Su Yan thought about it, he patted his storage bag, and the sword dragon was driven out. Without hesitation, he jumped on it and ran toward the stairs. "Brat, what are you doing?" At this moment, a slight shout was heard. Although the voice was not loud, it exuded a majesty, and the coercion instantly bloomed in the pagoda. In an instant, Su Yan's body shook as if his whole body was trembling. His body, which was stepping on the sword dragon, also stopped. Su Yan panicked, but he did not move at all. Naturally, he knew who was playing tricks. His eyes condensed in an instant, emitting a bright light as he looked at Venerable Buter. He said word by word, "Go out." At this moment, although Su Yan's entire body was being suppressed, it still couldn't stop the unswerving determination in his eyes. The burst of light that bloomed showed Su Yan's determination at the moment. He, Su Yan, had fought against Sun Yan and obtained first place in the Hidden Sword Tomb's outer sect, all for the sake of entering the inner sect, to enter the Sword Well. After spending so many days in the Hidden Sword Tomb, he spent almost every day wandering around the sacred beast mountain in order to enter the inner sect and enter the Sword Well. In order to enter the Well of Swords, he had been preparing for a long time. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, how could Su Yan give up so easily? Seeing the determination in Su Yan's eyes, Venerable Wandering Slayer was slightly stunned. Then he shouted, "Come on, my ass. It's just a test of the inner gate of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Why do you care?" "I want to go out," Su Yan said coldly. At the same time, the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body began to rotate slowly. Even though it was slow, the ripples of spirit chi didn't stop at all. It seemed to want to break through the pressure of Buddha Slayer's aura. "Hey, brat, you still want to move under my majesty? Are you courting death?" Venerable Wandering Slayer looked at Su Yan's appearance and smiled with interest. With a sway of his body, he condensed another burst of aura and launched it toward Xianxia. Puff! Su Yan immediately felt a shock in his body and a mouthful of blood gushed out. "Kid, do you still want to go out?" Buddha Slayer raised his eyebrows. There was a strange aura on his weathered face, and there was no trace of the majesty of an expert at all. It was the aura that emanated from his body, the powerful aura that made people tremble both physically and mentally, that reflected his strength. This powerful force was so oppressive that it even made people unable to breathe and heartbeat. However, the dazzling light emitted from Su Yan's eyes didn't relax at all. Instead, it became sharper. The trembling cultivation method was once again activated at a tortoise-like speed. It rotated slowly. Even though there was no spirit chi, it still didn't stop. With every step and pause, Su Yan's face showed a painful expression. However, he didn't give up at all and kept working hard to activate the cultivation method. "I want to go out." He looked at Venerable Wandering Slayer and said coldly. Although his voice was weak, there was an unquestionable and irresistible determination in his tone. There was even a faint trace of anger in his voice. A murderous aura drifted out from him. This anger and murderous aura might be weak and difficult for ordinary people to capture. However, who was Buddha Slayer? He was a venerable one, so he could sense Su Yan's thoughts, let alone the murderous aura that was being emitted. Venerable Wandering Slayer's weathered face immediately twitched, emitting a wave of anger. He shouted, "Brat, I have given you so many benefits, yet you dare to kill me? Believe it or not, I'll kill you." Buddha Slayer shouted coldly. He suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and flew out directly in front of Su Yan. His powerful aura soared in an instant like an invisible wave that directly enveloped the pagoda. The entire pagoda seemed to shake because of his anger. At this moment, when the awe-inspiring aura of the pagoda spread out, the hearts of the outer sect disciples who had just gathered at Duantian Cliff were shaken. Although Duantian Cliff was a barren land, it was still part of the territory at the foot of the Hidden Sword Tomb. It was not strange that the Hidden Sword Tomb set up the inner sect test here. It was just a coincidence that the formation for the test was set up on the pagoda at the same time. When Buddha Slayer's powerful aura spread out, the few elders in the Hidden Sword Tomb who had just set up the formation were also shocked. This is? An old man in a black robe with a long white beard and a strange outline was the Hidden Sword Elder who had changed the sword formation of the outer sect's Hidden Sword Pavilion that day. The Hidden Sword Elder was the supervisor of the outer sect disciples entering the inner sect test this time. When he felt the fluctuation, his heart suddenly trembled, and he hurriedly circulated his chi to resist. The outer sect disciples in the surroundings also felt the aura at the same time, and there was a look of horror on their faces. Of course, they only thought that the formation set up by the Hidden Sword Elder was powerful. They didn't expect there to be something else. That's right, they couldn't see the existence of the pagoda. Not only could these outer sect disciples not see the existence of the pagoda, but even the inner sect disciples who were watching from the side couldn't sense its existence. The Hidden Sword Elder was the only one who felt that something was wrong, and he hurriedly used his divine sense to investigate the surroundings. After a sweep, the pressure and aura that had rushed out just now seemed to have disappeared. Hee, a mere celestial phenomenon realm cultivator wants to explore where I am? You're a fool. At this moment, a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of Buddha Slayer's mouth. A mere celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. Su Yan was working hard to circulate his cultivation method, and when he heard Buddha Slayer's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. A mere celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. If the spirit channeling realm was a beginner in the cultivation world, then the life soul realm was considered to have truly opened the path of cultivation. After reaching the holy vein, one could be considered a true expert. The strength of a celestial phenomenon realm cultivator could definitely travel between heaven and earth. At this moment, the strength of a celestial phenomenon realm cultivator was so disdainful in the eyes of Buddha Slayer. Then his strength was absolutely unfathomable. Su Yan's heart trembled, but soon his eyes condensed again. No matter how strong his strength was, what could he do? He had already made up his mind to enter the sword well. Except for death, no one could stop him. I want to go out. Su Yan shouted again. At this moment, his face was no longer as calm as before, but a little more mournful. Buddha Slayer was observing the situation outside the tower. When he heard Su Yan's words, he was stunned. He looked back at Su Yan's gloomy and mournful face, and suddenly said angrily, "Brat, what's with your expression? Do you really want to die?" "I want to go out." Su Yan ignored Venerable Wandering Slayer's words and shouted again. He looked at Venerable Wandering Slayer coldly without any expression. "Brat, you really want to die? Well, I'll fulfill your wish today." Venerable Wandering Slayer was obviously infuriated by Su Yan's words. The beard on his aged face was twitching slightly. At the same time, a pressure once again attacked Su Yan. Su Yan intuitively felt a surge in his body, but he still did not move because of it. Instead, the glazed sun sword scripture in his body began to slowly circulate. A trace of spiritual energy gradually spread to all parts of his body. His lips squirmed slightly with difficulty, and he shouted in a weak voice, "Invincible! Invincible golden body!" Whoosh! Suddenly, a light curtain shrouded Su Yan's spirit sea, and the bursts of golden light covered Su Yan's body. It was the invincible golden body that Su Yan had obtained in the Su family's ancestral pagoda. Su Yen naturally understood the strength of Buddha Slayer and knew that he would never be his opponent. Even so, Su Yen still clenched his teeth and persevered. A man living in the world, not for the world, not for the beauty, but for the dignity and glory in his heart. Even if he died, he must die with dignity and responsibility. Invincible golden body. Buddha Slayer looked at the golden light emanating from Su Yan's body and was slightly stunned. Then he looked at Su Yen with interest, raised his white eyebrows, and said with a smile, "Brat, I'd like to see how long you can hold on." Buddha Slayer did not use too much of his strength as he spoke, and just slowly closed in on Su Yen. With every step Buddha Slayer took, Su Yen felt a tremor in his body. His whole body trembled, and a mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth. Even so, Su Yen still did not loosen up. The glazed sun sword scripture in his body was circulating with difficulty, constantly repairing the broken golden light. It was constantly being broken and repaired. Although it was broken and his body was trembling, his heart was indestructible. However, Buddha Slayer's pressure was too strong. Gradually, Su Yan's body fell into a weak state, and his eyes began to blur. No, I can't give up. Just at the moment when he was about to faint, Su Yen suddenly woke up and shouted with difficulty. The glazed sun sword scripture in his body was circulating again. "Brat, you're really not afraid of death." Seeing Su Yan's expression, Buddha Slayer's eyes flashed with a strange light. Su Yen smiled coldly and did not answer Buddha Slayer. He was naturally afraid of death, but he knew that there were some things that he had to do even if he had to die. Just like now. The sword will. I must go there. Chapter 43. Venerable Wandering Slayer did not know that this was not only the obsession in Su Yan's heart, but also the Tao that Su Yen comprehended after leaping into the 9th level of spirit channeling. It belonged to his life Tao and his soul Tao. Under the support of this Tao and obsession, Su Yen kept resisting, and his body was getting more and more unable to hold on. Haha. At this moment, Venerable Wandering Slayer let out a loud laugh. His laughter reverberated in the 5th level, creating a series of echoes. "Brat, you're arrogant. I like it. Venerable Wandering Slayer said a few times like a ruffian, expressing his inner affirmation of Su Yan's performance. The moment he retracted his pressure, Su Yen slumped to the ground. However, in just a moment, Su Yen stood up again. He ignored Venerable Wandering Slayer's words and said with a frown, "I want to go out." "You're really stubborn." Venerable Wandering Slayer was no longer angry at Su Yan's performance. Instead, he admired him more and more, and a smile appeared on his old face. Suddenly he waved his hand. In an instant, the bronze wall around the pagoda disappeared, and what appeared was the scene of Duantian Cliff. Duantian Cliff was no longer a barren place because of the arrangement of the inner gate test in the sword collection tomb. Instead, it was a hubbub of voices. All the outer disciples, whether they were qualified to take part in the test or not, had gathered there. The test for outer disciples to become inner disciples was held once a year. But it was definitely a big event in the sword collection tomb. At this moment, there were thousands of people surrounding Duantian Cliff. Among them, there were outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, elders of the sect, and successor disciples. At this moment, Su Yen also saw a few familiar figures. Ouyang Tiancheng, Xiao Linglong, Pu Tiandao, and a few other people beside them that Su Yen did not know. These people stood at the forefront, and they were obviously the main candidates for the inner gate test. Dozens of meters behind them, the people gathered were obviously onlookers. Among the onlookers, 3 people floating on an ancient tree were particularly eye-catching. 2 men and 1 woman. The woman had a flirtatious figure and was dressed in red. Her cold face did not have the slightest change in expression. However, when she looked at the candidate for the inner sect test, she was stunned. He frowned slightly and muttered in his heart, "There's no sign of Su Yen in the inner disciple test this time." There were so many outer sect disciples, plus the fact that cultivators were inherently unstable, so even though Su Yen was the number 1 disciple in the outer sect, no one paid any attention to him. However, this was the most important event for the outer sect to enter the inner sect. Su Yen was a 5 breaths cultivator and the 5 colors spirit stone cultivator. Coupled with his status as the number 1 outer sect cultivator, he was naturally the most popular candidate for the outer sect cultivator to enter the inner sect. This time, Su Yen was not included in this test, which naturally attracted the attention of others. The girl in red furrowed her brows slightly. Although it was fleeting, she still couldn't escape from the young man in white standing beside her. "Junior Sister Lin, are you looking for Su Yen?" The white-clothed youth turned his head and asked the young girl. A cold smile flashed across his cold face. "What?" The girl in red was slightly startled. She turned her head and a cold light burst out from her eyes. She looked at the white-clothed youth and asked coldly, "Brother Xiang, what do you mean by that?" "Ha, nothing, nothing." The white-clothed youth looked at the red-clothed girl's expression and laughed loudly. He then looked at the place where Ouyang Tiancheng and the others were standing. The smile on his face became even wider. He really admired the Hidden Sword Tomb's elders for choosing the location of the trial. It was actually at Duantian Cliff, and the array was still at the place where Su Yen died. In this way, could Su Yan's vengeful spirit still watch this scene unfold before his eyes? How much hatred did he have? The more the white-clothed youth thought about it, the happier he became. Daring to steal Xiang Tianba's things, he had to suffer such humiliation. That's right, these 3 people were the 3 true disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb. The white-clothed youth was Xiang Tianba, and the red-clothed girl was naturally Lin Hualu. Lin Hualu looked at Xiang Tianba's complacent expression, and the scene of Xiang Tianba attacking Ouyang Tiancheng and Su Yen that day suddenly appeared in his mind. And this time, Su Yen did not appear. Could it be? Lin Hualu's heart could not help but be startled. At the same time, a faint anger surged, but it quickly dissipated. He laughed at himself in his heart. Forget it, so what if he is a genius? If Su Yen was really killed by Xiang Tianba, then it can only be said that it is his good fortune in this life. True disciples, apart from Lin Hualu and Xiang Tianba. The other youth wearing a purple robe was Qin Hao, who had witnessed Su Yan's dance of the fish and dragon entering the Hidden Sword Tomb with Lin Hualu and Chobo at Sky Shuang City. Qin Hao had been in seclusion for a period of time recently. Although he had just come out, he had heard of some of the major events that had happened in the Hidden Sword Tomb. Looking at the people who were preparing for the test, he did not see Su Yen. His handsome face frowned slightly, especially when he saw Lin Hualu's unhappy expression. His brows furrowed even tighter, but it quickly dissipated. He narrowed his eyes and did not say anything. The 3 of them were all true disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb, the proud sons of heaven among thousands of disciples. Their minds were naturally firmer than ordinary people, and they did not show their emotions on their faces. However, Xiang Tianba thought that Su Yan's spirit was watching all of this, and his cold face was always mixed with a few smiles. Of course, he did not know that Su Yen was watching all of this. Su Yen looked at Xiang Tianba's arrogant face, and the humiliation of that day immediately appeared in his mind. His eyes quickly narrowed, and a burst of anger burst out. If you want to wash away the humiliation, you have to become stronger. At this moment, Venerable Wandering Slayer's oppressive voice was heard. Su Yen was stunned. Before he could respond, Venerable Wandering Slayer jumped up and patted Su Yan's body. Su Yen immediately felt his whole body trembling. A heat wave came from his body. The heat wave was like a sharp sword that directly broke through all the meridians in his body and continuously poured into his body. Even though Su Yen had amazing willpower, his body still felt like it was being bitten by thousands of ants, and he could not help but let out a painful roar. Venerable Wandering Slayer looked at Su Yan's painful expression and said with a smile, "Brat, now I'm going to stimulate the sealed beast core of the Sky Cloud Beast in your body." The beast core of the Sky Cloud Beast. Su Yen, who was struggling in pain, heard Venerable Wandering Slayer's words, and his eyes flashed. That day, Su Yen was forced by Xiang Tianba to swallow the beast core of the Sky Cloud Beast. One should know that the beast core could not be swallowed directly because the demonic nature contained in it was too strong for an ordinary person's body to bear. Moreover, it was the beast core of the Sky Cloud Beast. That day, Xiang Tianba was angry and did not think about it. Su Yan was anxious to avoid Xiang Tianba's pursuit, so he did not think much about it and entered the pagoda. Entering the pagoda was a checkpoint, and there were dangers waiting for him. Su Yan did not think about it at all. Now that venerable wandering slayer mentioned it, Su Yan thought about the beast core of the sky cloud beast again. Su Yan, who had swallowed the beast core of the sky cloud beast that day, was only in the 7th layer of the spirit realm. Swallowing the beast core with such a cultivation was definitely a disaster. However, nothing happened to him at all. Now that he heard venerable wandering slayer's words, Su Yan understood that he had been sealed. Brat, the sky cloud beast is an extremely tough creature. Its skin is tough and thick, and its beast core also has this characteristic. It is suitable to forge your invincible golden body. Venerable wandering slayer did not wait for Su Yan's response and directly waved his hand. Su Yan let out a painful roar again. The blood vessels in his body seemed to be condensed again, and there were sharp swords constantly piercing through the condensed parts. This pain was like falling into a sea of fire, and his whole body was eroded by the flames. Incomparable pain wrapped Su Yan. It was hundreds of times stronger than the spiritual power erosion that Xiang Tianba gave him that day. Run the cultivation method to disperse the power of the beast core. Venerable wandering slayer seemed to turn a blind eye to Su Yan's pain and said with a smile on his face. Su Yan let out another roar. He gritted his teeth and endured the great pain in his body. He sat down cross-legged and ran the sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body at the same time. Concentrate the qi in your dantian and spread it all over your body to absorb the essence. Venerable wandering slayer guided him from the side. Su Yan did not know why venerable wandering slayer wanted to guide him, but he still did as he was told. Although it was painful, Su Yan could feel that the blood vessels in his body were expanding, and all his meridians were becoming stronger and stronger. After an hour, Su Yan, who was struggling in pain, suddenly let out a loud lion's roar. In an instant, a strong spiritual energy erupted from Su Yan's body. A golden light flashed and directly enveloped Su Yan's whole body. The golden light emitted was many times more brilliant and powerful than when Su Yan fought against venerable wandering slayer just now. One could even faintly see runes fluctuating and rotating on the surface of the runes. As it rotated, the surrounding air trembled and made a whistling sound. Is this the invincible golden body strengthened by the beast core of the sky cloud beast? Su Yan looked at the situation around his body and licked his lips, showing a look of excitement. Venerable wandering slayer raised his eyebrows and nodded approvingly. Brat, you're so damn lucky. You dare to swallow the sky cloud beast and the beast core, and you can still meet me. When Su Yan heard venerable wandering slayer's words, he smiled embarrassedly and then cupped his hands to venerable wandering slayer. Thank you, don't thank me. Su Yan had just bent down when he was interrupted by venerable wandering slayer. This is your reward for coming to the 5th floor. You deserve it. Su Yan was scolded by venerable wandering slayer, and his face twitched. When he looked at venerable wandering slayer again, he saw a hazy aura exuding from his body. Su Yan could not help but frown because this aura was not unfamiliar to him. When he was on the 4th floor just now, he had noticed it on Mu Zijian. Mu Zijian was a dead man. Chapter 44. When he was on the 4th level, Su Yan had seen the hazy aura emitted by Mu Zijian. Now, Buddha Slayer also had the same aura. Mu Zijian was already dead, so what about Buddha Slayer? Su Yan looked at Buddha Slayer and felt the oppressive aura that was constantly emitted from his body. It was really hard to imagine the connection between the two. The test can't start. Su Yan hasn't arrived yet. Just as Su Yan was pondering, a voice that sounded like a duck's voice suddenly entered the tower. Su Yan didn't need to look to know that this voice belonged to Lu Fei. He could be considered Su Yan's only friend in the hidden sword tomb. Following his voice, Su Yan also looked out of the tower. Lu Fei was only at the 5th level of the spirit channeling realm, so he didn't have the qualifications for this test. However, at this moment, Lu Fei occupied the empty platform alone, and his fat hands were spread out in a line. Hidden Sword Elder, we can't start. Su Yan hasn't arrived yet, Lu Fei looked at the hidden sword elder in front of him and said anxiously. How could the hidden sword elder not know that Su Yan hadn't arrived yet? However, the array had already been set up, and all the disciples for this test were present. How could one person delay it? The hidden sword elder waved his hand and shouted at Lu Fei, "Lu Fei, get out of the way. This test is an important matter for the outer sect. Su Yan hasn't arrived yet because of his contempt. How can we wait for him now?" With just a wave of his hand, a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged out, causing Lu Fei's fat body to tremble for a moment. If it wasn't for his fat body, he would have fallen to the ground. However, even so, Lu Fei still took a few steps back in a sorry state before he could stabilize himself. The spirit energy in his body was also trembling under the hidden sword elder's deterrence. Since that was the case, Lu Fei didn't show the slightest fear. He took a step forward and blocked the empty platform, saying word by word, "Su Yan hasn't arrived yet, so the test can't start." "How dare you!" When the hidden sword elder saw that an outer disciple dared to act arrogantly in front of him, he was instantly enraged. He waved his hand and an invisible giant wolf rolled out. Thump! This time, even with Lu Fei's fat body, he still couldn't block this attack. At the same time, a mouthful of blood spurted out from Lu Fei's mouth. However, in the next instant, Lu Fei stood up and returned to the empty stage. He looked at the hidden sword elder with determination and slowly said, Su Yan is not here. We cannot start the competition." "Lu Fei," the hidden sword elder roared. His voice was like a clap of thunder, instantly spreading throughout the entire Duantian cliff. When the outer sect disciples heard the hidden sword elder's shout, their hearts trembled slightly, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Even Lin Huatu and the other two, who were standing on the ancient tree, frowned slightly. With the strength of a celestial stage cultivator, how could he allow others to underestimate him? However, Lu Fei was unmoved. He continued to face the hidden sword elder head-on. With a bang, his elephant-like legs exploded with spiritual energy as he stomped down. His body bent slightly, and he immediately stood up as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Lu Fei's eyes flashed with determination. Although he didn't say anything, his actions made it clear that he didn't want the test to start. "Lu Fei, do you really think that I won't dare to do anything to you?" The hidden sword elder looked at Lu Fei, his beard swaying slightly. His entire body was trembling with anger. As he spoke, he waved his hand and another stream of spirit chi shot out, heading straight for Lu Fei. Lu Fei was as heavy as Mount Tai at this moment, but his strength was ultimately too weak, and he was directly sent flying. The moment Lu Fei was sent flying, the hidden sword elder waved his hand at the same time, and Lu Fei fell at the foot of the mountain. All disciples participating in the inner court test enter the formation. At this moment, the hidden sword elder waved his hand and activated the formation he had set up this time. The anger on his face was still faintly surging. If it wasn't for Lu Fei's good father, the hidden sword elder would have killed him long ago. Why would he save him later on? It was precisely because of this that the hidden sword elder was afraid that Lu Fei would cause trouble again and lose face. Ouyang Tiancheng, Xiao Linglong, and the others entered the testing array. The hidden sword elder hurriedly waved his hand and shouted, "Activate the inner court testing array." Bing! With a wave of his hand, a loud explosion sounded out. On the empty platform where Lu Fei was standing, a light screen surged and enveloped the few people participating in the inner court test. As the formation was activated, not only that, the surrounding area also exploded. But a screen of light was established. This screen of light could be seen from the outside, but it could not be seen from the inside. Ouyang Tiancheng and the others jumped in and immediately focused their minds. At the same time, the hidden sword elder began to explain the rules this time. This formation can be called the 100 Revolutions 1000 Battles formation. In this formation, take down the banner that this elder has secretly set up in order to obtain the qualifications. Of course, the dangers set up under the banner all have the strength of the Life Soul stage. Some of you are in the Quasi-Life Soul stage, but if you can take down the banner, it's not impossible for you to have a chance to enter the inner court. There are dozens of people participating in the inner court test, but there are only 5 banners. Among them, it will depend on your strength. As the hidden sword elder spoke, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. There were only 5 people who could enter the inner court. Since they had reached the life soul stage, if they wanted to enter the inner court, they would have to obtain one of the 5 banners. Dozens of people fighting for 5 banners, the meaning behind it could be imagined. This also fully demonstrated the law of survival of the fittest in the hidden sword tomb, and even more so, proved the cruelty of the cultivation world. When Ouyang Tiancheng and the others entered the formation, they immediately spread out to search for the banner. Just now, they were outside the formation, perhaps they were fellow disciples. However, at this moment, they were competitors. One by one, they jumped into the formation, competing not only with strength but also with wisdom. In the midst of competition, they naturally forgot that there was still a pagoda in the formation. In the pagoda, a person looked at the unconscious Lu Fei at the foot of the mountain. His heart burst with a burst of emotion, and at the same time, a firm gaze surged in his eyes. Lu Fei's persistence just now was nothing more than to be able to participate in the inner court test. But now, he was watching from the side. How could he be worthy of the injury he had just suffered? I want to go out. Su Yen gritted his teeth and turned to Venerable Wandering Slayer. Go out? Venerable Wandering Slayer was slightly stunned, but then he smiled and said, Brat, what's the hurry? Didn't you see that the elder just said that there are 5 banners this time? Let's wait and see. But when Su Yen still wanted to say something, he was interrupted by Venerable Wandering Slayer's shout. Cut the crap. I don't have much time left. I still want to see what kind of disciples the Hidden Sword Tomb has accepted in the past few years. Su Yen was scolded by Venerable Wandering Slayer. He recalled Venerable Wandering Slayer's words and his hazy light that was similar to Mu Zijin. Su Yen didn't know why, but there was an inexplicable sadness in his heart. Su Yen didn't have the slightest feelings for Venerable Wandering Slayer, but Su Yen was not an ungrateful person. Just now, he refined the beast core for him to strengthen his invincible golden body. Su Yen had already remembered this kindness in his heart. Of course, in addition to this kindness, Su Yen was more sad because Venerable Wandering Slayer was an unprecedented peerless powerhouse, a powerhouse who didn't even put the celestial phenomenon realm in his eyes. With his strength, shouldn't he be able to laugh proudly in the 9th heaven? Then why did he? Su Yen thought about it and looked at Venerable Wandering Slayer's eyes with a myriad of emotions. Can this kind of array be used as an inner disciple test? At this moment, Venerable Wandering Slayer looked at the fluctuations of the array outside and smiled coldly. Suddenly, he waved his hand and shouted, I'll give you a fierce one. Bang! At this moment, Su Yen saw the array outside the tower suddenly shake. When Ouyang Tiancheng and the others were still looking for the banner and collecting the medicinal pills, they heard a whistling sound and suddenly a gust of wind. Rumble. After a few loud noises, dozens of giant beasts condensed from spiritual energy suddenly appeared in front of them. The Hidden Sword Tomb was a sect with clear rewards and punishments. There were risks in participating in the inner disciple test, but naturally there were also benefits. In addition to the qualification to enter the inner disciple, there was also the opportunity to find medicinal pills. When Ouyang Tiancheng and the others were looking for the medicinal pills, they saw the giant beasts condensed from spiritual energy that suddenly appeared. Everyone was shocked. One of the disciples was even more flustered. Crash! It was directly torn apart by a giant beast. At the same time, the disciples in the array were shocked when they saw this scene. Not only them, but even the Hidden Sword Elder was stunned when he saw this. This array was arranged by him, so he naturally knew the mysteries contained in this array. There were no such giant beasts in the array at all. It was clear that someone had tampered with this array. This was the boundary of the Hidden Sword Tomb, and the Hidden Sword Elder was the only person monitoring the test today. Now, someone had tampered with his array. The Hidden Sword Elder's old face suddenly twitched and a burst of anger surged. He raised his head and roared, Who is it? Who dares to change my array? This voice contained spirit chi fluctuations, and it was as if the entire valley was trembling. Hee hee, this kid is interesting. You want to shake me out with your strength? Venerable Wandering Slayer heard the hidden sword elder's shout, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That strange appearance was like an old urchin. Su Yen didn't have the cultivation of Venerable Wandering Slayer, so he couldn't detect the scene outside the array. He only saw the sudden appearance of the giant beasts in the array, and his heart trembled slightly. Before Su Yen could recover, Venerable Wandering Slayer suddenly waved his hand and shouted to Su Yen, "Stinking brat, enter my pagoda sect and show the power of my pagoda sect. Now, I will officially impart to you the pagoda sword." As Venerable Wandering Slayer spoke, a long sword flew into Su Yan's hand. Chapter 45. Su Yen was a sword master in his previous life. As a sword cultivator in this life, his understanding of the sword was comparable to that of a master swordsmith. The pagoda sword emitted a golden light as soon as it was in his hand. Su Yen felt the mystery of it. In just a moment, the blood vessels in his body began to expand, and the black pupils in his eye sockets contracted at the same time. There was no sound, no movement. There was only the sound of his heartbeat. It was as if everything around him had become still. Pagoda, pagoda. Su Yen held the pagoda sword and slowly put it away. His whole body was trembling with excitement. This was a sword cultivator's desire for a good sword, and his fondness for a good sword. Su Yen fondled the sword from the hilt to the body of the sword lovingly. His eyes were shining brightly. It was not until Su Yen touched the entire sword that he reluctantly put it away. Doubts emerged in his heart at this moment. The pagoda sword was obtained by Su Yen in the hidden sword pavilion of the outer sect. When Su Yen saw the pagoda sword at that time, although it was strange, it was not a good sword. The shape of the pagoda sword did not change, but its sharpness was enhanced. It was not comparable to the previous pagoda sword. Su Yen looked up at Venerable Buter in confusion. Before he could speak, Venerable Buter seemed to know what he was thinking. A proud smile appeared on his weathered face. "Ah, brat, don't doubt it. This is the sword you obtained before." Venerable Buter's smile became more and more proud as he spoke. There is a saying that pagoda sword is only given to the fated one. Previously, I sealed the pagoda sword with the dustless evil spirit to block the pagoda light. This action is not only to guard against villains, but also to find the fated one. Brat, since you have the pagoda sword, you also have the pagoda sword. Since you have joined the pagoda sect, you are a pagoda man. Venerable Buter said as he floated in midair. His face was filled with a bold and unrestrained will, which made Su Yan's body boil. Pagoda sect, Su Yen muttered to himself as he looked at the pagoda sword in his hand. His heart leaped with joy. Right at this moment, all of a sudden, Venerable Wandering Slayer waved his hand. A sharp will gushed out. Su Yen felt his forehead tremble as a divine thought was transmitted into Su Yan's mind. At the same time, Buddha Slayer also obtained some information about Su Yan's past. Venerable Wandering Slayer's eyebrows twitched. He thought of Su Yan's actions, and the corners of his mouth curled into a gratified smile. However, it was only for a moment. His originally hazy aura also became denser and denser. Under the dense atmosphere, it slowly disappeared. Venerable Buter. When Su Yen saw Venerable Wandering Slayer disappear at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, a sense of reluctance rose in his heart. Su Yen, remember that the pagoda sect originally had 7 floors. This time, you have only broken through the 5th floor. There are still 2 more floors. The pagoda sword will naturally guide you there. As Venerable Wandering Slayer spoke, his body became more and more blurred. In the end, his body could barely be seen. Only his deep voice was floating in the air. This disciple understands. Su Yen watched Venerable Wandering Slayer disappear. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. He just cupped his fist and bowed to Venerable Wandering Slayer. Haha. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Venerable Wandering Slayer let out a carefree laugh. However, this laughter drifted in the pagoda sect, and the echoing melody had an indescribable vicissitudes of life. Along with the laughter, Venerable Wandering Slayer's body became more and more blurred. Su Yen, remember that you must go to the last 2 floors of the pagoda sect. Venerable Wandering Slayer left behind a final thought that floated into Su Yan's mind. In this thought, Su Yan could clearly feel the unwillingness in it. Su Yan did not understand how strong Venerable Wandering Slayer was. However, he was able to disregard the celestial phenomenon realm, create the pagoda sect, and cast the pagoda sword. With such strength, he could already laugh proudly above the 9 heavens. Now that he had disappeared because of this, how could he be willing to accept it? Su Yan looked at the place where Venerable Wandering Slayer disappeared. His pursuit of the strong in his heart suddenly loosened a little, but it was only for a moment. When he looked back, his eyes still exuded a sense of unswerving determination. Heaven and earth can't exist, so I will go against the heavens myself, Su Yan shouted in his heart. He gripped the pagoda sword tightly in his hand and looked back into the pagoda. Thump! A loud sound was heard, and an ancient giant beast condensed from spiritual energy suddenly fell from the sky. This is... Su Yan looked at this scene and his heart trembled. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly turned back, only to see that Venerable Wandering Slayer, who had just disappeared, had appeared behind him again. The test of this hidden sword tomb is too weak. I'll give you something fierce. Venerable Wandering Slayer looked into the pagoda with a ferocious expression on his old face. Of course, it was more of an unwillingness to accept the world and a nostalgia for the mortal world. At the same time, there was also a sense of cynicism. Fu! Su Yan saw that Venerable Wandering Slayer had appeared again. He was happy and was about to call out to him. However, Venerable Wandering Slayer had disappeared. This time, he did not disappear slowly like before. Instead, it was like a flash in the pan as he disappeared directly into the void. The scene just now seemed to be Venerable Wandering Slayer's final radiance. Su Yan shook his head with a wry smile and did not feel too sad. This was life, this was Tao, the Tao of the world. Of course, Su Yan knew that this Tao and this life were not what he was thinking now. The most important thing for him now was to get out of the pagoda to participate in the inner test and obtain the qualification to enter the Well of Swords. The inner test. Su Yan looked out of the pagoda as he thought about it. In an instant, countless black lines appeared on his brows. Although he could clearly see the mirror image outside, Su Yan did not know how to get out of the pagoda at this moment. He was like an iron wall around him at all. Venerable Wandering Slayer had disappeared again. Su Yan suddenly had an impulse to curse. Why didn't Venerable Wandering Slayer tell me how to get out of the pagoda? Seeing that the test outside was getting worse and worse, 4 of the silk banners set up by the hidden sword elder had been obtained. In his anxiety, Su Yan hurriedly ran his mind and began to digest the divine thought and memory that Venerable Wandering Slayer had just left for him. While Su Yan was digesting the memory, the competition in the 100 turns and 1,000 dippers had also progressed to a white-hot stage. Oh no, it should not be said to be a battle but a life-saving battle. Just now, when Venerable Wandering Slayer was in his last burst of consciousness, he had forced out the giant beast of spiritual energy, which was like a crazy flood dragon. This giant beast was transformed by Venerable Wandering Slayer's divine thought in the end. Compared to the first few giant beasts that Venerable Wandering Slayer had transformed into, it was dozens of times larger. This beast had no form. Its 4 feet were like a giant elephant, its body was like an ox, its neck was dozens of feet long, like a python, and its huge head was like an ox's head. Its bell-like big eyes looked at Ouyang Tiancheng and others in the array, constantly attacking. Its head swept past like a storm, and some of the objects arranged in the array were destroyed in an instant. Who is it? Who is it? The hidden sword elder outside the array looked at the giant beast that appeared, and his whole body trembled with anger. Although the hidden sword tomb followed the survival of the fittest. However, after all, it was a righteous sect. In the test and trial, he could allow some people to die. However, there were only casualties, and not all the disciples of his sect were killed. Although the 100 turns and 1,000 dippers, array set up by the hidden sword elder was ever-changing. However, one's strength was limited to the life-soul realm. As long as one's strength reached the life-soul realm, they would definitely be able to survive. This time, the snake, elephant, and ox creature emitted a huge attack power. Not to mention the life-soul realm, even the Saint Bloodline realm might not be able to withstand it. Even the Saint Bloodline realm couldn't stop it. As for those people in the inner sect test, the highest was only in the life-soul realm. Now that such a huge beast had appeared, it was obvious that it was going to kill all the palanquins in the outer sect of the Hidden Sword Tomb. The Hidden Sword Elder was the host of this test. Now that such a thing had happened under his control, how could he not be angry? He really wanted to break through the array and kill this monster. However, he could only blame himself. When he was setting up the array, in order to reflect the strictness of the Hidden Sword Tomb's sect trial, he deliberately set it. Once the array was activated, it could not be opened before the 3-day time limit. Now, looking at the array, there were disciples of his sect dying in the hands of that monster. Other than being anxious, the Hidden Sword Elder only felt anger. In this trial, the strongest person was Ouyang Tiancheng, and the rest were Pu Tiandao and Xiao Linglong. As for the rest of the people who were not killed by the first wave of giant beasts, compared to the 3 of them, they were slightly weaker. Even so, their strength was only at the first level of the life-soul realm. Under the blind attacks of the monster, the few of them hurriedly dodged. Just now, they had the heart to fight for the banner, but now they did not have the energy to do so. Ouyang Tiancheng looked at the monster. His cold face no longer had the calmness from before. He frowned, his eyes staring at the monster, releasing a sinister light. "Everyone, let's work together to kill this monster," Ouyang Tiancheng said coldly, not waiting for the others to react. With a wave of one hand, the dragon roar sword suddenly exploded with a roar. His body suddenly stood out and drew a shadow in the air. At the same time, the sword light flashed. Wherever the dragon roar passed, one could faintly hear the sound of a dragon's roar. The long sword slashed across, coupled with the dragon's roar. It was as if a dragon was surging out of the sea. Ouyang Tiancheng's strength also burst out at this moment. In an instant, the outer and inner disciples standing outside the array revealed a look of envy. Before Su Yan, Ouyang Tiancheng was recognized as the number 1 person in the outer sect. Although Ouyang Tiancheng was only at the 9th level of the spirit realm, his strength, even many inner disciples did not dare to provoke him. This time, Ouyang Tiancheng's attack attracted countless envious gazes. The outer and inner disciples naturally did not know that the array had been tampered with. They only thought that it was the array set up by the Hidden Sword Elder. Chapter 46. The outer and inner sect disciples did not know that the formation had been tampered with. However, the 3 successor disciples were able to see through the clues. Not to mention the fact that the Hidden Sword Elder had used his spiritual energy to shout. Just based on the strength of the 3 of them, they also knew that the formation had changed. However, the 3 of them were still expressionless. To the 3 of them, no matter how dangerous the formation was, it was only a battle between outer sect disciples. It had nothing to do with the 3 of them. The outer and inner sect disciples did not know. The successor disciples were not anxious, and the only one who was anxious about the formation was the Hidden Sword Elder. The Hidden Sword Elder was the person in charge this time. Not only did he have to bear the rules of this trial, he also had to be responsible for the disciples of the sect. If the people who participated in this trial died in the formation he set up, it could only be said that the outer sect disciples were not strong enough. However, if these disciples died in the hands of others, then the matter would not be so simple. This time, the few people in the formation realized the danger. They no longer fought among themselves, but gathered together to resist the monster. The few of them who were able to participate in this trial were obviously the geniuses of the outer sect. Under the leadership of Ouyang Tiancheng, the few of them displayed their abilities and activated their magic treasures. A burst of light shone in all directions as they attacked the monster. The sword light flashed and was forced by the spiritual energy. Even with the concealment of the formation, the spiritual energy emitted by the few people who were watching from the outside could not help but be surprised. But even so, in front of the monster, the few of them were still unable to withstand a single blow. The monster opened its bell-like eyes as if it did not see them. It let out a low roar. Under that low roar, a wave of spiritual energy that could be seen with the naked eye suddenly appeared. When the wave attacked, a violent wind suddenly blew. "Be careful!" Ouyang Tiancheng had obviously become the leader of the group. Seeing the powerful wave of spiritual energy attack, he hurriedly shouted. At the same time, Ouyang Tiancheng tapped the tip of his foot and jumped a few meters up, standing on a branch in the middle of the formation. Pu Tiandao, Xiao Linglong, and the others also instantly circulated their spiritual energy and jumped up, avoiding the attack of the monster's spiritual energy wave. However, after Xiao Linglong and Pu Tiandao, the few quasi-life soul stage disciples were not as lucky as them and were directly hit by the spiritual energy wave. Bang! With a loud bang, those people were pushed away and fell to the ground. Immediately, they coughed out mouthfuls of blood. When they moved, they had already lost all their strength and fainted on the ground. When Ouyang Tiancheng and the others saw this scene, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Although their strength was not as strong as theirs. However, to be able to participate in the trial, one could be considered a genius of the outer sect. This time, a single wave of spiritual energy from this huge monster was enough to trap them. After the monster released the spirit energy wave, it did not stop. Its bell-like eyes stared at the place where Ouyang Tiancheng and the others were standing. Eyes, with another roar, its huge body flew up into the air. This beast was strange. It had such a huge body, but it was not slow at all. It rushed up and leaped out like a bolt of lightning. In addition to its huge body, with every step it took, the entire territory within the formation trembled. Because of this, the surrounding air also quickly condensed and turned into a whistling sound that attacked. When Ouyang Tiancheng and the others saw this scene, their eyes twisted. They did not dare to take it head-on and hurriedly dodged. However, there were still a few figures that were a step too slow and were directly hit by the monster. The powerful collision of the body caused the few people who were hit to not even be able to react. Their fragile bodies were smashed into two halves. In an instant, bloody light danced in the air. The scene was extremely shocking. This horrifying scene caused the breathing of those disciples in the formation to quicken as well, and they were secretly shocked in their hearts. When the hidden sword elder saw this scene, he could not hold it in anymore. Just now, he had thought that if a few disciples worked together, they might be able to kill this huge monster. As long as they killed the huge monster, everything would be solved. But now, in just 2 rounds of attacks, the huge monster had injured several disciples on his side. If this continued, not a single disciple who had entered the formation to participate in the trial would be able to leave the formation. The hidden sword elder's slightly aged face twitched. His figure flashed and he arrived outside the 100 Revolutions 1000 Battles formation. In an instant he stepped on top of a formation core. Although this formation had been set up by him for less than 3 days, it could not be opened. However, seeing that all the disciples participating in the trial were about to lose their lives here, he could only forcefully open it. Xiang Tianba, Lin Hualu, Qin Hao, the 3 successor disciples, come down and help me. The hidden sword elder stepped on the formation core and shouted to Lin Hualu and the other 2 on the ancient tree. Lin Hualu did not hesitate at all as she leaped onto the other formation core. In an instant, the cultivation technique in her body was activated, and a dense wave of spirit energy was emitted. Her red clothes floated in the air, her seductive body emitted spirit energy, and her cold face was constantly emitting an alluring aura. When the outer and inner sect disciples saw this, they couldn't help but panic. Their eyes revealed a look of adoration, but when they thought of Lin Hualu's identity, their faces couldn't help but darken. Following that, Qin Hao also jumped up one after another. His purple robe fluttered in the wind, causing another scream between the outer and inner sect disciples. To them, Qin Hao, Lin Hualu, and Xiang Tianba were the pride of the entire hidden sword tomb. Normally, just seeing one of them was enough to make them excited for a few days. Qin Hao stood on top of a formation core and did not hesitate to activate his cultivation technique to break the formation. When the 2 of them came down, only Xiang Tianba seemed to be unmoved. He stood calmly on the tree as he coldly stared at the people in the formation. There was a trace of disdain in his eyes. To him, the lives of the people in the formation were nothing but grass. This formation was called the 100 Revolutions 1000 Battles formation. It was specially designed by the Hidden Sword Elder for this trial. It was divided into 4 formation cores, and the Hidden Sword Elder had purposely placed the cores within the formation to make the trial strict. Now, if they wanted to forcefully open the formation, they would have to break the barrier above the formation. The Hidden Sword Elder broke one core, Qin Hao stood on one, and Lin Hualu stood on the other. There was still one core that had to be broken by someone. The Hidden Sword Elder was originally anxious, but when he saw that Xiang Tianba was still not coming down, he became even more furious and shouted, "Xiang Tianba, come down quickly. Hidden Sword Elder, you set up this formation. What does it have to do with me?" Xiang Tianba was unmoved by the Hidden Sword Elder's anger. He raised his cold eyes and said indifferently, "Xiang Tianba." The Hidden Sword Elder's face twitched, but there was nothing he could do. Xiang Tianba was a core disciple. Although he was only a core disciple, he was a pride of the heavens. Apart from the elders in charge of the core disciples, the Hidden Sword Elder had no right to order them around. While the two were talking, the inner and outer disciples also saw Xiang Tianba. They saw Xiang Tianba standing on top of the ancient tree. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and his cold face emitted a majestic aura. When the inner and outer disciples looked at each other, they couldn't help but lower their heads. He, Xiang Tianba, was the pride of the heavens. He, Xiang Tianba, was a dragon among men. As for the people in the array formation, they were nothing more than ants, nothing more than grass. Thus, Xiang Tianba didn't want to save them at all. The Hidden Sword Elder saw that the monsters in the formation were getting fiercer and fiercer. He became more and more anxious and shouted to Xiang Tianba again, "Xiang Tianba, we are all from the same sect. Why are you so cruel?" Hidden Sword Elder, if these people in the formation can't even resist a beast, what's the use of keeping such trash in our hidden sword tomb? Xiang Tianba pointed at the few people in the formation and said coldly. His handsome face did not have the slightest fluctuation. Damn it. The Hidden Sword Elder looked at the formation and saw that Xiang Tianba and the others were in a more and more sorry state. He cursed and no longer asked Xiang Tianba. Instead, he turned to Lin Hualu and Qin Hao and said, "Lin Hualu, Qin Hao, you two break the eye, I'll break too." Lin Hualu and Qin Hao nodded. Without saying anything, they began to attack the eye of the formation. With the strength of the two of them, although it was not difficult to break through the eye of the formation, it was not an easy task. The spirit energy continued to surge, breaking through the barrier of the formation. Moreover, the Hidden Sword Elder had to break 2 eye of the formation by himself, which was even more difficult. After an hour, the formation still had not been broken. At this moment, Ouyang Tiancheng and the others in the formation were in a more and more sorry state. The monster was like a fort, and Ouyang Tiancheng and the others were unable to resist at all. After a few more breaths, Qiao Linglong and Pu Tiandao were hit by the giant monster's head with a bang, and the two of them flew out at the same time. Puchi, a mouthful of blood gushed out and they fainted. In the entire formation, the only one who was not injured was Ouyang Tiancheng. Damn beast! Seeing that the rest of the disciples had all fallen, Ouyang Tiancheng clenched his teeth and quickly activated the cultivation technique in his body. In an instant his body leaped out. Like lightning, he flew straight towards the giant beast's head. Unfortunately, that monster was too strong. In a breath's time, Ouyang Tiancheng's entire body trembled and he was sent flying. Outside the formation, the entire audience was in an uproar. Even though Ouyang Tiancheng was defeated by Su Yan, he was still a genius in their hearts, a proud child. Just a few attacks just now, everyone could see that Ouyang Tiancheng's strength was astonishing. However, even with such strength, in front of this monster, he couldn't even dodge a single attack. How could everyone not be shocked? Seeing the efforts of the Hidden Sword Elder and the others, they also realized that this formation was strange. Xiang Tianba looked at Ouyang Tiancheng, who was the last one to be sent flying, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He stood up and stepped on his sword to leave, because he knew. If this continued, even if the formation was broken, the people inside would definitely be killed by the monster. There would be nothing to see if they stayed. When the hidden sword elder and the others saw the monster step towards Ouyang Tiancheng and the others, their bodies and minds congealed together as they shouted angrily, "Don't!" But what could he do? Chapter 47. This monstrous beast was a killing machine. Staring with its bell-like eyes, there were no distracting thoughts in its eyes, not even a single ray of light. Between its hands and feet, there was only killing and destruction. Its snake-like neck swept across, immediately rolling up a gust of wind. Like a giant elephant, it lifted its 4 feet and stomped, causing the ground to shake. At this moment, within the array, only Ouyang Tiancheng was the strongest, but he was also defeated by this monster. The ground was stained with blood, and Ouyang Tiancheng and the others had all fallen. However, the monstrous beast ignored them and raised its foot to stomp on them. Outside the array, all the disciples were breathing rapidly, extremely anxious. Everyone who saw this scene held their breaths, their eyes congealed, and even some of the more timid ones closed their eyes, not daring to look directly at what was about to happen. The hidden sword elder's face was even more ugly. The cultivation technique in his body was constantly circulating, trying to seize the last bit of time to break the array. However, with his strength alone, he was still unable to break the array with all his strength. He could only watch as the monster trampled on Ouyang Tiancheng and the others. One seeing this scene, Xiang Tianba was even more disdainful and turned to leave. Bang! And at this moment, in this outer sect, the inner sect disciples did not dare to look directly at the bloody scene. When the hidden sword elder was angry and powerless, Xiang Tianba's disdain and ridicule. A loud sound was heard. This loud sound resonated throughout the entire array, and even the mountain valley of the Heaven's End cliff was shaken. This is... Everyone was stunned by this scene, and suddenly turned their eyes to the array. They saw a person wearing a purple-brown robe, holding a sword that emitted a golden light from the monster's body, straight up. That body was not considered tall and sturdy, but his figure was swift and fierce. With a sword, the sword hummed, and the sword light shot out like lightning in all directions, and the condensed air produced a whistling sound. Moo, just one blow. The insufferably arrogant monster let out a low roar. Then, it emitted a cloud of smoke and disappeared from the formation. Only the purple-brown robed youth was left standing on a flying sword. His eyes were shining brightly as he looked down with a faint smile on his face. "We're finally out." The young man's long hair fluttered in the wind. He took a deep breath and gripped his sword tightly. Outside the formation, a frenzy broke out. "Su Yen, it's Su Yen. Su Yen, the #1 disciple of our outer sect. That's right. Our sect's 5 breaths, the #1 person on the 5-colored boulder. He killed that monster, he killed that monster." Both the outer and inner disciples were overjoyed as they stared at Su Yan's figure, their eyes filled with envy. Seeing this, the hidden sword elder's eyes narrowed as he nodded at Su Yan. When he saw that the danger in the formation had been resolved, he could not help but laugh. "Good job, Su Yan." While all the disciples were cheering, there was one person whose expression was extremely ugly. This person was Xiang Tianba, who was about to leave. How is this possible? Didn't he die? How could he appear here? Xiang Tianba stared at Su Yan, who was standing on the sword dragon, as his entire body trembled in anger. "Impossible, impossible." Xiang Tianba stared at Su Yan with a murderous look in his eyes as he roared angrily. He immediately jumped out and stepped onto the formation core. His spiritual energy fluctuated slightly. Bang! The formation that the hidden sword elder, Lin Hualu, and Qin Hao were unable to break through for a long time was instantly broken. Just as the formation was about to break, Xiang Tianba instantly slashed out with his sword. It was so fast that it was like a flash of light. The standing disciples did not even see it clearly. Xiang Tianba's sword had already arrived in front of Su Yan. Su Yan was immersed in the joy of escaping the pagoda because he could not see what was happening outside the formation. When he heard that the formation was broken, he was stunned and instantly felt a strong murderous aura. Su Yan was all too familiar with this murderous aura. It was the sword intent of the person who humiliated him, Xiang Tianba. Su Yan was no longer the Su Yan that even Sun Yan could easily trample on. Fighting the guards of the Su family, breaking into the Su family's ancestral pagoda, taking first place in the outer disciple test of the hidden sword tomb, defeating Chen Yang, breaking the pagoda, and wandering among the sacred beasts. It could be said that he had rich battle experience. When the murderous aura came, Su Yan's pupils immediately shrank as he looked at Xiang Tianba. The lightning-like speed suddenly slowed down in Su Yan's eyes. However, although it slowed down in Su Yan's eyes, in the eyes of others, Xiang Tianba's speed did not decrease at all. The outer and inner disciples were too weak to see it clearly. They could only see a flash of light. Lin Hualu, the hidden sword elder, and Qin Hao saw it clearly. Seeing Xiang Tianba attack Su Yan with his sword, the three of them were shocked. How could they have thought that Xiang Tianba would suddenly attack Su Yan? As they stared at the attack of the essence light, the few of them narrowed their eyes together. They held their breaths as they stared at it. A voice involuntarily gushed out from their hearts, "Su Yan is dead meat." When Su Yan appeared, they could see that Su Yan's strength was only at the 9th layer of spirit realm. With this kind of strength, if he was caught off guard, it would be impossible for him to dodge Xiang Tianba's sword. Xiang Tianba's attack went straight for Su Yan's chest. He was determined to kill Su Yan. Su Yan could not dodge, so the only thing waiting for Su Yan was death. Although they wanted to save him, they did not have the strength to do so. After all, Xiang Tianba's speed was just too fast. Bang! Just when they thought that Su Yan was dead for sure, a loud sound suddenly rang out, startling them. Xiang Tianba's sword actually missed and hit the cliff. When they looked again, Su Yan's figure had already jumped dozens of meters away. The sword dragon under his feet flashed as he looked at Xiang Tianba with a gloomy expression. Killing intent constantly surged out from his eyes. What? Xiang Tianba also did not think that his attack would miss. He was stunned. At the same time, he turned his head and saw Su Yan. The killing intent in his body became even stronger. Su Yan! With a roar, his spirit energy surged and he once again jumped towards Su Yan. Xiang Tianba, that's enough. At this moment, the hidden sword elder also came to his senses. How could he allow Xiang Tianba to act recklessly? With a move of his body, he directly blocked in front of Xiang Tianba. Xiang Tianba, as a true disciple, you attacked an outer court disciple. Don't you know shame? The hidden sword elder looked at Xiang Tianba and said sarcastically. He admitted that Xiang Tianba was a proud son of heaven. He was only in his 20s and was already in the Saint Vein realm. In the future, he would definitely be able to step into the sky realm. When he did, he would also be one of the elders of the hidden sword tomb. His status would even be higher than his own. The hidden sword elder did not want to offend this person. But today, the hidden sword elder was truly angered by this child. First, he did not save Ouyang Tiancheng and the others. Now, he wanted to kill his fellow disciples right under his nose. How could he, the hidden sword elder, not be angry? Xiang Tianba looked at the hidden sword elder's angry expression and felt some fear. After all, the hidden sword elder was in the Saint domain, and his current cultivation was not a match for him. Su Yan, there will be plenty of time in the future. I will definitely take revenge for you swallowing my beast core. Xiang Tianba glanced at Su Yan, then waved his hand and stepped on the roaming cloud, leaving behind his resentful voice that echoed in the valley. Everyone looked at this scene in confusion. However, their gazes were quickly attracted by Su Yan. Looking at Su Yan, who was floating in the air, their faces were filled with shock. Soon, he actually dodged Brother Xiang's attack just now. He's too powerful. That's right. Look at the sword under his feet. It's a flying magic treasure. It's too cool. Too powerful, as expected of the number 1 disciple in our outer sect. Under everyone's shocked words, Su Yan put away the sword dragon. If it wasn't for the pagoda just now, he wouldn't be willing to show off such a precious treasure. Su Yan, are you all right? When Su Yan landed, the hidden sword elder walked up and asked with concern. Although the hidden sword elder did not have any feelings for Su Yan, But after all, if it wasn't for Su Yan killing the monster just now, all of the disciples would have died. If that was the case, then all the disciples in the trial today would die in the array formation. As the sword-hidden elder, he would not be able to avoid the responsibility. Therefore, the hidden sword elder was grateful to Su Yan. "I'm fine." Su Yan smiled slightly. There was no emotion in his eyes, as if what had just happened was already a thing of the past. "And it's good that you're fine." The hidden sword elder nodded and looked at Su Yan again. There was a look of approval in his eyes, but he did not say much. After all, the path of cultivation depended on one's understanding of the Tao. The hidden sword elder did not have much to teach. Even if he wanted to teach, it was not here. After all, he was still the host today. The most important thing now was to save the disciples who were injured by the monster. When the hidden sword elder walked into the array, Lin Hualu and Qin Hao walked up and looked at Su Yan. They wanted to say something, but in the end, they did not say anything. Su Yan watched them leave and did not make a sound. Only his eyes slowly condensed and emitted an unknown light. Xiang Tianba's name was once again engraved in Su Yan's heart. "Senior brother Su, you're too strong." That's right. "Senior brother Su, you are our idol." As soon as those heavyweights left, all the outer sect disciples surrounded Su Yan and started to flatter him. Regardless of the 5 factions, every outer sect disciple looked at Su Yan with eyes full of envy. Su Yan only smiled and brushed it off. He knew that he still had a long way to go. Because this was a world of powerhouses. Only when one became a true powerhouse, one could laugh at the world and roam the 9 heavens. Therefore, Su Yan was more concerned about whether or not he was qualified to enter the inner sect. He walked up to the hidden sword elder and slowly opened his hand to reveal a red banner. He asked, "Hidden sword elder, did I pass this test and become an inner sect disciple?" The hidden sword elder was busy treating the injured disciples. When he heard Su Yan's question, he was stunned.